Chapter 363. From the very beginning of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian, Grand Elder Yun. Black Demon Caves, Black Demon. Sword Vaults, Heaven, Sword Sage. Eastern Gates, Sec Master, Eastern Gate Sage. And Chao Tian, Sec Master, Chao Tian Sage. 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, and now there were 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. These 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses were the reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave. Suddenly, the number of Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses from the two factions was actually equal. The Heaven and Earth Organization had a total of 3 Grand Elders, all of whom were Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. Including Yun Tian and Sword Vault's Sec Master, Heaven Sword, there were a total of 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. As for the Black Demon Cave, only 2 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses came. However, with the addition of Black Demon, Eastern Gate Sect, and Chao Tian Sect's 2 Sect Masters, there were 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. Among the 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, Yun Tian was the strongest, at the second level of Area Sphere Realm. The others were all at the first level of Area Sphere Realm. Although Yun Tian's strength was stronger than the other Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. However, it was not easy to kill an Area Sphere Realm Powerhouse. The battle between the 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses instantly entered a white-hot state. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Ha ha ha, at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the horizon. This voice was extremely deep, and Yun Tian's Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. A group of barbarians is actually fighting here. As the laughter fell, a spirit ship stopped in midair. As soon as the spirit ship came in, it instantly surged with a huge amount of energy. The disciples of the various sects who were fighting below felt their hearts tremble. They stopped fighting and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked up at the behemoth in the sky that was emitting bursts of dazzling light. All of them were horrified. What is this? Su Yan looked at the huge object emitting light in the sky, and his heart couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a memory instantly appeared in his mind. Spirit ship, this is a spirit ship. As Su Yan thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was no stranger to spirit ships. This was a flying spirit ship that was built with hundreds of millions of spirit stones. It was rumored that it could fly hundreds of thousands of miles in a day. In the 5 counties, the spirit ship was merely a legend. Even if the Heaven and Earth Organization wanted to build a spirit ship, they did not have the capital nor the technology. All the martial artists in the 5 counties only had memories of the spirit ship in books. Who would have thought that a spirit ship would suddenly appear here? Everyone looked at this behemoth in horror. Ha ha ha. While everyone was in a daze, a burst of laughter came from the spirit ship. At the same time, several figures leaped down from the spirit ship. He looked at the figures leaping down. Everyone held their breaths. Perimeter state, they're all in the perimeter state. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. When they saw the young faces of these people, they became even more frantic. Such a young square circle state, how is this possible? One had to know that the circumference state warrior was the strongest warrior in the 5 counties. In the entire 5 counties, the number of circumference state warriors could be counted with one hand, and every one of them was at the circumference state. Which one of them was not an almighty warrior in the 5 counties? Now that the spirit ship had arrived, so many circumference state warriors had appeared. Moreover, all of them were so young. How could people not be astonished? Su Yan stood in the crowd and frowned. Although he did not want to argue with others, he was a man with pride. Su Yan had always been very proud of his cultivation. However, looking at the few circumference state warriors who floated down, Su Yan actually felt inferior. Of course, this inferiority feeling disappeared in an instant and turned into motivation. Instantly, a ray of light surged in his eyes. More than 10 people came down from the spirit ship. When the last few people came down, the disciples felt a little better. This was because among these people, apart from the 3 circumference state warriors who came down earlier, there were only a few. almost all of them were in the spiritual sea realm. This made everyone feel a little better. Circumference state warriors at such a young age. The pupils of Yun Tian's group shrunk when they saw these people descend. However, they glanced at them from the corner of their eyes before a cold smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Their eyes rotated as they cried out in a stern voice, "Who exactly are you?" "We are." Among the few people, there was a young man in white. He was the leader of the group. When he heard Yun Tian's words, the corners of his mouth twitched and a cold smile appeared. Then, he looked at Yun Tian and saw the spirit qi surging around his body. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "You are not qualified to know." This voice was like a raging tide, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Of course, at the same time, it also caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Who was Yun Tian? He was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Although he could not be said to be the strongest warrior in the 5 counties, he was at least the strongest among the tens of thousands of people here. And this young man, who looked very young, actually dared to speak to Yun Tian like this. Was he not courting death? It was indeed so. When Yun Tian heard the young man's shout, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Courting death. As he spoke, Yun Tian's body instantly leaped up. The long sword in his hand was like a snake as it attacked. Instantly, there were countless rays of light and sword cries that shook the entire area. He had already arrived in front of the young man. When everyone saw this, their eyes widened. They all hoped that Yun Tian's sword would kill the young man. Because this young man was so arrogant that it made them feel a wave of anger. When they saw that Yun Tian's sword was about to pierce through the young man, everyone could not help but become excited. Unfortunately, at this moment, with a loud bang, the young man slowly raised his hand and instantly formed a beautiful light screen. With a loud bang, Yun Tian was suddenly sent flying. Puchi, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Yun Tian's mouth. Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. The pupils of Hey Mogul and the other area realm experts shrank as they took a few steps back. Everyone had seen Yun Tian's strength with their own eyes. However, that young man merely waved his hand and Yun Tian was defeated. One move, that's right, it was just one move. This person's strength was at least at the 6th level of the circumference state. 6th level of the circumference state, no one dared to imagine. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, there had never been such a powerful almighty. Not only that, but there were also 2 circumference state warriors standing behind the young man. Looking at the indifferent expression in their eyes, they were clearly powerful experts of their generation. Not only that, but there were also so many spiritual sea realm experts. This made people wonder who these people were. The strongest sect in the 5 counties was only the Heaven and Earth organization. And now, the Heaven and Earth organization's Grand Elder was here. Then, this power was, everyone, including the circumference state warriors, looked at the sudden appearance of these young men and could not help but feel a sense of fear. Su Yan stood in the crowd and could not help but frown. At this moment, the young man's gaze instantly fell on Su Yan. That sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through one's heart, causing Su Yan to be startled. Su Yan's body involuntarily shrank back. However, before he could shrink back into the crowd, he saw the young man's lips curl into a cold smile. He pointed at Su Yan and said, "You, come out." Su Yan was startled and secretly complained. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he also knew the difference in strength. Regarding this kind of thing, Su Yan really did not want to get involved. Unfortunately, when he saw the young man point at him, Su Yan could only brace himself and walk out. Riqian Xiang, Purple Spirit Sea. I did not expect such a talent to appear in this barbaric land. Not bad, not bad. The young man looked to be about the same age as Su Yan. However, at this moment, he was like a senior looking at a junior, his face full of arrogance. This caused Su Yan to be angry, but Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian, who was not far away. Seeing that he was fine, he was relieved. After saying that, the young man looked at Su Yan and sighed, what a pity, your strength is too weak. What? When Su Yan heard the young man's words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Saying that his strength was too weak? One had to know that Su Yan's current strength could be ranked in the top in the entire 5 states. However, being looked down upon by this young man, Su Yan could not help but feel a surge of anger in his chest. However, the young man did not look at Su Yan's expression. Instead, he asked Su Yan, "Kid, offer up your spirit sea." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Su Yan instantly felt a surge of anger. Spirit sea, asking him to offer up his spirit sea. Now, he had to offer up the spirit sea that he had painstakingly condensed. Wasn't this equivalent to asking for his life? No, it was equivalent to asking for his life. It was even more cruel. Su Yan's eyes instantly filled with anger. Originally, Su Yan was still a little afraid of the strength of these people. However, at this moment, all of this fear was replaced by anger in his heart. What if I say no? Su Yan looked at the arrogant young man and said coldly. No. When the young man heard Su Yan's reply, he immediately laughed out loud. Haha, kid, do you think you have a chance to choose? No. Su Yan smiled coldly. In an instant, a thick black fog erupted from the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly jumped up and swung his sword. Like a long dragon, it directly attacked the young man. When the young man saw that Su Yan actually dared to attack him, he could not help but be stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha, interesting. A mere spiritual sea realm wants to be my enemy. Interesting. However, do you think you have the qualifications? As the young man spoke, his eyes suddenly froze. Bang. Chapter 364. Do you think you have the qualifications to challenge senior brother Wang Han? The youth who stood in front of Su Yan looked at Su Yan with disdain. Although his strength was not as good as the youth who spoke to Su Yan, he still had the strength of an 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. He was only one step away from the peak of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of expert would definitely be a genius in the entire 5 counties, an existence like an expert. 8th-level spiritual ocean realm. When Su Yan saw this person's strength, he couldn't help but frown. He had just entered the spiritual ocean realm and had yet to properly control the power in his body. Even if he relied on his speed and the blood dragon pupil. In addition, he had a purple spiritual ocean realm. Su Yan only had the confidence to fight against a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. As for 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivators, to Su Yan, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. Without waiting for Su Yan to express his opinion, several of the Radius Realm cultivators stepped forward, clearly wanting to help Su Yan. Unfortunately, before these Radius Realm cultivators could step forward, the eyes of the young man who was called Wang Han suddenly shrank. In that instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop by a few degrees. What? You want to rely on your numbers? Wang Han said coldly. A trace of disdain flashed through the corners of his eyes. Faintly, the aura of a king was emitted from his body. This caused the various experts who had always been domineering in the 5 counties to involuntarily stop in their tracks. Even the strongest person in the crowd, Yun Tian, didn't dare to act rashly in front of Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was truly too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded everyone's expectations. When Wang Han saw these Radius Realm cultivators stop in their tracks, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He then looked at Su Yan and said, very good. A mere newly advanced spiritual ocean realm cultivator dares to attack me. You really do have some ability. It's a pity that you're too weak. As Wang Han spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the young man who had stood up for him with interest. He then looked at Su Yan and said with interest, Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With your strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. However, everyone says that those in the purple spiritual sea realm have extraordinary abilities. Today, I will give you the chance to challenge my junior brother. Wang Shuo, as long as you can defeat him today, I will give you a chance. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was an unfair decision. How could it be possible for a warrior who had just reached the spiritual sea realm to challenge a warrior of the 8th level? Not fair, not fair. The crowd below began to shout one after another, all of them raising the significance of this decisive battle. It's not fair. Wang Han, however, laughed loudly and said, "Do you think you have the right to choose?" With Wang Han's words, everyone was stunned. However, in front of Wang Han, a powerful warrior, they didn't have the chance to choose. This was the world of warriors, a world where the strong ruled. Wang Han surpassed the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. In this place, he was definitely a king, and no one could shake him. However, in front of such an unfair battle, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of just a few of them? Just at this moment, a hot-blooded warrior suddenly shouted this. Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Yun Tian also suddenly came to his senses. He jumped up and shouted, "Right, there are millions of warriors in our 5 counties. Are we afraid of just a few people? No, we have to unite." Bang! Before Yun Tian could finish his words, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Yun Tian's entire body shook, and he was directly sent flying. He let out a miserable shriek and fell heavily on the ground. This frightening scene caused everyone's body to involuntarily tremble. Who was Yun Tian? Yun Tian was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was the strongest warrior in all the realms here. Unfortunately, in the hands of this Wang Han, he didn't even have the ability to resist with a wave of his hand. Who else has an opinion? Wang Han's expression didn't change, and he still maintained that faint smile as he spoke. Just as Heaven's Sword wanted to speak up, he was quickly stopped by Su Yan. Su Yan was very clear that Wang Han was so powerful that it made people unable to breathe. Even if many people stood up, it would be of no use. After all, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Sect Master, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Su Yan looked at the furious Heaven Sword Sage and shook his head. But, you. Heaven Sword Sage wanted to say something. However, before he could finish, Su Yan still took a step forward. Looking at Wang Han, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of light surged out. I accept your challenge. Wang Han looked at Su Yan's calm and composed appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a warrior with a purple spiritual sea. You do have some arrogance. As he spoke, Wang Han ignored Su Yan and turned to the youth from before. Wang Shuo, remember not to hurt his spiritual sea. I still have a great use for it. Yes, senior brother. Wang Shuo replied respectfully. Immediately after, he took a step closer to Su Yan and looked at Su Yan with disdain. Kid, I'll let you make the first move. Let me? Su Yan smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Wang Han and said, Senior Wang Han, do you think we should add some stakes to this challenge? Stakes. Wang Han smiled. Immediately after, he saw the sinister smile on Su Yan's face. His eyes shrank and his face instantly turned gloomy. Kid, are you trying to raise conditions with me? How would I dare? Su Yan faced Wang Han and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I think that since this is a duel, there should naturally be some stakes. Okay, then what do you want to add? Wang Han wasn't afraid. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, he could take away Su Yan's spiritual sea. The reason why he wanted to duel was only because he felt that it was interesting. Of course, in his eyes, even if Su Yan had a purple spiritual sea, he was only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Against Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, no matter how strong he was, he didn't have any chance. Therefore, Wang Han was willing to play with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't hold back. Looking at Wang Shuo, he said, "If I lose, then today, I, Su Yan, will offer my spiritual sea with both hands. However, if I win," when he said this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Then you must leave this place today." "Okay, okay." Wang Han agreed without hesitation. To him, this wager didn't exist. After all, he didn't believe that Su Yan could win against Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Maybe the purple spiritual sea was strong enough. If it was an ordinary 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, seeing that Su Yan was so confident, Wang Han would be a bit worried. However, how could Wang Shuo be an ordinary spiritual sea realm cultivator? Therefore, Wang Han didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After hearing Wang Han agree, Su Yan wasn't afraid that he would regret it. His eyes shrank. Patting his storage bag, he took out the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly rushed out like a torrential sea. His sword aura was even sharper. In an instant, countless amounts of power flew up. His speed was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all astonished. Because the strength that Su Yan displayed would always surpass the strength of a first level of the spiritual sea realm cultivator. Even Wang Han couldn't help but nod. This purple spiritual sea is really something. Thinking of this, Wang Han became even more interested in Su Yan's spiritual sea. However, even so, Su Yan was still only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm, while Wang Shuo was at the 8th level. The moment Su Yan attacked, Wang Shuo's pupils shrank. A powerful spiritual power surged out, blocking Su Yan's attack. Bang! This powerful force collided with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't have the slightest chance to resist. His whole body flew out. A series of hissing sounds came from below, accompanied by a series of anxious voices. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to them. He jumped up and attacked Wang Shuo again. Facing the terrifying power that erupted from Wang Shuo's body, Su Yan ignored it. His eyes were like torches. Because Su Yan knew that this was his only chance, his only chance. Only by defeating this person could they get out of here today. Only by defeating him could he get out of here today. Therefore, this was Su Yan's only chance, the only chance. The only chance that Su Yan couldn't make a choice was to defeat Wang Shuo. Defeat him. In Su Yan's mind, there were no distracting thoughts, only this thought. The ghost howl sword in his hand rapidly surged with a powerful force. That force continued to condense. Bang! With a loud noise, suddenly countless sword blades flew out, attacking Wang Shuo like a storm. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Dong Qinghao had recovered a lot at this time. He quickly recognized that this was the 10,000 elephant divine skill of the Dongqing clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms, which he gave to Su Yan. The moment the torrential storm of rose blossoms appeared, it was really like a storm, gushing out violently. This made everyone horrified. To be able to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Watching Su Yan erupt with torrential storm of rose blossoms, watching the countless sword blades fly past and hit Wang Shuo's body. Wang Shuo simply couldn't avoid it. Everyone thought that this battle was unwinnable, but they actually saw a glimmer of hope. Even Wang Han was stunned. He said with slight surprise, "I didn't expect that a mere level 1 spiritual sea realm could cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Not bad, not bad." While praising, Wang Han's face was more of a mocking expression. Chapter 365. Peng, the torrential pear blossoms transformed into countless swords and attacked. Like a violent storm, they exploded, letting out a series of loud rumbling sounds. The powerful strength was shocking. Seeing this, Su Yan's pupils shrank. He coldly stared at Wang Shuo, wanting to see how he would block it. Seeing Su Yan's expression, Wang Shuo's mouth slightly curved into a cold smile, as if he didn't care about Su Yan's torrential pear blossoms at all. Su Yan was very clear that this torrential pear blossoms definitely couldn't harm Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. But even so, Wang Shuo still had to block it. But Wang Shuo just stood there without moving, which made Su Yan frown. Is this Wang Shuo an impenetrable defense? Although Su Yan was clear that this torrential pear blossoms definitely wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Wang Shuo, it was still a powerful attack. If he didn't dodge, then even if Wang Shuo was at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm, he would still be able to cause a certain amount of damage. Seeing that Wang Shuo actually didn't move, this made Su Yan feel a burst of anger, and he coldly shouted, "Let's see how you block it." As Su Yan spoke, his entire body suddenly leapt up, waving the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy surged, and the torrential pear blossoms suddenly surged up again. The swords that were originally like a storm quickly condensed together, becoming like a huge dragon, and loudly exploded towards Wang Shuo. Because of Wang Shuo's disdain. Because Wang Shuo didn't move at all. This aroused Su Yan's arrogance, and aroused the anger in Su Yan's heart. "Wang Shuo, let's see how you block it." As he spoke, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. A burst of bright light suddenly surged from his blood dragon pupil, and the speed of the torrential pear blossom seemed to have become much faster at that moment. Seeing that he was about to hit Wang Shuo, the corners of Su Yan's mouth involuntarily curled into a sneer. However, what happened in the next second stunned everyone. Su Yan was even more shocked. Su Yan was only at the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. However, the torrential pear blossom that he unleashed was something that even 3rd tier and 4th tier spiritual ocean realm warriors wouldn't dare to take head on. Even if one was at the 8th stage of the spiritual ocean realm, if they wanted to take it head on, they would have to expend a lot of energy. This was because Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was simply too powerful. However, at that moment, Wang Shuo merely raised his hand. That's right, with just a raise of his hand, Su Yan's storm-like attacks actually stopped, unable to enter Wang Shuo's body at all. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. When everyone saw it clearly, their faces were filled with shock. This was because they saw that in Wang Shuo's raised hand, a huge barrier had actually condensed. That's right, it was a barrier. That barrier faintly emitted bursts of light, and at the same time, there was a huge surge of energy surging within it. It was obvious that this was a powerful defensive technique. Haha, junior brother Wang Shuo, remember not to harm the spiritual sea that I want. Amidst everyone's astonishment and shock, Wang Han suddenly shouted from the side with a loud laugh. Humiliation, this was definitely Su Yan's biggest humiliation in history. Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but burst with anger. Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, even if Su Yan was angry, it was useless. Just as Wang Han's voice fell, Wang Shuo instantly waved his hand. The barrier condensed in his hand instantly flashed and turned into a huge dragon, directly attacking Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning in the horizon. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was greatly shocked in his heart. The blood dragon pupils suddenly shrunk, and at the same time, the mystic ice-cold shield was instantly activated. His body quickly swept back at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Bang! With a loud bang, that lightning-like light directly slid past Su Yan's body, causing a loud bang. Su Yan only felt his whole body tremble, and his entire body suddenly flew backwards. You lost. At this moment, Wang Shuo's body pressed forward, standing in front of Su Yan, and coldly said, I lost. A cold smile appeared on Su Yan's face. He licked the bloodstains on his lips, and said with a somewhat sinister smile, as long as I'm not dead, Su Yan, have not lost. As Su Yan said this, a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes, and there was no trace of fear. His words were sonorous and powerful, faintly emitting a dignified aura. Everyone who heard this could not help but be shocked in their hearts. When Wang Shuo heard Su Yan's words, he was slightly startled, and then the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Kid, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. As Wang Shuo spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the weapon in his hand that looked like a sword, but was not a sword, directly struck towards Su Yan's body. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. One by one, they came to their senses and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan, quickly dodge." When Su Yan heard these concerned shouts, he felt gratified. However, his body did not move. Is this kid really courting death? When Wang Han saw Su Yan's motionless body, he frowned. Wang Shuo did not care about this. He directly lifted his weapon and sealed Su Yan's throat, his eyes filled with coldness. However, the light in Su Yan's eyes became more and more resplendent. Perhaps he knew that he was going to die here today. Perhaps he knew that he had no chance of survival in the hands of Wang Shuo. But so what? He was called Su Yan, he was a man of the Su family. He had the pride of the Su family. He was the most powerful peak sword saint, the most powerful person that no one could match. In his life, he was not allowed to admit defeat, even if it meant death. Su Yan coldly stared at the sharp weapon that Wang Shuo was using to attack him. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a loud bang resounded, countless rays of light exploded on Su Yan's body. Bang! When the weapon in Wang Shuo's hand struck Su Yan's body, it was suddenly blocked, and a powerful energy swept out. What? When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be taken aback. The second stage of the profound ice-cold shield, the profound ice divine shield. That's right, Su Yan was using the second stage of the profound ice-cold shield, the profound ice divine shield. Everyone thought that Su Yan would definitely not be able to block Wang Shuo's attack. Seeing him block it at this moment, everyone was stunned at first, and then immediately burst into thunderous applause. When Wang Shuo saw Su Yan block his attack, his brows slightly shrank. I didn't expect this kid to have such a powerful defensive skill. He has some skills, Wang Shuo said in his heart. He looked at Su Yan and said with a cold smile, "Kid, do you think this is useful?" Bang! Before Wang Shuo could finish his words, he heard a loud bang, and suddenly a huge pain came from his back. Wang Shuo could not help but let out a low roar. He looked back and saw a flying sword sliding past his back. At first, he was stunned, but when he saw the sneer on Su Yan's face, with an angry shout. Suddenly, a powerful force surged up, and the flying sword that leaped over was directly shaken out. "You must die today." Wang Shuo looked at Su Yan and roared in anger. He swept his attack horizontally, and a powerful force suddenly blasted out from his body. Bang! After using the profound ice divine shield and the torrential storm of pear blossoms, the spiritual power in Su Yan's body had long been depleted. Under Wang Shuo's powerful attack, Su Yan's entire body trembled as he was sent flying backwards. Bang! He heavily smashed on the ground. Poochie! A mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan! All the people who cared about Su Yan, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to check on Su Yan's injuries. Unfortunately, Wang Han blocked in front of them. Wang Han's majestic power surged, making people feel intimidated. They didn't dare to approach. This battle isn't over yet. Don't even think about participating, Wang Han said coldly, causing everyone to be startled. Under the pressure of that powerful spiritual power, no one dared to move forward. While speaking, Wang Han didn't pay attention to the others. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and frowned. This brat really has some skills. The purple spiritual sea is indeed extraordinary. I just don't know if this brat still has any tricks up his sleeve. As Wang Han said this, the light in his eyes intensified as he looked at Su Yan. He was looking forward to Su Yan's spiritual sea even more. Of course, he didn't know that Su Yan hadn't truly displayed the strength of the purple spiritual sea. Because he had just advanced to the spiritual sea realm, he hadn't had the time to properly study the power of the spiritual sea realm. So, in fact, what Su Yan displayed today was only the comprehension when he was in the celestial phase realm. If Wang Han knew about this, who knew what kind of expression he would have. If Wang Shuo knew, what kind of expression would he have? Wang Shuo originally disdained to compete with Su Yan, a warrior who had just advanced to the spiritual sea realm. Because he was in the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. And Su Yan was only in the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. A battle between an 8th stage spiritual sea realm warrior and a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior was simply a disgrace to Wang Shuo's reputation. But now, he was in the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. Such a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior was actually able to injure him. Although this injury wouldn't cause him any harm at all. But to be injured by a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior, even if it was just the corner of his clothes being pierced, it was definitely a great humiliation. Humiliation, it was definitely a humiliation. It was the biggest humiliation in Wang Shuo's history. Wang Shuo thought about it, and his eyes immediately surged with anger. Die. Wang Shuo didn't have the mood to play with Su Yan anymore. With a cold shout, he suddenly swept out a move. That powerful force poured out, and a series of loud sounds exploded. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't help but frown when he felt this powerful force. Chapter 366. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Su Yan roared unwillingly in his heart. Unwilling, unwilling. I'm unwilling. Su Yan suddenly stood up and roared out the anger in his heart. Are you unwilling to accept this? When Wang Shuo heard Su Yan's roar, a trace of coldness appeared in the corner of his mouth. Unwilling? What can you do? You're definitely going to die today. No, in front of that powerful force, Su Yan roared. Bang! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning exploded in the horizon. Everyone was stunned. Especially those who had just experienced the lightning tribulation. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the lightning tribulation is coming again? All of the powerhouses of the area realm secretly thought in their hearts. Their eyes looked towards the sky. The sky that was originally clear for thousands of miles was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The countless lightning bolts were like silver snakes circling around. Faintly, a powerful aura was emitted, as if it would tear the sky apart in the next moment. What the hell is going on? Wang Shuo couldn't help but frown. However, when he saw the strange power emitted from Su Yan's body, his entire body shook. This power this brat can actually still burst out with such a powerful force. Wang Shuo looked at the power surging from Su Yan's body. The power was faintly surging. While he was stunned, he looked at Su Yan's eyes emitting a wisp of blood-red light. For some reason, Wang Shuo felt a sense of fear in his heart. That's right, it was fear. A dignified 8th stage spiritual sea realm warrior actually felt fear towards a martial artist who was only at the 1st stage spiritual sea realm. This was definitely the biggest joke in the world. Amidst this fear, the killing intent emitted from Wang Shuo's eyes became even denser. Su Yan, must die, Wang Shuo bit his lips. His body instantly closed in on Su Yan and pierced towards Su Yan's throat. Bang! However, before Wang Shuo could get close to Su Yan, there was a sudden explosion and a powerful force surged out from Su Yan's body. Wang Shuo was stunned and he was unable to get close to Su Yan. What the hell is going on? Wang Shuo looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Not only him, but everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Su Yan himself was stunned. What is going on? Su Yan frowned slightly. At this moment, he felt a powerful surge of energy in his body. Su Yan's eyes widened again, but he soon understood that this was the power of the Shura Demon Lord's inheritance. That's right, it was the power of Shura the Demon Lord's inheritance. When he was in the Shura Shrine, Su Yan received the power of the Shura Demon Lord and the Demon Lord's inheritance. However, because Su Yan had been at the bottleneck of the celestial phase realm at that time, he received this power and it had been settling in Su Yan's body. Now, it exploded in Su Yan's anger. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. The power of the Shura demon lord's inheritance, then, Su Yan didn't dare to imagine, because he could clearly feel the power of this power. With the support of this power, what realm can I break through? Could it be that I can break through the perimeter realm in one fell swoop? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't care about what was happening around him and quickly operated his cultivation method to absorb the power of the Shura demon lord. As the power of the Shura demon lord slowly merged with Su Yan's entire body was like a flame, constantly emitting bursts of resplendent light. Countless amounts of power curled up, and even Wang Shua, who was at the 8th rank of the spiritual sea realm, could not get close to Su Yan's body. This caused Wang Shua to instantly enter a berserk state, constantly attacking Su Yan. Bang! However, at this moment, the power of lightning flashed down from the horizon. This was the power of lightning, and even a perimeter realm powerhouse might not be able to block it. Not to mention a mere rank 8 spirit sea realm. Before Wang Shua could touch Su Yan's body, the power of lightning descended like a silver snake, and with a loud bang, it directly landed in front of Wang Shua. Wang Shua let out a shrill cry, and his entire body shrank as he was sent flying. Seeing this scene, the calm expression on Wang Han's face disappeared and turned gloomy. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud explosion from the horizon. The rolling lightning was like a silver snake winding down, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. When Yun Tian and the rest saw this scene, they were first stunned, but then they recalled the scene just now and came to a realization. They leaped up and shouted, "Lightning tribulation, it's lightning tribulation. Powerhouses, I implore everyone to help Su Yan resist this lightning tribulation." As they spoke, Yun Tian took the lead and leaped up. The other perimeter realm cultivators, except for the few perimeter realm cultivators from Black Demon Cave, all followed suit. The few perimeter realm powerhouses went up and instantly took action. Several powerful forces surged out, connecting together, and directly formed a defense around Su Yan's body. Lightning tribulation, how can this kid summon lightning tribulation? When Wang Han saw this scene, his eyebrows knitted together. Anger faintly surged in his heart. He was the chief disciple of Taixing sect. He was a famous powerhouse of the younger generation in the entire 9 provinces continent. The things he knew would always surpass everyone in the 5 counties, including Yun Tian and the other perimeter realm powerhouses. He was very clear that even if it was a martial artist with a purple spiritual sea, if one wanted to summon lightning tribulation, they could only do so when they advanced a level. To put it simply, if one wanted to break through to the spiritual sea realm in the celestial phase realm, they could summon lightning tribulation. And after entering the spiritual sea realm, if one wanted to summon lightning tribulation again, it would have to be at the moment when the spiritual sea realm broke through to the perimeter realm. And Su Yan was obviously only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. How could he summon lightning tribulation when he broke through to the second level of the spiritual sea realm? Of course, Wang Han didn't know that Su Yan couldn't be compared to an ordinary person. Su Yan already didn't walk the path of an ordinary person when he was in the spirit realm. After breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit realm, reaching the 12th and 13th level, how could Su Yan be compared to an ordinary person? Now, Su Yan had summoned lightning tribulation. The sky was dark, and the countless bolts of lightning were like silver snakes entwining around you. With loud sounds, they tore through the sky and rushed down. Seeing this scene, Wang Han frowned slightly. The moment he raised his head, his pupils shrank. Not good. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly exploded with the power of countless bolts of lightning, instantly exploding on the huge object in the sky. Spirit ship, that's right, it was a spirit ship. It was a spirit ship that only existed in legends in the 5 counties. Under the power of the lightning, it instantly trembled. Wang Han was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up, wanting to stop the power of the lightning. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. Dozens of bolts of lightning came down. Although the spirit ship could withstand the attacks of powerful martial artists, it was a pity that under the countless bolts of lightning, it was instantly blown to pieces. Countless fragments flew out like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. It was extremely beautiful. However, Wang Han's heart was bleeding. This spirit ship had cost him a lot of effort to build. In fact, the defense of a spirit ship would always be much stronger than the power of the lightning. However, because Wang Han's spirit ship had just been built, it hadn't yet established a strong defense. Now, under the power of the lightning, it was completely destroyed. Destroyed. No, even if Wang Han was the head disciple of the Taixing sect, it was definitely not an easy task for him to build a spirit ship. This spirit ship could be said to have cost Wang Han his entire life's effort to build. Now, it was completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Wang Han raised his head and let out a roar. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Su Yan, your spirit ship was destroyed all because of Su Yan. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Wang Han thought to himself and let out a disappointed laugh. Looking at Su Yan and the various cultivation realms that were blocking the lightning tribulation for Su Yan, his eyes instantly burst with killing intent. Die, you must die. Everyone here today must be buried with the spirit ship. Wang Han roared and shouted to the several experts he brought, junior brothers, listen to my order. Today, kill all these people for me. As Wang Han spoke, a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. This powerful force swept out and exploded in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to tremble along with it. Although the cultivation realms helped Su Yan block the lightning tribulation. However, in front of Wang Han's powerful force, they all looked over. Looking at the power that erupted from Wang Han's body, everyone's face was filled with shock. Perfection of the cultivation realm. Just now, everyone had only guessed that Wang Han was at the 6th level of the cultivation realm. But who would have thought that Wang Han was actually at the perfection of the cultivation realm? This kind of strength had always surpassed everyone's imagination. Su Yan looked at the power that erupted from Wang Han's body and was also stunned. Looking at the cultivation realms helping him block the lightning tribulation, he was moved and constantly urged himself to hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up, kill for me. Wang Han roared and led the experts he brought to attack Yun Tian and the others. Seniors, quickly retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly shouted. Yun Tian looked at Su Yan and frowned, wanting to say something. However, Su Yan did not give him the chance to speak and shouted, Seniors, I have my own ways to deal with this lightning tribulation. You all go and deal with that Wang Han first. Although the few square circle realm powerhouses did not believe it, they were still in disbelief. However, in front of Wang Han's powerful aura, the few of them had no other choice. Su Yan, be careful. The cultivation realm's experts said to Su Yan and hurriedly used their qi to block Wang Han. The cultivation realm's experts withdrew their defenses. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was directly blasted into a black color. Similarly, a huge pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Chapter 367. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan's entire body exploded, and a powerful force soared into the sky. Stage 2 Spiritual Sea, Su Yan had broken through to the Stage 2 Spiritual Sea. That powerful force erupted, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but be stunned. Because they could feel the violent force that erupted from Su Yan's body. Die, all of you must die, all of you must die. Because his spirit ship was destroyed, Wang Han was infuriated to the point of insanity. He kept roaring, and the cultivation technique in his body was quickly activated. With a wave of his hand, he directly reached out to grab a Radius Realm powerhouse. Although that martial artist was also an almighty of the square circle realm, he was still a martial artist. However, he was only at the level 1 Radius Realm, and Wang Han, who was at the full circle realm, was no match for him at all. Under Wang Han's move, the power was so great that he was directly sent flying. However, Wang Han clearly had no intention of letting him go. Before the other powerhouses came forward to help, Wang Han roared and directly forced his body towards him. He directly grabbed that Radius Realm powerhouse's shoulder and opened his hands. Bang! With a loud bang, a cloud of blood immediately flew out. That Heaven and Earth Organization's Radius Realm powerhouse was directly torn apart. That's right, his entire body was directly torn in half, and blood flew out like a cloud of blood mist. Wang Han's cruel methods caused everyone at the scene to be filled with astonishment. Junior brother. Because the one who was killed was a powerhouse from the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian let out a low cry of sorrow. However, Wang Han didn't give him a chance to be sad at all. He coldly shouted, "Die." His body directly pressed forward, and a powerful force surged in his body. His eyes were red, and he was like the god of death. "Wang Han, I'll fight it out with you." Because his junior brother was torn apart by Wang Han's bare hands, Yun Tian was instantly enraged. Yun Tian roared angrily. He immediately raised his sword and charged towards Wang Han. The other Radius Realm powerhouses all realized how powerful Wang Han was. In this place, no one was a match for Wang Han. Seeing Yun Tian move forward, the body-tempering realm powerhouses all followed suit, wanting to use the power of unity to defeat Wang Han. It was a pity that Wang Han, who was at the Great Circle Realm, was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Even if they joined forces, they still weren't a match for Wang Han. Apart from the few Radius Realm powerhouses joining forces, all the disciples at the scene also joined in the fight with Wang Han and the others. Blood constantly splattered out. There were constantly groans and screams of pain, only Su Yan was still remained Wang Han. Bang! Suddenly, another loud sound was heard. At the same time, a powerful force surged up. Once again, a bright light erupted from Su Yan's body. Level 3 stage realm, that's, Su Yan broke through again, breaking through to the level 3 stage realm. Everyone present was tangled up with Wang Han's group. Only the Black Demon Cave experts didn't participate in the battle. When the Black Demon saw Su Yan break through again, his eyes flashed. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes. Breaking through 2 stages in a row, this cultivation speed. The Black Demon was an elder of one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. He had always been arrogant, but when he saw Su Yan's breakthrough, his heart couldn't help but surge with shock. No, this kid must die. The Black Demon looked at Su Yan, and his eyes suddenly shrank. He was about to go forward and kill Su Yan. Bang! Another loud sound came from Su Yan's body. A ray of light shot up into the sky, and a majestic force swept out. Level 4 stage realm, what? The Black Demon was completely dumbfounded. He thought that Su Yan would be at his limit after breaking through to the level 3 stage realm. Seeing Su Yan break through again, his mouth was wide open in shock. He simply didn't know what words to use to express his feelings. However, when he saw the faint surge of power on Su Yan's body, he was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. How is this possible? Is it still continuing? How is this possible? Bang! A loud boom rang out once again. Level 5 stage realm, that increasingly powerful energy surged out, finally attracting everyone's attention. Wang Han, who was fighting with Yun Tian and the other experts, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Yun Tian and the others were also stunned by Su Yan's shocking scene, and looked at Su Yan in a daze. The other disciples looked at the light surging from Su Yan's body, and their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, and they couldn't accept that this was real. Furthermore, they could feel that Su Yan was still leveling up, and it didn't stop. Su Yan had completely entered a state of madness. He was clear about the situation that he and the others were in. He had to quickly absorb Shura's power inheritance, so that he could participate in the battle. Faster, faster. Su Yan constantly urged himself, and his eyes emitted a cold light. His face was cold, and he didn't feel happy about leveling up at all. Because he was clear that this power wasn't enough, and it would never be enough. Even when he felt that Shura's power was decreasing, Su Yan was a little panicked. Because even if he broke through a few levels, he still wouldn't be Wang Han's opponent. As he circulated the cultivation technique, the power inheritance of Shura's power became thinner and thinner. The light that was faintly surging on Su Yan's body also dimmed. Is it finally going to stop? When everyone saw this, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. It's going to stop. Su Yan frowned. Fifth stage Spirit Sea Realm. Could he only reach the fifth stage Spirit Sea Realm? No, it would never be enough, never enough, Su Yan shouted in his heart. Even though the power of Shura's power was exhausted, Su Yan still didn't give up, and he continued to circulate the cultivation technique. All of a sudden, the surrounding spiritual qi seemed to have gone berserk. It kept surging towards Su Yan's body like a river. It was faintly visible. This scene caused everyone to be stunned once again. This Su Yan's speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too fast, isn't it? This cultivation speed is simply, many people wanted to express the current situation with words, but when the words came to their mouth, they realized that Su Yan's cultivation speed couldn't be described with words at all. When Wang Han saw this, he was also stunned. Then, his pupils shrank, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. This kid must die. The reason why Wang Han wanted to kill Su Yan was because Su Yan had destroyed his spirit ship. Now that Wang Han saw Su Yan's cultivation speed, there was a faint trace of fear in his heart. He didn't dare to imagine how strong Su Yan would be in the future if this carried on. Would he break through that mysterious realm? Wang Han couldn't imagine it at all. Looking at the spiritual energy condensing on Su Yan's body, the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, he jumped up and headed towards Su Yan's direction. Yun Tian and the others reacted quickly. When they saw that Wang Han was about to attack Su Yan, they all activated their cultivation techniques. Each of them activated their cultivation methods and hurriedly blocked Wang Han's attack. Seeing the few of them blocking him, Wang Han snorted coldly, you want to stop me with just the few of you? As he spoke, a powerful force surged from Wang Han's body, emitting a bright light. He waved one arm. Bang! All of a sudden, a powerful force surged out, turning into countless sword blades that shot out, directly attacking Yin Tian and the others. When Yin Tian and the others saw Wang Han's powerful attack, they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's faces couldn't help but tremble. Moreover, they were all in the radius state, which could be said to be the strongest in the 5 counties. Naturally, they knew what Wang Han's move was. 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill, that's right, it was the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill. This was what really shocked them. Without condensing, he could unleash the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill in an instant. How much control did Wang Han have over the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill? How powerful was his strength? While the crowd was astonished, they all retreated one after another. Just as they were retreating, a cold smile appeared on Wang Han's face. Oh no. When Yin Tian saw the smirk on Wang Han's face, he thought to himself and wanted to stop Wang Han. Unfortunately, Wang Han's strength surpassed his by too much. Wang Han's speed was as fast as lightning. He arrived in front of Su Yan in a flash, leaving behind a flash of light in the air. Su Yan was shocked. Wang Han's expression changed. Yin Tian and the others couldn't catch up. The purple spirit sea is indeed something. Unfortunately, from today onwards, the purple spirit sea will be mine. When Wang Han arrived in front of Su Yan, he wasn't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. This was because he knew that no one could stop him now. In his eyes, Su Yan was a dead man. When Su Yan saw the coldness on Wang Han's face, his eyes instantly condensed and emitted a strong killing intent. You still want to resist? When Wang Han saw Su Yan's appearance, a disdainful smirk appeared on his face. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared. Bang! All of a sudden, a powerful force blasted up. Wang Han couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the force. Su Yan once again broke through to the 6th stage of the spiritual ocean realm. This force didn't hurt Wang Han. However, when the force slid through Wang Han's clothes, his white clothes were instantly torn. His coiled hair also hung down. At first glance, he was in a sorry state. Wang Han was instantly enraged. Good spiritual sea realm. You destroyed my spirit ship and now you dare to destroy my clothes. Good. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. Wang Han roared ferociously. Suddenly, a strong force surged out of his body and he reached out to grab Su Yan. Chapter 368. Death was scary. What's more, Su Yan had experienced death once. He knew better than anyone how happy it was to be alive. However, at this moment, facing Wang Han's powerful attack, his eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid, very afraid. However, Su Yan knew that even if he was afraid, it wouldn't solve the problem. Wang Han saw the expression on Su Yan's face, and a trace of disdain flashed across the corner of his mouth. You're only at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, and you still want to resist? In his eyes, Su Yan was like an ant. He was a divine dragon. An ant like Su Yan had to obediently submit to him. He couldn't resist in front of him. Hearing this, Su Yan smiled. That's right, he smiled very brightly. Die? He even looked at Wang Han with a trace of mockery. So what if I die? Today, even if I, Su Yan, die here, I'll die with dignity. When Su Yan said this, the spiritual power in his body surged. There was no fear in his eyes, and he faintly emitted a majestic aura. Seeing Su Yan like this, Wang Han was furious. He reached out to grab Su Yan's head. Boy, today I'll let you die without a burial place. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Yan suddenly laughed. Today, he already had the heart to die. How could he die without a burial place? He just wanted to let Wang Han know that although he was only at the spiritual sea realm, in Wang Han's eyes, he was just an ant. However, even an ant like him would be bitten by Wang Han, a divine dragon. If he wanted to kill him, he had to pay the price. Looking at Wang Han's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he took a step forward and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson light surged. Profound ice-cold shield, open. Black ice divine shield, open. At the same time, Su Yan let out a fierce shout, and a burst of bright light suddenly surged out from his body. A powerful force bombarded and swept out, causing the faces of the surrounding people to be filled with shock. Such a powerful defense was truly intimidating. They couldn't imagine that this was the power of Su Yan, a mere 6th-stage spiritual sea realm warrior. When Wang Han saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled, although it was only for a moment. However, Su Yan still caught sight of it, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. When Wang Han saw the smile on Su Yan's face, a burst of anger immediately erupted in his chest. For him, Su Yan was about to obediently accept his death, but he still dared to resist. This was a naked contempt for him. Su Yan, do you really think that this kind of defense can stop me? Wang Han roared angrily, waved his arms, and instantly burst out a powerful force. That light rushed up to the sky, and a terrifying spiritual power swept out. Even the few square circle realm warriors who were far away couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Just now, when everyone saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, they still felt lucky and thought that Su Yan could withstand Wang Han's attack. Now that they saw Wang Han's attack, they knew that they were wrong. They underestimated Wang Han's strength too much. Wang Han was at the square circle realm, so how could Su Yan resist him? Looking at Wang Han's attack, everyone's heart instantly turned cold. Su Yan was definitely going to die. Just as everyone was feeling depressed. Bang! The moment Wang Han's powerful attack bombarded Su Yan's body, the light on Su Yan's body instantly exploded, and with a loud bang, his entire body suddenly expanded. Roar! A dragon's roar rushed up to the sky. With a loud bang, although Wang Han was powerful, he still underestimated Su Yan. How could he expect that Su Yan actually had such a unique skill? Under this dragon's roar, Wang Han's entire body couldn't help but retreat a few steps. What the hell is this? Wang Han roared. When he saw the giant dragon figure in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. Transformation divine skill, you, how can you master the transformation divine skill, how is it possible? The giant dragon body that Su Yan transformed into swayed, ignoring Wang Han's words. With a roar, the giant body directly attacked Wang Han. Wang Han was at the complete square circle realm. He was the strongest person here. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into the dragon body, emitted a light that vaguely surpassed Wang Han's. This made Wang Han the most furious. He was a divine dragon, and Su Yan was just an ant. An ant dared to behave atrociously in front of a divine dragon. It was definitely a capital offense, a capital offense. Su Yan, do you really think that you're my opponent just because you've mastered the transformation divine skill? Wang Han looked at the giant dragon body bombarding him and instantly recovered from the surprise. Looking at the giant dragon body that Su Yan transformed into, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hands. Rumble. A rumbling sound burst out, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble at this moment. A powerful force instantly condensed in Wang Han's hands. Bang! Wang Han reached out and suddenly grabbed Su Yan's dragon head. At the same time, a powerful force blasted out. A woo! Even Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low growl in pain. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're really powerful. You're only at the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Not only do you have a purple Spirit Sea, but you can also emit such a shocking defense. Plus, this transformation divine skill is even more amazing. But so what? Today, you, Su Yan, are going to die in my hands. Wang Han grabbed Su Yan's dragon body, and a trace of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. In this fanaticism, a strong murderous intent also erupted. Su Yan must die today. Although Wang Han already had the intention to kill, after seeing Su Yan's performance, the murderous intent in his heart reached the extreme. This was because he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Su Yan was given more time. How powerful would this kid be? At that time, even those monstrous geniuses in the 9 provinces continent wouldn't be able to compare with him. Therefore, Su Yan must die today. Wang Han's eyes narrowed, and he no longer held back. He waved his hand, and a terrifying force instantly condensed on his clenched fist. It directly smashed towards the dragon body that Su Yan had transformed into. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan's dragon body, which was dozens of meters long, was directly sent flying by Wang Han. Everyone was already stunned by this shocking scene that happened one after another. Looking at Su Yan's huge dragon body being sent flying, everyone even forgot to go forward to help as they stood there in a daze. Ha ha ha, die. Seeing Su Yan being sent flying by himself, Wang Han laughed loudly, and his body instantly leaped towards Su Yan. And just at the moment his body moved. Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen flying swords attacked from all around him. Wang Han was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly stepped back to avoid the attack. Because these flying swords came too suddenly, Wang Han anxiously dodged, and he looked a little battered and exhausted. What the hell is going on? Wang Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked around, but he didn't see anyone making a move, and his brows furrowed again. When he looked back at Su Yan, he saw that Su Yan had been beaten back to his original form, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Wang Han instantly understood, and a burst of anger suddenly erupted. Su Yan, it's you again, it's you again. Wang Han was almost about to collapse. He wasn't afraid of Su Yan, but Su Yan's endless attacks had instantly dealt a great blow to his proud heart. A person who should have obediently surrendered, but now he was in such a sorry state. How could Wang Han not be angry when he ended up in such a sorry state? Wang Han roared angrily, and his body instantly surged with a wisp of light, and the flying swords that were attacking him were instantly sent flying. Su Yan saw that the flying swords he had released were sent flying by Wang Han, but he wasn't the least bit surprised. Because he was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to be Wang Han's opponent. He knew that he couldn't escape this calamity. But Su Yan still didn't give up. Seeing Wang Han rushing over, Su Yan, who had been beaten back to his original form, quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body, and tightly grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. At this moment, it also trembled constantly, and emitted a bright light. Die. Wang Han was extremely angry at this moment, and he swore that he wouldn't give Su Yan any chance to counterattack. He wouldn't. Now that he saw that Su Yan was still able to resist, he roared even more angrily, die, die, die. Under Wang Han's ferocious roar, everyone regained their senses. Everyone regained their senses and looked at Wang Han's powerful attack. The few area boundary experts' eyes suddenly shrank, and they wanted to go to Su Yan's rescue, but their speed couldn't catch up. They could only watch Wang Han attack Su Yan. Seeing Wang Han's powerful attack, everyone's heart sank. When they saw that Su Yan was still resisting, they all looked at Su Yan with even more respect. One sword to settle the universe. At this moment, Su Yan roared and met Wang Han's attack head-on. He didn't use the 10,000 elephant divine skill, and used the simplest attack. However, it was this simple attack that made people feel a powerful aura. What a pity, Wang Han was too strong, so strong that no one present could resist. There was a loud bang. Under Wang Han's attack, Su Yan couldn't resist at all. His entire body was blown away, and with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. His clothes were stained with dust, and his hair was messy. He was as pathetic as he could be. Chapter 369. Great! They couldn't imagine that Su Yan, who was only at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, could actually fight against Wang Han, who was at the perfection of square circle realm. Although Su Yan lost, no one thought that he lost. Because if a normal person at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm stood in front of a perfection of square circle realm, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to speak, but Su Yan dared to challenge a perfection of square circle realm. To everyone, Su Yan had already succeeded and was already the winner. Su Yan fell to the ground. This time, he didn't resist, because he had already tried his best. The perfection of square circle realm was indeed powerful. Su Yan smiled bitterly and looked at Wang Han's floating body. His expression didn't change at all, and instead, he revealed a calm smile. Enough, because he thought that it was enough, because he thought that he had already tried his best. Wang Han stood in front of Su Yan, looking at the motionless Su Yan, and provoked, Su Yan, resist, why aren't you resisting? However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He did not even look at him. Wang Han saw this and became angry, and shouted, Su Yan, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Yan laughed, and he laughed very happily, because in his eyes, Wang Han was just like a clown. Good. When Wang Han saw Su Yan's appearance, he was extremely displeased in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. With a gloomy expression, he said a few words before suddenly raising his hand and attacking Su Yan. Su Yan calmly closed his eyes and accepted the arrival of death. Because Su Yan knew that he had already tried his best. Rather than continuing to resist, it was better to enjoy the last bit of good time in this world. The more Su Yan showed such an expression, the angrier Wang Han got. But apart from killing Su Yan, there was nothing he could do to Su Yan. The only thing that made Wang Han very uncomfortable was the rage that kept surging in his heart. Die! Wang Han roared and threw a punch at Su Yan's head. Everyone present widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They looked at the fist, looked at the surging power, and couldn't help lamenting in their hearts. They really wanted to save Su Yan. They hoped so much for a miracle, but where could there be one? Bang! Just as everyone was in despair, an explosion erupted from the ground and a powerful force surged up from the ground. Everyone shuddered. What is this? Su Yan's eyes also lit up. Although he had accepted death, it did not mean that Su Yan was willing to die. On the contrary, he wanted to live more than anyone else. Because in this world, there were too many things that he had not done yet. The moment he saw the explosion, Su Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Wang Han's entire body froze. Under this powerful force, he hurriedly retreated. Looking at the trembling ground, he frowned and shouted at the same time, "Who is it? Get out here." Bang! Just at that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the trembling ground. A ray of fire soared into the sky, and at the same time, a powerful force followed suit as it exploded. Woo! In this force, there was also a majestic and domineering roar. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the huge figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone could not help but be stunned. Only Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. Little guy, little guy." Su Yan even shouted excitedly. Yes, it was the fire Qilin that rushed into the Shura shrine that day. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin in high spirits, and all the worries in his heart disappeared at this moment. Fire Qilin. Wang Han saw the fire Qilin that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that a fire Qilin would appear in such a place. Of course, he was shocked. At the same time, Wang Han's eyes quickly turned into a burst of excitement. The fire Qilin was a sacred beast that only appeared once in 100 years. And Wang Han could feel that this fire Qilin was just a cub. A cub, its strength must not be too strong. Then, he might be able to capture it and make it his pet beast. If he could get the fire Qilin as his pet beast. Plus, if he could get Su Yan's purple spiritual sea. When he returned to the 9 states, even if he encountered those monsters, he would not be afraid of them. Thinking of this, Wang Han's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Woo! When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's shout, it let out a cry. At the same time, when it saw Su Yan's injury, it immediately roared angrily. The flames on his body also became stronger. The fire Qilin was a sacred beast, and its intelligence was no less than that of human beings. It looked up and immediately guessed that it was Wang Han who injured Su Yan. Woo! The fire Qilin suddenly roared and suddenly stepped toward Wang Han. Wang Han didn't expect the fire Qilin to attack him as soon as it came out. He was stunned, but his reaction was also very fast. He jumped up and directly avoided the fire Qilin's attack. However, the fire Qilin obviously didn't intend to let Wang Han go. The moment Wang Han leaped into the air, the fire Qilin immediately raised its head. Bang! It opened its mouth, and suddenly, a huge fireball shot out with a bang. Wang Han turned pale with fright. Good, little guy, well done. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was overjoyed and couldn't help but shout. When Wang Han heard Su Yan's shout, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the fire Qilin is Su Yan's pet beast? Wang Han thought, and the anger that had just subsided suddenly rose again. The hatred in his heart for Su Yan reached the extreme. He, Wang Han, was like a divine dragon, but why did all the benefits were taken by the ant, Su Yan? The purple spirit sea, the illusion divine skill, and the fire Qilin sacred beast. Wang Han roared and looked at the fireball that the fire Qilin shot out. His eyes turned, and suddenly, a strong spiritual power surged. Whoosh! A light jumped out, and a weapon appeared in Wang Han's hand. This weapon was like a small snake, but it didn't look like one. It was like a staff, but it wasn't a staff. It was extremely strange. However, it was such a strange weapon. As soon as it appeared, it burst out with a strange power. Golden Snake Attack. At the same time, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand, and the snake staff burst out with countless lights, which instantly condensed into countless golden snakes. They directly faced the fire Qilin's fireball. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and a terrifying power fluctuated. Everyone around couldn't help but take a step back. Woo! The fire Qilin roared and rushed forward again. Beast, you're just an unformed beast. Do you want to kill me? Wang Han looked at the fire Qilin attacking again, and shouted angrily. His body suddenly jumped up. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he directly avoided the fire Qilin's attack. However, when he retreated, his eyes suddenly shrank. He swept his staff, and in an instant, countless small snakes jumped out again. There were tens of thousands of small snakes densely packed together. It made people's scalp tingle. Not only that, but there was a strange power on each of the small snakes. It was extremely shocking. When Su Yan saw this, his eyebrows furrowed. Just now, he was a little complacent that he could withstand Wang Han for such a long time. Now, Su Yan knew how ignorant he was. This is the real power of the full circle realm? Su Yan's eyes shrank slightly. At the same time, he looked at the fire Qilin with a faint worry. Although the fire Qilin was a sacred beast, it was a pity that the little guy was not born for a long time. During this period, the little guy had eaten a lot of spirit stones, and this time, the fire Qilin did not know what benefits it had obtained in the shrine of Shura. However, Su Yan could feel that the strength of the little guy was at most equivalent to the full circle realm of a warrior. This full circle realm of a warrior had to deal with Wang Han, who was at the full circle realm. Obviously, there was still a gap. Little guy, you are not his opponent. Run. At this moment, Su Yan saw the fire Qilin being hit by one of the small snakes released by Wang Han. The fire Qilin suddenly let out a scream. Su Yan hurriedly shouted. "A woo!" Hearing Su Yan's shout, the fire Qilin growled at Su Yan. Its eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Obviously, it was very disdainful of Su Yan's advice to sneak away. Su Yan saw the fire Qilin's eyes and could not help but be startled. Then, he smiled bitterly. I did not expect this little guy to be so unruly. The fire Qilin attacked Wang Han again. Su Yan clenched his fists. A surge of anger surged from his body. At the same time, he hated himself for not being strong enough. Otherwise, how could the little guy be humiliated to such an extent? Wang Han, if you dare to hurt the little guy today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan bit his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course, Su Yan was clear that if he wanted to find trouble with Wang Han, he would have to leave this place today. But what could he do to leave this place now? Although he could take advantage of the fight between the fire Qilin and Wang Han to leave this place, how could Su Yan leave the fire Qilin and leave alone? What's more, his brothers were here as well. Leave. What could he do to leave this place? Su Yan's mind was spinning. Suddenly, he thought of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl in his storage bag. As long as he could establish a bloodline connection with the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, he could use it to travel through space and reach the side of the person with the bloodline connection. However, Su Yan remembered that ever since he had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, he had never used it. What bloodline connection? Chapter 370. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden surge of chi in the sky, followed by a loud noise. Under countless nervous gazes, Wang Han's body suddenly burst with a powerful force, and the aftermath of the energy swept out. Wang Han's eyes turned with a trace of disdain. On the contrary, the little fire Qilin looked quite miserable at this time. It was originally shining brightly, but under Wang Han's terrifying attack, nearly half of it was directly shattered, and dark red blood flowed out from the flames. Drip, 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 drip. Under the burning of the flames on its body, there were bursts of squeaking sounds. Its huge body squirmed slightly, but there was no trace of fear. Instead, it was shining brightly. Su Yan frowned slightly and raised his head. Looking at the light emitted from the fire Qilin's eyes, a burst of anger instantly gushed out from his eyes. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Wang Han was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Su Yan wanted to persuade the fire Qilin to leave, but thinking of the little guy's unruly appearance just now, Su Yan immediately dismissed the idea. This little guy was just like him, arrogant. It would rather die than submit. It was absolutely impossible to surrender at this moment. Since I can't leave here today, then I will fight side by side with you today. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body quickly jumped up. Although Su Yan was injured just now, the fire Qilin was relieved. However, because of the appearance of the little fire Qilin, he was able to catch his breath. In addition, Su Yan was no longer the newborn calf that had just come out of the hidden sword tomb. In the storage bag, there were naturally some healing panacea. With the help of the medicine, he quickly recovered some spiritual power. Although it couldn't be compared to the subverted state, the bright light emitted from the blood dragon pupil was quite domineering. Awoo! When the fire Kirin saw Su Yan step forward, it roared at Su Yan. There was a human-like concern in its giant eyes. The fire Qilin was a holy beast, and now that it had stepped into the perimeter state, it had long possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. If it was not for the fact that it had just been born, it would have been able to speak the human language long ago. After the fire Qilin was born, the first person it saw was Su Yan. Moreover, it had been close to Su Yan since then. Although it was an animal, it had already developed some family-like feelings for Su Yan. Tightly clenching his teeth, Su Yan looked at the body that was covered with wounds. Especially when he saw the human-like concern in the fire Qilin's eyes, a wave of anger instantly washed away his rationality. Wang Han, die. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Although he knew that he wasn't Wang Han's opponent, he let out a low roar and instantly leaped towards him. What a lucky guy. This beast was able to save you last time. But, what about this time? Looking at the heavily injured fire Qilin with a cold smile, Wang Han waved his hand. On the snake staff, countless small snakes condensed again. Every small snake overflowed with energy. The terrifying spiritual energy shook the surrounding air into nothingness. Go to hell. A ferocious look appeared on Wang Han's face. He waved the snake staff in his hand. The countless small snakes once again brought along a whistling sound of oppressive wind as they shot towards Su Yan. Wang Han had long had enough. He had long wanted Su Yan's purple spiritual sea. However, for some reason, Su Yan was so lucky. At that critical moment of life and death, a holy beast actually appeared to save him. Now that he saw that Su Yan only had a single breath left, he actually dared to challenge him. Wang Han was even more furious. With one move, he exerted the full strength of the full circle state to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Su Yan instantly felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. However, Su Yan didn't back down. His eyes were fixed on the small snakes that were constantly bombarding him. Su Yan tightly clenched his teeth and desperately grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. In his body, the solar-colored glazed sword scripture was madly circulating. Su Yan. Seeing the countless small snakes emitting a strong power and the moment when they were about to shoot towards Su Yan, the full circle state experts who were in a daze were all startled awake. They shouted and attacked one after another. Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud Overlooking the World. 10,000 Elephant Technique, Ice Spirit Attack. 10,000 Elephant Technique, Heaven Falls and Earth Rends. The experts all sacrificed their strongest attacks. Just now, they were all frightened by Wang Han's powerful strength. After seeing Wang Han's powerful attack, they all thought that they wouldn't be a match for Wang Han at all. There was no way they could save Su Yan from Wang Han's hands. So, they all chose to give up. However, now that they saw that Su Yan was severely injured, he still dared to fight with Wang Han. This made them come to their senses. They looked at Su Yan's figure and even felt a little ashamed. A mere 6th-level spiritual ocean realm warrior was able to do this. And they, who were in the full circle state, couldn't even do this. How could they not feel ashamed? Boom! The countless small snakes instantly collided with the 10,000 elephant technique that the experts of the full circle state had unleashed. An incomparably huge amount of energy swept out in an instant. A terrifying aura filled the surrounding air, causing the surrounding disciples to be horrified. Su Yan, are you okay? A figure flashed and Yun Tian appeared in front of Su Yan with his back facing him and asked. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head. He held the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and said tiredly. In his heart, he was glad that these people helped. Otherwise, he would have died from Wang Han's attack just now. Su Yan, even if the few of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Wang Han. Yun Tian glanced at Wang Han, who was smiling evilly, and said to Su Yan with a gloomy face. How could Su Yan not know this? Hearing Yun Tian's words, he laughed at himself and said, what else can we do other than fighting head-on? Yun Tian raised his head and looked at Wang Han, who was standing in midair with a proud face. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, I'm afraid there's only one way to stop Wang Han today. Speaking of this, he glanced at the huge fire qilin behind Su Yan and said, Su Yan, can you control the fire qilin? Control. Hearing Yun Tian's words, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He didn't understand what Yun Tian meant, but looking at Yun Tian's serious expression, he knew something. He didn't hide it from Yun Tian and said slowly, Elder Yun, to be honest, I'm friends with the fire qilin. I can't control it. Friends. Hearing Su Yan's words, Yun Tian couldn't help but frown. He couldn't imagine that Su Yan would be friends with a sacred beast. When he saw the relationship between Su Yan and the fire qilin, he thought that the fire qilin was Su Yan's pet beast. This gave Yun Tian some ideas. Looking at Yun Tian's dejected look, Su Yan looked at the fire qilin that was covered in blood and gritted his teeth. Elder Yun, what are you trying to do? As long as you don't hurt the little guy, I can communicate with it. Can I? Yun Tian looked at Su Yan suspiciously. He did not want a saint beast to listen to a cultivator who was weaker than him before it had become a pet beast. Let's give it a try. Su Yan glanced at the little guy. Sigh, that's the only way. Yun Tian said helplessly. After all, he knew that even if everyone here were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was at circumference state full cultivation. For someone at circumference state full cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to fight against 1,000 people. Humph. Are you guys trying to use your numbers to suppress me? Do you think that's possible? Wang Han looked at Yun Tian and the others coldly. Instantly, he waved the snake staff in his hands. Countless small snakes burst forth from the snake staff once more. However, the small snakes no longer had any energy surging out from them. Instead, they coiled up in the sky and burst forth with countless radiances. This radiance that had countless small snakes coiling around it grew bigger and bigger. Before long, it was 40 to 50 feet in size. Looking at the radiant energy ball that was 40 to 50 feet in size, Yun Tian's face turned grim. Su Yan, hurry. Give this to the fire qilin. Use the blood of his sacred beast to summon the spirit within. After Yun Tian said that, he tossed the item over to Su Yan. He didn't care about Su Yan's reaction. Instantly, a strong energy burst forth from Yun Tian's body and charged towards Wang Han. At the same time, he shouted to Su Yan, Su Yan, this spirit can only be summoned with the power of a sacred beast. You must let the fire qilin summon it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. After saying that, Yun Tian looked at the radiant energy ball that was getting bigger and bigger in the sky. He frowned and shouted to the other circumference states, I, Yun Tian, request everyone to deal with this Wang Han together. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Yun Tian was clear that if he wanted to rely on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to block Wang Han's attack at all. Hence, he had to team up with the other circumference states experts. The other circumference states experts also realized how strong Wang Han was. Hence, when they saw Yun Tian attacking, they didn't dare to slow down. They all activated their skills and flew towards Wang Han. When Su Yan saw this scene, he didn't understand what Yun Tian meant by communicating with the spirit. However, when he saw Yun Tian's solemn expression, he started to panic. Looking at the radiant energy ball that was becoming more and more terrifying, Su Yan didn't dare to think too much. He hurriedly flew towards the fire Qilin. Little guy, do you know how to open this spirit? Su Yan handed the small token that Yun Tian gave him to the fire Qilin. Roar, when the fire Qilin saw the small token, it instantly roared. Then, it waved its huge claws and snatched the small token from Su Yan's hands. When the fire Qilin took the small token, it immediately roared in pain. This is Chapter 371. Asterisk bang, asterisk at that moment, a burst of blood-red light surged. The small token that Yun Tian gave Su Yan suddenly became abnormally large. It emitted a burst of bright light that directly enveloped the huge body of the fire Qilin. Asterisk awoo, asterisk the fire Qilin instantly let out a miserable cry. What the hell is going on? Although the fire Qilin was a monster beast and did not have the same expression as a human. Hearing the cry of the fire Qilin, Su Yan could feel the pain of the fire Qilin. His eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of anger surged in his chest. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find memories related to this strange phenomenon. Psychic, Su Yan kept muttering. Suddenly, his mind was stunned and a record that he had read in the past appeared in his mind. Psychic was an ancient secret skill. Ancient secret skill. How did Yun Tian control an ancient secret skill? When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly shrank. Although he remembered that psychic was an ancient secret skill, he did not know what it was used for. Looking at the slightly trembling body of the fire Qilin, the anger in his chest suddenly erupted. Asterisk awoo, asterisk at that moment, the fire Qilin's wound that had been bleeding suddenly split open. The boiling blood directly poured into the red light. The fire Qilin let out a low roar and its entire body slowly shrank. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Su Yan roared, hatred flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Yun Tian. However, when he saw that Yun Tian was in Wang Han's huge energy ball, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. The hatred for Yun Tian in his heart could not be borne. After all, Yun Tian did this for the sake of the overall situation. In Yun Tian's eyes, the fire Qilin was a sacred beast no matter what. Compared to the lives of so many cultivators, a sacred beast. Obviously, it was so insignificant. But this was only Yun Tian's thought. Su Yan did not care about others. He only knew himself, his friends, and the little fire Qilin. Even Yun Tian's life and death did not concern him. Because from start to finish, Su Yan really didn't treat Yun Tian as his friend. And the fire Qilin was its friend. Although Su Yan hated Yun Tian in his heart, he knew that Yun Tian was doing this for everyone's sake. He suppressed his anger and looked at the fire Qilin, frowning slightly. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank as he muttered, "Little guy, don't be afraid. Today, I, Su Yan, will definitely advance and retreat with you." While speaking, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword manual suddenly started to circulate rapidly. At the same time, he took a step forward and quickly rushed towards the surging blood-red light circle. Roar, when the fire Qilin saw that Su Yan was about to rush in, it immediately roared, as if it was trying to prevent Su Yan from coming in. However, Su Yan couldn't care less. The fire Qilin couldn't be said to be Su Yan's everything. But all along, Su Yan didn't think of the fire Qilin as just a demonic beast. It was his friend, his family, and his benefactor. Since that was the case, how could Su Yan abandon his savior and his friend? There was no reason for this. It was only because the fire Qilin was Su Yan's friend. It was only because he was Su Yan. Little guy, I definitely won't let you suffer alone. As Su Yan said, the corner of his mouth suddenly slipped into a smile. His entire body drilled into the blood-red halo. When Su Yan's body entered the blood-red light circle, a wave of scorching heat immediately rushed into Su Yan's body. Even though Su Yan had endured a lot of pain, he still couldn't endure it. Under the scorching heat of the burning fire, he still couldn't resist and couldn't help but let out a low roar. This burning heat was even more painful than the burning of the heavenly fire. The Xian ice on Su Yan's body couldn't resist at all. what is going on?" Su Yan couldn't help but let out another low roar. At the same time, a wave of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan wanted to resist the scorching heat with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist at all. Awu, the fire Qilin beside him, also let out a low roar. It was very obvious that it was suffering the same as Su Yan. Su Yan, Yun Tian heard the miserable cry and couldn't help but turn his head. Seeing that Su Yan had actually entered the blood-red light circle, he was instantly furious. However, he was still waiting for his reaction. Wang Han, who was standing in mid-air, suddenly let out a cold smile. "You actually have the time to look at others. All of you can go to hell for me." Hearing Wang Han's shout, Yi Zichen shouted. The light circle in mid-air, which was made up of countless small snakes entwined together, suddenly shrank together. Just now, this energy light circle was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, it was getting smaller and smaller. And just now, although this energy light circle was constantly expanding, there wasn't any spiritual energy fluctuation. At this moment, the moment it shrank, suddenly, the entire air seemed to tremble. Waves of chilly wind whistled. This is, when Yun Tian and the other experts of the radius realm saw this scene, their hearts trembled. At the moment when this powerful spiritual energy went berserk, all the experts of the radius realm actually felt a wave of fear. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. If the experts of the radius realm were like this, there was no need to talk about the other ancient martial art practitioners. At the moment that the energy light circle shrank together, the ancient martial art practitioners at the side all retreated backwards. Pucci, some of the weaker ones even felt their hearts tremble. A mouthful of blood spurted out from their bodies. Bang! At this moment, the energy light circle that shrank suddenly exploded under the wave of the snake staff in Wang Han's hand. A bright ray of light shot up to the sky. At the same time, suddenly, a loud sound came from the horizon. The energy light circle that was condensed by countless small snakes suddenly surged. With a low roar, a huge creature surged out. Snake! Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Yun Tian was also stunned. However, he was after all the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was only stunned for a moment. Seeing the huge snake explode, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. Snake, no, this isn't a real snake. This is an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yun Tian's body trembled. He hurriedly shouted, quickly retreat. This is an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Everyone, quickly retreat. Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When everyone heard Yun Tian's words, their bodies couldn't help but twitch. The 10,000 mammoth divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The Heaven rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill was something that only existed in ancient books. Even people didn't know if the Heaven rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill existed or not. As for the Earth rank, it was an existence that was limited to legends. The strongest 10,000 mammoth divine skill in the entire 5 counties continent was only a profound rank existence. Moreover, a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill was worth thousands of gold. Now that Wang Han had actually used an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill, how could they not be shocked? I didn't expect that in this barren land, there would be someone who could recognize the Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When Wang Han heard Yun Tian's words, the corner of his mouth surged into a disdainful smile. At the same time, he waved the snake staff in his hand. Roar! The behemoth that appeared in the sky suddenly bombarded this side. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and countless spiritual energy fluctuations rose. At this moment, the entire world trembled. Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When Su Yan saw such a powerful attack, he couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yan had always thought that he had mastered the torrential pear blossom divine skill and was somewhat complacent. Now that he saw Wang Han erupt with the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, he felt that he had no idea what was going on. Su Yan finally understood how ignorant and foolish he was. The huge snake directly collided with an area boundary powerhouse at the front. That area boundary powerhouse didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and was directly hit by the huge snake. His entire body was sent flying. After the huge snake collided with the area boundary powerhouse, it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and directly collided with the others, its bloody mouth emitting a terrifying aura. Disaster. Under this powerful Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it was simply a disaster for everyone present. There was simply no one here who could withstand it. Die. All of you, die. Wang Han hovered in midair watching this scene and let out a long roar towards the sky. A cold intent surged in his eyes as he roared in anger, Die, today, all of you will die. Especially when he looked at Su Yan, the hatred in Wang Han's eyes intensified. The corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile as he roared in a low voice, Kid, let's see how you're going to stop me now. Let me tell you, I, Wang Han, am a divine dragon, and you're just a little ant. How dare you, a little ant, be so presumptuous in front of me? I'll let you live a life worse than death, a life worse than death. Wang Han roared in anger. The corner of his mouth twitched again, and a cold smile surged in his face as he continued, Kid, there must be a lot of your friends here. I'm going to kill them all now. I'll let you watch them die one by one in front of you, and that fire Qilin too. Kid, you're a weirdo. You actually have feelings for a demonic beast. Then I'll let you watch with your own eyes how it dies in front of you. Listening to Wang Han's words and watching the cultivators being swallowed by the huge snake, Su Yan's eyes surged with hatred. However, under the encirclement of the blood-red halo, Su Yan's entire body couldn't move, let alone fighting against Wang Han. In this place, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Only hatred surged in his heart. Wang Han, Wang Han. Su Yan silently chanted Wang Han's name in his heart, engraving the entire name in his heart. Wang Han, if I, Su Yan, don't die today, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan roared in his heart. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful attack, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist at all. Chapter 372. All of you can go to hell. Wang Han roared. The ferocious expression on his face was particularly frightening. Even Wang Han's senior brothers felt a wave of terror from his scarlet eyes. However, no one cared about this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant snake. Everyone was waiting for the baptism of death. Su Yan, Yun Tian, Daoist Sky Sword, Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others. They were all the same. Under this terrifying power, they had no power to resist at all. They could only wait for death to descend. Everyone was unwilling in their hearts. However, there was nothing they could do. Wang Han looked at everyone's desperate expression and the smile on his face became even more rampant. He liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being in control of the life and death of all living things. All of you, remember me. My name is Wang Han. Remember my name. I'll let you know that I'm an existence akin to a divine dragon. I'm not someone you can resist. Wang Han roared and suddenly waved the snake staff in his hand. A loud sound burst out. The giant creature surging in the sky suddenly roared and a powerful force burst out. Bang! A mist surged and enveloped the entire mountain. A wave of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation came out. Wang Han didn't attack Su Yan directly. At this moment, Su Yan, who was inside the blood-red halo, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Is it over? When Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the void in front of him, his eyes suddenly dimmed. His whole body couldn't help but twitch. A wave of hatred surged in his heart. Wang Han, Su Yan roared, venting the anger in his heart. Right now, he really wanted to escape from the encirclement of the blood-red energy halo. However, his whole body seemed to be imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Only the anger in his heart was constantly pounding. Under his anger, Su Yan felt even more sorrow. If everyone here was really killed by Wang Han, then many of his friends and family were among them. Is it all over? Is it all over? Su Yan said sadly. Tears involuntarily flowed out of his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out, and the fog that enveloped the entire mountain dissipated. The figures of Yun Tian and the others slowly appeared. Wang Han's figure also appeared in midair. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. Then, a smile appeared on his face. It's okay. Everyone is fine. Su Yan was happy, but he soon realized the importance of the problem. After all, Su Yan had seen Wang Han's powerful attack. No one here could block such a powerful attack. Then, how could Yun Tian and the others be fine? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, he suddenly saw a person standing in midair opposite Wang Han. That person was wearing a black robe. His hands were behind his back, and there was no trace of emotion on his handsome face. He looked coldly at Wang Han and slowly said, "Taxing sex disciple." Not bad, not bad. He looked at Wang Han and sneered. Then, a terrifying power surged out from his body. The moment this power surged out, suddenly, a whistling sound rang out. It was as if the entire air was trembling. This power is... When Su Yan saw this powerful power, his eyes suddenly shrank. This was because he could feel that this middle-aged man's power was even stronger than Wang Han's. Wang Han was at full circle realm. If this person's power was stronger than Wang Han's, then what level had he reached? Dragon realm? As Su Yan thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. This realm was a legendary existence. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. Who would have thought that this person was actually at Dragon Realm? Dragon Realm. When Wang Han saw the middle-aged man in front of him, he was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, how could there be a Dragon Realm expert in the 5 counties? How is this possible?" Sect leader, sect leader. At this moment, Yun Tian and the others came to their senses. The Heaven and Earth Organization members looked at the middle-aged man with excitement. Sect leader. When Su Yan heard the cries of the Heaven and Earth Organization members, he frowned. He looked at the middle-aged man in midair and muttered to himself, could this person be the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yun Wanqing's father? Soon, Yun Wanqing's words confirmed Su Yan's suspicions. That's right, this person was Yun Wanqing's father, the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun He. Father, quickly kill this guy, Yun Wanqing shouted at Yun He. Everyone present hated Wang Han to the core. After all, if it wasn't for Yun He's appearance, everyone present would have become corpses. Especially when they saw Wang Han's arrogant appearance. Every single one of them wanted to tear Wang Han apart. Therefore, when Yun He appeared, no one dared to ask for anything from him. However, as his daughter, Yun Wanqing naturally had the willfulness to do so. However, Yun He didn't care about Yun Wanqing's words. Instead, he said to Wang Han coldly, "You guys can leave." Humph, although Wang Han was angry, in front of a Dragon Realm expert, he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain anything today. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Following which, Wang Han led his fellow disciples and left. A calamity had disappeared with a single sentence. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. When Su Yan saw this scene, he bitterly smiled. Soon after, he understood. Strength. Only by possessing absolute strength would one possess everything. In the beginning, Su Yan had never given up on his pursuit of power. However, at this moment, looking at Yun He's figure, Su Yan's desire for power reached its peak. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out. A burning pain immediately spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but growl. A scarlet light flowed out of his eyes. Psychic. When Yun He saw this scene, his pupils abruptly shrunk. Following which, his expression immediately changed. The gaze he used to look at Yun Tian faintly emitted a wave of anger. Yun Tian, who told you to use your psychic ability? Do you know what psychic ability is? Yun He angrily threw out a few questions. For a moment, Yun Tian was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. After a long time, he said softly, "Sect leader, the situation at that time was critical. I thought that using my psychic ability might be able to save the situation." "It can be saved." Yun He snorted and said, "Yun He, do you really think that using your psychic ability can solve all of this? Do you know what psychic ability is? Doing this will only harm the fire Qilin and this brat." The more Yun He spoke, the angrier she became. Looking at Su Yan and the fire Qilin in the blood-red light, she couldn't help but frown. "Father, what's going on?" Yun Wanqing also came over. Seeing Su Yan's uncomfortable appearance, she anxiously asked, "What's going on?" "I also don't know what's going on." Yun He helplessly shook her head and said, "Psychic ability is an ancient secret technique. Even I am unable to control it. And this fire Qilin actually activated its psychic ability. In addition, this brat entered the psychic formation and messed up the entire formation. I'm afraid that the fire Qilin and this brat won't be able to escape this calamity." "What?" Hearing Yun He's words, Yun Wanqing was stunned. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the blood-red light, was being burned by the raging flames. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Only a painful expression appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan like this, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but her heart ached. She pulled Yun He and said, "Father, I beg you to think of a way to save him." "Okay." Hearing his daughter's concern for Su Yan, Yun He couldn't help but frown and look at Yun Wanqing. She looked at her father's sharp gaze. Yun Wanqing's pretty face slightly reddened. Yun He looked at Su Yan again. Seeming to understand something, she helplessly sighed and said, "Right now, we can only bring him back to the Heaven and Earth organization before making a decision." While speaking, a powerful force suddenly surged from Yun He's body. With a wave of her hand, the blood-red light enveloped Su Yan and the fire Qilin and flew up. "Let's go." At the same time, Yun He coldly shouted. Following that, she brought Su Yan and the fire Qilin and flew in the direction of the Heaven and Earth organization. The other experts of the Heaven and Earth organization also followed, leaving behind countless astonished and shocked martial artists. This included Sage Heaven Sword, an expert of the Square Sphere realm. "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Yun He to have broken through to the Dragon realm." Sage Heaven Sword shook his head in astonishment. However, he didn't stop Yun He from bringing Su Yan away. Although he wasn't sure what kind of secret skill was that. However, Sage Heaven Sword was very clear. Even Yun He had such an expression. If it was true, then among the 5 counties, only Yun He had the ability to save Su Yan. As for Su Yan's safety, Sage Heaven Sword wasn't worried. After all, Sage Heaven Sword could see that the people of the Heaven and Earth organization valued Su Yan very much. Following that, Sage Heaven Sword left. Following that, the other experts also left one after another. A calamity for the entire 5 counties, was resolved with the appearance of Yun He. There wasn't even any dispute. There wasn't any wave. With her appearance, the calamity for the 5 counties disappeared just like that. No one was cheering for this. In fact, they even felt that it was natural. After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Yun He had reached the Dragon realm. All of this seemed to be a matter of course. However, when everyone saw Yun He's dignified appearance, their desire for power was aroused. Chapter 373. A calamity was resolved because of the appearance of Yun He. This calamity seemed to have happened on a small mountain in the Heavenly Twin City, but it had shocked the entire 5 counties. And in this calamity, Yun He was undoubtedly the most dazzling expert. Dragon Realm, that was a realm that only existed in legends. One had to know that the strongest experts in the 5 counties were only at the Origin Realm. The Dragon Realm could definitely look down on the entire 5 counties. The Heaven and Earth Organization was originally the #1 sect in the 5 counties. But even so, in the 5 counties, there were always people who doubted the power of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, every sect had an origin realm expert. But what if there was a dragon realm expert? Who would dare to look down on the Heaven and Earth Organization? Who would dare to compete with the Heaven and Earth Organization for the position of the #1 sect in the 5 counties? No one dared. Black Demon Cave, Monster Palace, Hidden Sword Tomb, Chao Tian sect, these sects could not be compared to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Because of Yun He. All of this was because of the appearance of Yun He. This made the entire 5 counties think of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They would naturally think of Yun He, this dragon realm expert that countless people looked up to. To say that this was a calamity. The one who gained the most was naturally the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, Yun He's appearance made everyone yearn for the Heaven and Earth Organization. Of course, in this calamity, except for Yun He, there was another person who was also remembered by countless people. This was Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, in the 5 counties, there were countless people who were stronger than Su Yan. But which 6th level spiritual ocean realm expert could challenge a origin realm expert alone? No one, among all the spiritual ocean realm experts in the 5 counties, who dared to say that he dared to challenge a origin realm expert. In addition, Su Yan's illusion divine skill shocked countless people. Because of their existence. Although this calamity had been instigated by Wang Han, only the 2 of them would be remembered. Not only that, the calamity had been averted. Because of the existence of Yun He and Su Yan, their reputation had spread throughout the 5 counties. For a martial artist who pursued fame and fortune, this was absolutely a great harvest. However, at this moment, Su Yan was sitting in the inner hall of the Heaven and Earth Organization with a bitter expression. Su Yan stared blankly at Yun He, who was seated in the middle. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master Yun, is there really no other way?" Yun He looked at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. She shook her head and said, "Su Yan, I've done my best to save your life." Oh. When Su Yan heard Yun He's words, his eyes suddenly dimmed. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he said, "The spiritual ocean is shattered." The spiritual ocean is shattered. What does this mean? It means that Su Yan will become a useless person. He will lose everything and become a useless piece of trash. Su Yan couldn't accept this fact. He had too many things that he hadn't done yet. He hadn't found Lin Huatu yet. He still had to go to the 9 prefectures to save Lu Lan and find Shu Linger. Su Yan staggered out of the inner hall of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Yun Wanqing and Yun Tian saw Su Yan in such a state, they felt terrible. "Father, is there really no other way?" Yun Wanqing anxiously asked Yun He. Although Yun He didn't answer Yun Wanqing's question, his sigh had proved everything. Yun Wanqing's heart suddenly ached. Coming out of the Shura shrine. From the moment she was saved by Su Yan, Yun Wanqing knew that she had fallen in love with this man that she had only met a few times. She liked to see Su Yan's confident look. She liked Su Yan's tenacity and indomitable spirit. However, all of this was going to be ruined. The spiritual ocean was shattered. How could a martial artist, a man, survive in this world of the strong? Yun Wanqing didn't dare to imagine. She watched Su Yan walk past her. She didn't even know what to say to him. She could only watch him leave with worry in her heart. Su Yan left. He left the Heaven and Earth Organization. Although Yun He and the others promised him that as long as he was in the Heaven and Earth Organization, they would definitely not let Su Yan suffer any harm. However, Su Yan still left the Heaven and Earth Organization. Because he didn't need this protection at all. He wasn't willing. He wasn't willing to become a cripple like this. He would definitely find a way, definitely. Su Yan resolutely left the Heaven and Earth Organization. He didn't blame Yun Tian. He didn't blame Yun He. After all, Yun Tian didn't know what psychic communication was. Yunhee had done his best to save him. Because now Su Yan understood how powerful psychic communication was. Psychic communication, it was an ancient secret technique. However, the psychic communication technique that Yun Tian controlled was incomplete. He only knew that the token contained the psychic communication technique. He wanted to use the Fire Qilin sacred beast's bloodline to activate the psychic communication technique in the token. Unfortunately, the power contained in the token was beyond his control. It wasn't something that Su Yan and the Fire Qilin could control with their strength. Therefore, he activated the psychic communication technique in the token. The Fire Qilin immediately suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for the fact that Yunhee was in the dragon realm, the Fire Qilin and Su Yan would have been devoured by the psychic communication technique. All of this could be said to be caused by Yun Tian. Su Yan should hate him. However, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of hatred. It wasn't that he didn't hate, but that he didn't have the strength to hate. Trash, that was such a cruel word. This wasn't the first time Su Yan had encountered such a situation. Lifetime spiritual guidance, crippling a heaven phase warrior, all of this had happened to Su Yan. However, all of this was when Su Yan could still feel the surrounding spiritual energy. Now, Su Yan's spiritual sea was shattered. He had already lost the qualifications to be a warrior. In the past few days in the Heaven and Earth organization, he had tried countless times to circulate his cultivation technique, but he couldn't feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth at all. Su Yan was unwilling to accept this. However, this blow was too great. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Everything seemed so powerless. Perhaps it was just as Yunhee comforted him. He could borrow the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties and spend the rest of his life in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, how could Su Yan have the face to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization? A piece of trash, in this world of experts, had no place at all. Only death, as Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He really didn't think that such a day would happen to him. He would rather die in the hands of Wang Han. After all, that way, he could die with enough dignity. But now? After leaving the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan didn't know where to go as he looked at the road in front of him. His whole body was like a walking corpse as he walked on the road. His spiritual sea was shattered and he had lost his spiritual energy. He couldn't open his storage bag and couldn't fly. He could only walk slowly, and from time to time, he would look at the flying warriors in the sky. Su Yan's heart was filled with envy. How he wished that he could feel a trace of spiritual energy right now. Even if it allowed him to return to the spirit realm, that way he could at least work hard. However, his spiritual sea was shattered. It made him a real piece of trash. He didn't even have the slightest chance to work hard. Su Yan stumbled as he walked. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he suddenly felt a wave of hunger. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He hadn't felt this for a long time. It was as if he had forgotten the feeling of hunger. But at this moment, Su Yan was indeed hungry and sleepy. Looking at the empty surroundings, Su Yan didn't look for food. Instead, he sat down on the side of the road and lay down to sleep. Soon, night fell. The cold wind of winter tore through the air, and the waves of cold woke Su Yan up. Cold, Su Yan felt the cold and habitually wanted to use his qi to block it. But before he could use his cultivation method, Su Yan's mouth immediately curved into a bitter smile. He was just a piece of trash now. He couldn't resist the cold at all. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a roar. Looking at the cliff in front of him, a wave of despair suddenly surged from his heart. Die, this thought instantly flashed through Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's whole body shook, and he directly rushed towards the cliff. Woo! Just at the moment when Su Yan was about to rush to the cliff, a low roar suddenly sounded in front of him. The little guy Fire Qilin blocked in front of Su Yan. At this time, the little guy Fire Qilin was not far from Su Yan. The dazzling flames all over his body had disappeared, and he could no longer restore his huge body. Just like a little mouse. It was the same as Su Yan. It also lost its power and became a piece of trash. However, at this moment, the little guy blocked in front of Su Yan. It bit Su Yan's trousers and didn't let Su Yan jump off the cliff. Little guy. Su Yan saw the angry expression of the fire Qilin and couldn't help but be startled. Awoo. Awoo, little rascal kept roaring at Su Yan, as if it was trying to express something. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Obviously, it was very angry. Su Yan looked at the little guy and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, are you calling me a coward? The little guy immediately roared in response to Su Yan. Su Yan laughed at himself. Little guy, I'm just a piece of trash now. What can I do? Awoo, when the little guy heard Su Yan's words, it suddenly roared, ignored Su Yan, and ran out directly. Little guy. Su Yan saw it run out and panicked in his heart, and hurriedly followed. Little guy, where are you going? Su Yan shouted behind the little guy. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all and kept running forward. Bang, right at this moment, a low roar suddenly reverberated. This loud sound, if it was a normal day, Su Yan wouldn't care at all, but now Su Yan had lost any power. Hearing this loud sound, it was like a thunder explosion, and his whole body couldn't help but be startled. When his gaze swept over, Su Yan was even more startled. Porcupine. Su Yan looked at the big guy in front of him with a surprised face. This porcupine was an ordinary demon beast, and its meat was delicious. Back in the hidden sword tomb, Lu Fei often hunted porcupines and had a sumptuous meal with Su Yan. Chapter 374. The porcupine was not only fatal to Su Yan, but it was also fatal to the fire Qilin. It was also a fatal blow to the little fire Qilin. It should be known that the fire Qilin had lost all of its strength just like Su Yan. Even the flame that the fire Qilin was so proud of had dissipated. Its body was now only the size of a kitten. How could it be a match for the porcupine? However, the moment the porcupine appeared, the fire Qilin glanced at Su Yan and instantly rushed in the direction of the porcupine. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Little guy, what are you doing? You are no match for it now. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin did not pay attention to Su Yan at all. With a leap, it bit the porcupine that was dozens of times bigger than itself. Awoo, the moment it jumped, it let out a low roar. Although it had lost its strength, this low roar was still full of energy, faintly emitting a dignified aura, even though it couldn't be considered to have penetrated the heavens and earth. Under this majestic aura, the porcupine's aura suddenly dimmed. Awoo, with the low roar of the fire Qilin, it opened its mouth and directly bit the porcupine's neck. His eyes emitted a bright light, and his hair stood up. Although he had lost his unique flame, his scarlet hair was still like a flame under the scorching sun. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Awoo, the porcupine let out a scream in pain. Demonic beasts were the most sensitive. Just now when it saw the fire Qilin, it immediately smelled the aura of the sacred beast. However, it did not feel like it, so it did not immediately turn around and sneak away. Instead, it carefully observed over there. When the fire Qilin jumped up, the porcupine knew fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. It was completely bitten by the fire Qilin and could not escape at all. Under the pain, it forgot the fear in its heart. Awoo, howling in pain, under the desire to survive, it instinctively began to wave its huge head. Bang, that powerful force directly flung the fire Qilin's entire body away. With a loud sound, the fire Qilin directly hit a piece of wood. The sharp wood instantly cut through his skin, and a stream of blood flowed down from his body, dripping into the ground. Although the fire Qilin did not scream, one could still see the pain on its body from its pained expression. When Su Yan saw this scene, his heart could not help but ache. He shouted, Little guy, you are not his opponent. Quickly run. Awoo, just as the fire Qilin shouted these words, the fire Qilin turned around and roared at Su Yan. There was a faint surge of anger in its eyes. A puff of white smoke came out of his nostrils. Then, he ignored Su Yan and continued to rush towards the porcupine. The moment it rushed over, it continued to let out a loud and clear cry, as if it was saying something to Su Yan. Bang! The fire qilin crashed into the porcupine again. It clearly knew that it was not the porcupine's opponent, but it still went forward without hesitation. Facing the porcupine, it did not show the slightest fear. Instead, its eyes surged with the majestic light of a sacred beast. From time to time, it cast a provocative look at Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He looked at the fire qilin's tenacious spirit. Su Yan seemed to understand something. Especially when he saw the sacred beast's majesty in the fire qilin's eyes. It made Su Yan wake up. Little guy, it wants to tell me that even if it has lost its power, it is still a sacred beast. It is not something that a lowly demonic beast like the porcupine can compare to. Even if the fire qilin dies in the hands of the porcupine, it is willing because it is a sacred beast. Its majesty is not something that the porcupine can compare to. This is the majesty of a sacred beast. Is this not the dignity of a man? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Even in the face of death, he still did not give up. Now, he just lost his power. He was still alive. Was he going to give up? Looking at the fire qilin constantly fighting with the porcupine, Su Yan suddenly understood, who was he? He was Su Yan. In his previous life, he was a sword saint of a generation. Although he had not achieved anything in this life. But he was a man. A man of indomitable spirit. How could he be defeated by all of this? Thinking of this, the dim light in Su Yan's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then, a bright light surged. Although Su Yan had lost his power now. The moment this bright light surged, it faintly emitted a majestic aura. Little guy, thank you. Thank you. Su Yan looked at the fire qilin's body that was already covered with scars and thanked it several times. When he looked at the porcupine, his eyes suddenly surged with anger. Porcupine? Su Yan smiled coldly. There was no longer any fear. Although Su Yan had lost all his power at this moment, he could not feel the existence of any spiritual power. But his tiger body shook. Just by clenching his fist, he seemed to have returned to a subverted state. Little guy, let me help you. Su Yan instantly rushed out and directly tangled with the porcupine. The porcupine's strength was like Su Yan at the first level of the spirit realm facing a second level of the spirit realm. The difficulty could be imagined. But with the help of the little guy, the fire qilin, the two of them forcefully exhausted the porcupine to death. This battle, although difficult. But the fire qilin and Su Yan both suffered different injuries. But this battle could still be described as a complete victory. Because this battle, not only did it exchange for Su Yan and the fire qilin's delicious food. More importantly, it awakened Su Yan's fighting spirit. It made Su Yan return to the strong-willed, tenacious, and arrogant Su Yan. Of course, that was not all. There was also an unexpected discovery in this battle. That was Su Yan's strength, although he had lost all his power. But Su Yan found that the special effect of his blood dragon pupil was still there. This made Su Yan even more confident. Of course, Su Yan knew that all this was because of the little guy, the fire qilin. If it were not for the little guy, he would have already jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Looking at the little guy licking its tongue, it was still not satisfied. Su Yan intimately stroked its fur, and said, "Little guy, thank you." "A woo," the little guy growled at Su Yan, as if saying you're welcome. And it was obvious that the little guy was very happy to see Su Yan regain his confidence. It nestled in Su Yan's arms, very happy. Su Yan looked at the little guy and felt gratified. The relationship between the two had unknowingly deepened a lot. As for the fire qilin, Su Yan did not continue to say anything, and rested where he was. At the same time, Su Yan was also thinking about his future. The future, of course, for Su Yan, the biggest future now was how to make himself feel the existence of spiritual energy again. After all, no matter what. This world was a world of the strong after all. Even if Su Yan regained his confidence now, he was still just a waste. If he wanted to return to his original state, then he had to restore his strength. At the moment when he had not awakened, Su Yan thought about death the most. Now that he had regained his confidence, this word had naturally been erased from his mind. His eyes emitted a dazzling light. Waste, I don't believe it. I will find a way to solve it. Su Yan lost the confusion just now, and became energetic again. Looking around, he said to the little guy next to him, "Little guy, let's go." Howl, hearing Su Yan's words, the little guy growled at him. Although the little guy could not speak human language, Su Yan still guessed what it meant. It was asking him where to go. Where to go? Su Yan looked around. In fact, he did not know where to go. But his heart was as clear as a mirror. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yan immediately made a decision. Let's go, little guy. The world is so big. I believe there are always things that we don't know. There is always a way to restore our strength. Hearing Su Yan's words, the fire Qilin growled and followed Su Yan. Restore strength. Just as the two of them took a step, a person hiding behind suddenly muttered to himself and thought of something. He suddenly rushed out, blocked in front of Su Yan, and shouted sternly, "Su Yan." Su Yan was startled by his sudden appearance and could not help but take a step back. Although he could not feel the existence of spiritual power. But after all, before he lost his spiritual power, he had the strength of the spiritual sea realm. Soon, he felt that this person should have the strength of the life-soul realm. For the current Su Yan, the life-soul realm was definitely a huge threat. The person glanced at Su Yan and asked, "Senior brother Su Yan? You know me?" Su Yan could not help but be puzzled because he did not know this person. Of course. The young man in black smiled and said, "Senior brother Su Yan's name is like thunder to the ears. Now, in the entire 5 commanderies, there is no one who does not know you." Hearing this, Su Yan could not help but smile self-deprecatingly. Su Yan had also heard about these things. But now, what about himself? Of course, this sadness only lasted for a moment. Soon, Su Yan regained his confidence. He looked at the person cautiously and asked, "Tell me, who are you?" The person smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, I am a disciple of the Monster Palace." "You are a disciple of the Monster Palace." When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but look at him a few more times. "Yes." The person nodded again. "Senior brother Su, why haven't you returned to the Monster Palace recently?" Back to the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard this, he suddenly became very cautious and shouted sternly, "Tell me, who are you?" The person smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, why do you care so much about who I am? I am just an ordinary disciple of the Monster Palace." Chapter 375. Trash. Although Su Yan didn't know where this person came from, Su Yan knew in his heart that since this kid asked these questions, he definitely knew about Su Yan's current situation. Su Yan didn't ask him how he knew, because none of this mattered anymore. Looking at him, Su Yan didn't show a trace of anger. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. "I'm trash. So what?" "That's right." Su Yan admitted that he was trash now. He didn't hide anything from him. Perhaps just now, if Su Yan heard someone call him trash, he would be angry, and even feel inferior. But he didn't now. This was because he had already stood up again. Even if he was trash, he was still Su Yan, an indomitable man. Yes. Chao Hua never expected Su Yan to admit that he was trash so decisively. Chao Hua was indeed a disciple of Monster Palace. He didn't hide this from Su Yan. How did he know that Su Yan was trash? In fact, he had heard the conversation between Su Yan and the fire Qilin. One had to know that Su Yan was now very famous. But at the same time, Su Yan also had another identity, which was that he was a traitor of the Supreme Demon Palace. He was carrying this crime on his back. Monster Palace had offered a huge reward. This was also why Chao Hua hid and eavesdropped on Su Yan when he saw Su Yan again. It was the greed that surged from his heart. Of course, although Chao Hua was greedy, it didn't mean that he was a fool. If he was a fool, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the life's soul realm. It was precisely because of this that Chao Hua knew very well that Su Yan's strength wasn't something he could resist. Thinking of Su Yan's strength, he was still a little unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard Su Yan's words to the fire Qilin. Suddenly, Chao Hua saw a glimmer of hope. Originally, he didn't dare to come out because of Su Yan's reputation. However, the reward given by the Monster Palace was simply too generous. It was so generous that it could even allow him to break through to the Saint Bloodline realm in one go. This also gave Chao Hua the courage to come out. Although he heard Su Yan's words, he was still worried. That was why Chao Hua asked Su Yan that question. He had originally thought that if Su Yan had really become a good-for-nothing, he would not have been able to do anything. When they saw an expert in the life-soul realm like him, they would definitely be wary and fearful. But now? Su Yan calmly replied. Especially in his eyes, there was not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, there was a trace of disdain. This made Chao Hua puzzled. He couldn't determine whether Su Yan was truly a good-for-nothing or not. If Su Yan was a good-for-nothing, then he would have missed the reward today. However, what if he wasn't? Then there was only one result waiting for him, death. One was death. The other was a generous reward. In Chao Hua's heart, there were two extremes. For a moment, he didn't know how to choose. Looking at him like this, Su Yan smiled and said, "Whether I'm a good-for-nothing or not, won't you know if you try? I'll give it a try." When Chao Hua heard Su Yan's words, his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Yan and an evil smile appeared on his face. He laughed in his heart, "That's right. Whether Su Yan is a good-for-nothing or not, won't I know if I try?" As Chao Hua spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He activated the cultivation method in his body and immediately threw a palm strike at Su Yan. Under such a huge temptation, he had forgotten that although he could test whether Su Yan was a piece of trash or not, he would not be able to do so. But he forgot that if Su Yan wasn't a good-for-nothing, would he still have a chance to survive today? Greed. Everything surged from the greed in his heart. But this time, Chao Hua really made the right bet. Because Su Yan was really a good-for-nothing. Su Yan didn't lie to him. For the current Su Yan, the life-soul realm was definitely a powerful opponent. Just as Chao Hua's palm attack was about to hit him, the palm was mixed with dense spiritual power. It instantly blew a strong wind. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his body hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because he didn't have the support of spiritual power. As he quickly retreated, he couldn't help but stagger and fall to the ground. Good-for-nothing, Su Yan, you really have become a good-for-nothing. Chao Hua saw Su Yan's slightly embarrassed appearance and was overjoyed. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Great, great. Do you know what reward I will get if I kill you? You wouldn't have thought that the heavens are really protecting me, Chao Hua. Ha ha ha, as Chao Hua spoke, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all. He muttered to himself and laughed loudly. He never thought that he would be so lucky. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in the 5 counties who wanted to take Su Yan's life. Among them, there were holy bloodline experts, heavenly phenomenon experts, and even radius realm experts. He, Chao Hua, was a mere life-soul realm expert. In this huge team, he was simply insignificant. But he never thought that he would meet Su Yan. And he had become a good-for-nothing. It was like a pie falling from the sky. How could Chao Hua not be happy? The heavens are protecting me, the heavens are protecting me. Chao Hua thought of the generous reward and shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure slid past, and a sharp tree branch went straight for his throat. The speed of the branch was extremely fast. Chao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique in his body and quickly moved back. His speed was not slow. But he couldn't dodge in time. The branch directly cut a big hole in his clothes. Chao Hua calmed down and looked at the branch in Su Yan's hand. Then, he looked at his torn clothes. Anger surged in his eyes. Su Yan, you good for nothing, how dare you hurt me? To Chao Hua right now, Su Yan was just an ant. He was like a divine dragon. That's right, it was indeed so. Because this was a world of the strong. Only with powerful strength could one be above others. Su Yan's spiritual power had dissipated. He was a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing, no one would care about how you were in the past or how you are now. They only care about you now. You are now a good-for-nothing, a good-for-nothing. And a good-for-nothing dared to hurt him. This was definitely a disgrace, a great disgrace. Su Yan, if you had begged me for mercy, maybe I would have been happy and not killed you. I would have taken you back to the monster palace. But now you have angered me. Chao Hua looked at Su Yan and said coldly. The spiritual power in his body suddenly surged, rolling up a gust of wind in an instant. Su Yan, die. Su Yan looked at Chao Hua coldly. His cold face didn't have a trace of emotion. His eyes surged with a ray of light. Maybe if he didn't get the little girl's reminder. He, Su Yan, would definitely give up now. At that time, if he met Chao Hua, Su Yan could only sit and wait for death. But now he won't. Because he was Su Yan. He was a man of indomitable spirit. He was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. He was a sword saint. He was also a level 6 spirit sea realm expert. How could a mere life soul realm cultivator behave so atrociously? Although the power that erupted from the life soul realm was so strong that it made Su Yan's whole body tremble. But Su Yan didn't have any fear. He looked at Chao Hua coldly. Looking at his ferocious face, there was even a bit of disdain. This made Chao Hua even more furious. With a wave of his hand, he aimed for Su Yan's throat. Die. Seeing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. A ray of light surged in them. Instantly, Chao Hua's speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, Su Yan's body flashed and directly dodged Chao Hua's attack. Yes, he dodged Chao Hua's life soul realm attack. What? Seeing this, Chao Hua was completely stunned. With a look of surprise, he said, How is this possible? Su Yan, you're just a piece of trash now. How can you dodge my attack? Hearing Chao Hua's words, Su Yan laughed. He laughed very happily. Chao Hua, do you really think that a mere life soul realm expert like you can bully me? Su Yan looked at Chao Hua and said disdainfully. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Hua was furious. He roared, Su Yan, do you really think that you're an expert? You're just a piece of trash. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm an expert in the life soul realm. Life soul. Su Yan still said disdainfully, Chao Hua, you're over 30 years old. You're only in the life soul realm at 30 years old. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Hua immediately felt a burning anger in his heart. The killing intent he had for Su Yan grew stronger. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chao Hua roared angrily and suddenly leaped up. With a loud bang, he slapped Su Yan's mind. This time, the attack was much stronger than the previous one. Su Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this. He didn't dare delay and hurriedly retreated. Blood Dragon Pupil. Now, only the Blood Dragon Pupil was Su Yan's greatest hope. In fact, Su Yan knew very well how powerful a life soul realm expert was. The reason why he wanted to anger Chao Hua was because he wanted to see if he could fight Chao Hua with his Blood Dragon Pupil. Now, Su Yan only had the Blood Dragon Pupil left. Seeing Chao Hua's body, Su Yan didn't dare slow down at all. His eyes kept darting around. Bang! There was a loud bang. Chao Hua's palm came crashing down. The entire ground was instantly covered in fog. Ha ha ha. Chao Hua laughed. His laughter was extremely wild and excited. Ha, Su Yan, do you know how much wealth you'll bring me if you die? Ha ha ha. God bless me. God bless me, Chao Hua thought of the rich reward and said excitedly. Is that so? Chapter 376. Is that so? Su Yan's voice sounded like a ghost to Chao Hua. He was stunned and turned around to see Su Yan standing in front of him, safe and sound. His face was full of shock and astonishment. He really couldn't imagine that a piece of trash without any spiritual power, could dodge his full force attack. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chao Hua looked at Su Yan's faint smile and felt his scalp go numb. He really couldn't accept what he was seeing. In his thoughts, Su Yan, this piece of trash, would have definitely died under his attack. But now? Su Yan's clothes looked a little shabby, but everything else was fine. You. How did you do it? Although Chao Hua was very unwilling to accept it, the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't not accept it, so he could only ask Su Yan. He really wanted to know how a piece of trash, could dodge the full force attack of his life's soul stage. How did I do it? When Su Yan heard Chao Hua's words, his eyes turned and revealed a look of disdain. The blood dragon pupil had always been Su Yan's secret. Su Yan didn't even tell the people closest to him, so how could he tell Chao Hua? Even Sword Sage, who had been hiding in the depths of Su Yan's soul, didn't know about this secret. This secret was also Su Yan's biggest reliance since he came to this world. Now, Chao Hua was actually asking him this question. Su Yan only felt that Chao Hua was a fool. This secret could only wait until Su Yan felt that he was strong enough. Perhaps one day, he would understand the blood dragon pupil and truly understand the full strength of the blood dragon pupil. At that time, Su Yan might consider letting others know about this secret. Otherwise, Su Yan would rather die than tell this secret to others. This was because Su Yan knew very well that as long as the secret of his blood dragon pupil was known, countless powerhouses would fight over it. Su Yan didn't want to get into trouble. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't dare to underestimate Chao Hua's strength. No matter what, Chao Hua was a powerhouse in the life-soul stage. Now, Su Yan's biggest reliance was the blood dragon pupil. Looking at the astonished Chao Hua, Su Yan immediately turned his eyes and instantly condensed a red light to attack Chao Hua. The red light wasn't big. However, when it suddenly burst forth, its speed was like lightning. In an instant, it cut through the air, and a sharp sound was heard. Chao Hua was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the red light. He hurriedly circulated the cultivation method in his body and quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, Su Yan grasped the branch in his hand and rushed forward. His figure moved like a ghost. His speed was no slower than a warrior in the life-soul stage. Chao Hua didn't expect a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even sense spiritual power could explode with such speed. Looking at the branch in Su Yan's hand, Chao Hua was stunned. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a crisp sound, the branch pierced through his clothes and into his flesh. Chao Hua let out a low growl in pain. His body began to circulate, and then a powerful light emitted from his body. Su Yan was shaken away. His powerful spiritual power went directly into Su Yan's body from the branch. Except for the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan couldn't feel any spiritual power in his body. He was immortal. Su Yan felt a surge in his body when he was shaken by this powerful force. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that it's still not working. Su Yan looked at the bloodstain on Chao Hua's chest and said with a bitter smile, if it was a sword, it would have pierced through Chao Hua's chest. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked at the branch in his hand and then at the storage bag with a helpless expression. He couldn't feel the existence of spiritual power, so he couldn't open the storage bag. If he couldn't open the storage bag, it meant that Su Yan couldn't take out the swords in the storage bag. Su Yan had over 10,000 spiritual swords in his storage bag, but now he couldn't take out a single one. How could Su Yan not be helpless? Of course, Su Yan didn't give up. He tightly grasped the branch in his hand. Looking at Chao Hua's squirming Adam's apple, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Attack other places. With Chao Hua's strength, I definitely can't break this branch. That's only the throat. Yes, only the throat. As Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Su Yan, you trash actually dared to hurt me. Chao Hua looked at the bloodstain on his chest and his body instantly surged with anger. He looked at Su Yan and roared, Su Yan, I'm going to kill you, kill you. With a furious roar, Chao Hua's body suddenly trembled and he directly attacked Su Yan. The cultivation method in his body circulated rapidly and his speed was as fast as lightning. It was obvious that Chao Hua had already circulated his strength to the limit. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Chao Hua unleash his full strength. Su Yan knew very well how powerful the full strength of a life-soul realm cultivator was. With the previous experience, Su Yan was even more clear that with his current body, as long as Chao Hua hit him with a single move, he would definitely die today. Su Yan originally wanted to dodge. However, he thought that if he kept dodging like this, his stamina would definitely be exhausted by Chao Hua in the end. After all, Su Yan was only a piece of trash now. And Chao Hua was an expert at the life-soul realm. Even though Su Yan's stamina was stronger than ordinary people, his endurance was definitely incomparable to an expert at the life-soul realm. I can't dodge anymore. That was what Su Yan thought. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only fight to the end. He had to fight to the end. Su Yan took a deep breath. He looked at the strange weapon in Chao Hua's hand and ignored it completely. His eyes were fixed on Chao Hua's throat. One hit, one kill. Su Yan knew very well that he only had one chance. Only one chance. Su Yan had to win with this move. Looking at Chao Hua, who was getting closer and closer, Su Yan's eyes shone brighter. Die. Just as Chao Hua roared, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. As a ray of red light trembled, Su Yan's figure quickly moved forward. Swoosh. He waved the branch in his hand. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yan suddenly roared and attacked Chao Hua's throat with the branch in his hand. One sword to decide the universe. This was taught by Su Yan's first master, Lu Hong. He wasn't using the 10,000 elephant divine skill, nor was he using a sword technique. It was just a simple attack. This attack was not fancy in the slightest. However, even though it was an ordinary attack, its might was astonishing. At that moment, Su Yan had become a piece of trash. The branch in his hand was not a sword. But as he waved the branch, it was so fast that there was a faint sharp sound in the air. Chao Hua was originally worried that Su Yan would continue to dodge. After all, he had just seen Su Yan's ghostly speed. He was really afraid that this move would miss again. Now that he saw Su Yan not dodge, he was overjoyed. Su Yan, I have to admit that you are very strong. Even after becoming a piece of trash, you can still fight with me. It's a pity that no matter how strong you are just a piece of trash now. Today, you must die in my hands. Ha ha ha, Chao Hua couldn't help but laugh as he thought about it. However, before he could laugh out loud, he felt his throat tremble, and his entire body suddenly froze in place. Chao Hua's smile suddenly froze. How is this possible? Chao Hua looked at the branch that went through his throat with a look of surprise. Bang! The spirit energy in his hand immediately bombarded Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body was sent flying, but Chao Hua was lying down forever. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had died with a grievance. He couldn't imagine that he, a dignified expert in the life-soul realm, would die. He was actually killed by a piece of trash. He clearly saw that his speed was faster than Su Yan's, but what happened in the end? Of course, he didn't know that this was the power of the blood dragon pupil. This was because the blood dragon pupil only made Su Yan see things slower, but in the eyes of others, everything didn't change. This was also the power of the blood dragon pupil. Pucci, at that moment, Su Yan, who had been sent flying, didn't feel much better. He felt the blood in his body churn, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. With great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Looking at Chao Hua, who was still lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, Su Yan's pupils constricted, and his courage suddenly glowed. He looked at Chao Hua and said coldly, Su Yan, may be a piece of trash now, but I'm not someone a small fry like you can bully. After Su Yan finished speaking, Pucci, he suddenly felt something sweet in his throat, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body trembled, and with a bang, he fell to the ground. Although Su Yan killed Chao Hua's attack didn't stop. In the end, Chao Hua's attack didn't completely dissipate, and it hit Su Yan's body. If that powerful force hadn't dissipated at that critical moment, Su Yan would have been lying on the ground like Chao Hua. Awoo! Awoo! When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan in such a state, it kept howling and circling around him. It was obvious that it knew about Su Yan's current situation. However, it couldn't do anything to help Su Yan, and it was anxious. Little guy, it's okay. I won't die, I won't. Su Yan looked at the anxious look on the little guy's face and forced a smile. Bang, his entire body fell to the ground, and the surging light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. No, I can't die like this. I definitely can't. Just as Su Yan was about to close his eyes, Su Yan's heart immediately surged with a thought, and he used his willpower to open his eyes again. He wanted to stand up, but his injuries were too serious. He couldn't stand up at all. No, I can't die here. I have to leave. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Looking at the blood on the ground, he knew that he had to leave. Chapter 377. Can't die, I definitely can't die here. Under the reminder of the little guy Fire Qilin, Su Yan had already returned to his original appearance. Although he was still a waste, he would not think about it. Even under such circumstances, Su Yan's desire to survive continued to surge in his heart. In his heart, he kept warning himself not to fall asleep. Because Su Yan was very clear that as long as he fell asleep, he would probably die here today. Crawl, yes, in order to survive, Su Yan could not stand up. He gritted his teeth and slowly crawled forward. At this moment, there was no dignity, only survival. Survival was the most important thing. A man, what is a man? A man can sometimes die for dignity. But sometimes a man can also give up dignity in order to survive. This is a man. This is Su Yan. Step by step, slowly, Su Yan did not know how long he had crawled for. There were several times when he almost fainted, but with the roar of the little guy next to him. With Su Yan's strong will, Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. If someone asked where Su Yan was going now, Su Yan did not know where he was going. Su Yan only knew that he had to leave here. Only by leaving here would he have a glimmer of hope to survive. He slowly crawled like this. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally saw a figure. No, it was not a figure. Instead, there were more than a dozen figures. They were waving something, as if they were practicing something. Their shouts could be heard. Su Yan seemed to understand something. Mortals. Yes, mortals. Of course, this word is just a nice name. In the eyes of the martial artists, they are really waste. Waste, yes, it is a group of waste practicing something. This made Su Yan puzzled. At this moment, Su Yan's eyelids sank. Finally, he could not withstand the injuries in his body and fainted. In the world of martial artists are respected. However, there were some people who were not equipped with the conditions to cultivate at birth. Trash, this was the martial artist's view of these people. However, these people also had their own way of calling them mortals. Because they didn't know how to cultivate, they naturally couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy. They lived at the lowest level of life. But they were also human. Humans had the right to live. Mortal village. This was a small village where a group of mortals who couldn't cultivate lived. Sunshobai was the village chief. Although he was already over 70 years old and still had the body of a mortal, under this scorching sun, he did not have the slightest trace of fatigue. Looking at the 10 people in front of him who were constantly practicing martial arts, he let out a low shout from time to time, "If you don't want to be eaten by the demonic beasts, all of you better practice well." Sunshobai's voice wasn't loud, but it was full of energy. There was a faint sense of majesty in it. Moreover, his slightly squinted eyes were indeed brimming with vigor. He immediately caught sight of the youngster standing at the very back and shouted sternly, "You, fat tiger, what are you doing?" The young man known as Fat Tiger was no more than 10 years old. However, his fat body was several times larger than a normal person's. If Su Yan saw it now, he would definitely think that in a few years, this little fat tiger's body would surpass that big fatty Lu Fei's body. Fat Tiger's fat body immediately trembled when he heard Sunshobai's shout. "Fat Tiger, what are you in a daze for?" Fat Tiger saw Sunshobai walk over and his whole body trembled. Especially when he saw Sunshobai's outstretched hand, he hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, village chief, there's someone there. I'm looking at someone there." "Someone there? Little fatty, who are you fooling? How long has it been since someone came to our village?" Sunshobai said and reached out his hand to grab Fat Tiger's ear without any trace of politeness. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Fat Tiger repeatedly cried out in pain, causing the other children to roar with laughter. However, he continued to shout, "Village chief, I'm really not lying. There really is someone there." Sunshobai only snorted when he heard Fat Tiger's words. He withdrew his hand and said, "Little fatty, there's someone there. Bring me there to take a look." There. Fat Tiger clearly didn't let Sunshobai grab his ear because he was usually mischievous. He continuously touched his burning ear and pointed in a direction in the distance. "Little fatty, if you dare lie to me, you're dead meat," Sunshobai said fiercely, but he still walked in the direction Fat Tiger pointed. That's right, the person Fat Tiger discovered was Su Yan. Originally, Sunshobai thought that the little brat Fat Tiger was up to something again. However, when he walked over and saw Su Yan covered in blood, his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly froze. At the same time, he also saw that Su Yan's injuries weren't light. He hurriedly bent over to look at Su Yan's injuries. With one look, Sunshobai's expression immediately became serious. At this moment, the other children also caught up. When they saw Su Yan covered in blood, they were so scared that they let out a few sharp screams. Of course, there were also some bold ones who not only weren't afraid, they even took a few steps forward. Among these bold children was Fat Tiger. "Village chief, I already said that I wasn't lying to you," Fat Tiger looked at Su Yan and said somewhat proudly. Sunshobai naturally didn't have the time to talk about these things with Fat Tiger. Instead, he turned around and said to another person, "Little Black, quickly go and inform your father to come over." The person who was called Little Black was obviously much taller than the others. When he heard Sunshobai's words, he nodded slightly and ran out. "All right, everyone can disperse. Disperse, all of you." Sunshobai stood up and waved his hand to the others. Although those people were still unwilling to leave, when they saw Sunshobai's expression darken, they all left reluctantly. Sunshobai was left alone. He looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. Not long after, Xiao He, who had run out earlier, returned with a few adults following behind him. When the few lords approached and saw Su Yan, each and every one of their faces revealed astonishment. "Village chief, this is..." they asked in astonishment. "I also don't know what's going on. Let's bring him back to the village first," Sunshobai said expressionlessly. "Oh." When the adults heard Sunshobai's words, they didn't say anything. They worked together with the others. Under their efforts, Su Yen was soon carried to Sun Shobai's house. Sun Shobai quickly took out some medicine and fed Su Yen. Then, he looked at Su Yen again before walking out of the room. At this time, there were many adults outside the room. They were all waiting for Sun Shobai to come out. When they saw Sun Shobai coming out, everyone was immediately stirred up. Come out, come out. Village chief, come out. Everyone shouted and surrounded Sun Shobai. One by one, they shouted. Village chief, where did this person come from? Yeah, village chief, will this person die? And is he a warrior? Yeah, will he be a threat to me? Dozens of village chiefs threw dozens of questions to Sun Shobai at once. The chatter made Sun Shobai's head hurt. All right, quiet down, all of you. Under Sun Shobai's stern voice, everyone closed their mouths. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Sun Shobai said slowly, I think this person came in by accident. Also, I've seen his meridians. There's no spiritual power in his body. He's a mortal like us. Hearing that Su Yen was a mortal, everyone was relieved. Everyone was relieved. One had to know that in this village, everyone was a mortal. If a random martial artist came in and wanted to do something, they couldn't stop him at all. Sun Shobai looked at the crowd and said, this person is seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't wake up for a while. Let him rest in my house now. We'll talk about some things when he wakes up. Now you're all dismissed. It was obvious that Sun Shobai had quite a reputation in the village. At his command, everyone left. However, one person didn't leave. This person was not a stranger. It was Little Hei's father, Dahei. Seeing that everyone had left, Dahei asked Sun Shobai, village chief, is this person really a mortal? Alas. Sun Shobai sighed helplessly and said, I'm not sure. I just checked his meridians. He's indeed a mortal with no spiritual power. But it's a little strange. Strange. Hearing Sun Shobai's words, Dahei suddenly frowned. Sun Shobai nodded and continued, well, I don't know what's going on. Go in and see for yourself. Okay. Dahei didn't say much and turned to enter the room. It touched Su Yan's body and looked at him. Its expression became more and more dignified, and it kept muttering to itself, strange, it's so strange. It's really strange. Hearing Dahei's words, Sun Shobai nodded slightly and said, I'm sure this person was definitely not a waste before. He became a waste after his spiritual sea was broken. But it's also because of this that I have doubts. Originally, he had become a real waste after his spiritual sea was broken, but I always felt that there was a faint force in his body. His spiritual sea was broken. Speaking of this, Dahei couldn't help but smile bitterly, as if he had thought of something, but the bitterness soon disappeared from his face. Instead, he looked at Su Yen solemnly and hesitated for a long time. After a long time, he said, village chief, do you think this person is? Hearing Dahei's words, Sun Shobai was stunned, and then there was a burst of light in his eyes. He kept staring at Su Yen as if he was thinking about something. But in the end, he sighed helplessly and said, alas, Dahei, don't think about it. It's impossible. You've been looking for him for so many years, but you still haven't found him. How could this person send himself to you? If we were so lucky, you and I wouldn't have become waste. Chapter 378. Village Chief, what should we do now? If this person isn't the person we're looking for, he will always be a scourge in our village. After hesitating for a while, Dahei looked at Su Yen on the bed and asked Sun Shobai helplessly. What should we do? Sun Shobai looked at Su Yen on the bed. Although he was unconscious, his nerves were still tense. For some reason, he felt compassion in his heart. He said to Dahei, Dahei, forget it. This kid seems to be a pitiful person. Now that his spirit sea is gone, even if he wants to do evil here, with our strength, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's leave him in our village for the time being. When he wakes up, we'll see what his decision is. As Sun Shobai spoke, he glanced at Su Yan and shook his head helplessly. Da He also looked dejected. His original intention was to let Su Yan leave his village. After all, he knew too well. He knew too well that his village could not suffer any more blows. However, he didn't say anything when he heard Sun Xiaobai's words. After all, it was as Sun Xiaobai had said. Su Yan was just an annoyance now. He couldn't threaten them at all. Although Su Yan defeated Chao Hua, who was at the Life Soul realm, he was severely injured. If it weren't for Su Yan's strong willpower, he would have died long ago. Of course, it was all thanks to Sun Xiaobai that Su Yan was able to survive in the end. Otherwise, no matter how strong Su Yan's willpower was, he wouldn't have been able to escape death if no one saved him. Even so, Su Yan was unconscious for more than a month before he woke up. Time passed. A month passed by in a flash. During this month, many people in the mortal village came to Sun Xiaobai's house to inquire about Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was definitely an outsider to the mortal village. Some of the younger people didn't even see any outsiders other than the people in the village. Su Yan's arrival was a big deal for the entire village. This could be considered a novel thing. However, as a month passed, the people in the village gradually forgot about the existence of Su Yan. After all, they were not martial artists. Although they didn't need to work hard for cultivation, they didn't need to work hard. However, they had to work hard for their own food and clothing, 3 meals a day. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone gradually forgot about Su Yan's existence. The entire mortal village regained its peace. As for the adults, the men went out to hunt while the women worked in the fields. Sun Xiaobai also supervised the training of the children in the village during the day. The mortal village was peaceful. In this peaceful afternoon, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Su Yan instinctively operated his cultivation method. However, just as he was circulating his cultivation method, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. Of course, this melancholy quickly disappeared. After all, Su Yan had already seen through it at that moment. What made Su Yan puzzled was where this place was. Where is this? Looking at this simple and crude room, Su Yan frowned slightly and shouted, little guy, little guy." Unfortunately, he didn't see the little guy after calling out a few times. Su Yan couldn't help but worry. He hurriedly jumped up from the bed and opened the door without saying a word. Soon, he arrived at the training field in the mortal village. Looking at the many children practicing hard, Su Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. He was even more puzzled about where this place was. "You're awake." At this moment, an old voice rang out behind Su Yan. Su Yan was instantly shocked. He hurriedly turned around and saw Sun Xiaobai standing in front of him. However, he didn't know at all. Su Yan immediately became cautious. At the same time, he shouted sternly, "Who are you?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Sun Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, I saved you. How dare you ask me who I am? You saved me." Su Yan was stunned. Then, the scene that he saw before he fainted that day slowly appeared in his mind. The scene that he saw was exactly the same as what he was seeing now. However, it seemed that there was an old man missing. Thinking of this, Su Yan looked at Sun Xiaobai in front of him. Wasn't this the old man that he saw that day? Looking at the peaceful smile on Sun Xiaobai's face, Su Yan's worries were greatly dispelled. Moreover, Su Yan couldn't feel any spirit chi fluctuations from Sun Xiaobai. Although Su Yan was now a cripple. Previously, he was still a level 6 spirit C realm expert. In addition, he had the blood dragon pupil. Su Yan was still able to guess a person's strength from the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. Of course, this was only limited to Saint bloodline realm experts. If the realm was too high, Su Yan wouldn't be able to feel it. Now, Su Yan couldn't feel any spirit chi fluctuations from Sun Xiaobai. There were only 2 reasons for this. One was that Sun Xiaobai was a cripple like Su Yan. The other was that Sun Xiaobai was a spirit C realm expert. Cripple, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. As for the spirit sea realm, there was no need to talk about it. Even if Su Yan was afraid, it was useless. Because even if he had 10 blood dragon pupil, it was impossible for him to escape from a spirit sea realm expert. Thinking of this, the worry in Su Yan's heart disappeared. In addition, Su Yan clearly remembered his injuries before he fainted. If no one saved him, he would have died without a doubt. Since Sun Shobai said so. Su Yan didn't have any doubts. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Sun Shobai smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the children on the martial arts field with a gratified expression. Su Yan also looked at the children and watched them practice. However, he didn't feel any spirit chi fluctuations. Su Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Senior, why don't these people have any spirit chi fluctuations?" Su Yan asked Sun Shobai, puzzled. "Because everyone here is like you, a cripple." Sun Shobai didn't hide anything from Su Yan. As he spoke, he told Su Yan the situation of the entire village. After hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel astonished. He didn't think that such a village would exist in this world. Sun Shobai saw Su Yan's deep expression and couldn't help but smile. "Young man, don't think that only martial artists have the right to survive. Mortals also have the right to survive. Martial artists have the right to survive. Mortals also have the right to survive." When Su Yan heard Sun Shobai's words, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Especially when he thought of the day his spirit sea was broken. He was so dispirited that he wanted to die. Then he looked at the children in front of him, working hard to survive. Su Yan's face couldn't help but turn red. When Sun Shobai saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Young man, the most important thing is to survive. Now, you have 2 paths in front of you. One is to stay in our village, and the other is to leave." When Su Yan heard Sun Shobai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned again. Looking at the peaceful village and the innocent smiles on the children's faces, Su Yan didn't know why, but he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. However, under this warmth, Su Yan felt a bit of unwillingness. He, Su Yan, was fated to be born to become an expert. He had to suffer in this mortal village for the rest of his life. He definitely couldn't drag out an ignoble existence here. But leaving, if he left now, where would he go? Su Yan's face was filled with melancholy. After being stunned for a long time, he didn't know how to answer Sun Shobai. When Sun Shobai saw Su Yan's melancholy expression, he smiled and said, "Young man, I don't want you to decide so quickly. Since you are immortal, you should stay first." "Okay." Su Yan nodded and cupped his hands at Sun Shobai, thanking him. "Thank you for your kindness in taking me in, senior." "You don't have to thank me. If you want to stay in the village, you can't eat and stay for free. After all, you have to work." "No problem." Su Yan patted his chest and agreed. However, there was a melancholy in his eyes as he looked into the distance. When Sun Shobai saw this, he thought that Su Yan was unwilling to stay in the village. He couldn't help but sneer. However, he immediately thought of himself in the past. He smiled bitterly in his heart. A strong person in the past suddenly turned into a trash. No wonder, of course, Sun Shobai didn't know that the reason Su Yan was melancholy wasn't because of this. Su Yan had already seen through this. The reason why he was melancholy was because of the little fellow. Forget it. Although the little fellow has turned into a trash like me, with his wit, there shouldn't be any accidents. Su Yan comforted himself. However, he was still worried. However, there was nothing he could do. Su Yan stayed in the mortal village. On this day, Sun Shobai gathered all the villagers and introduced Su Yan to everyone. At first, everyone was a little wary of Su Yan, an outsider. However, Su Yan's simplicity soon allowed him to integrate into the mortal village. Su Yan also gained a new understanding of the mortal village. Everyone here relied on their own strength to survive. This made Su Yan feel touched. At the same time, he felt the preciousness of life. He even felt some remorse for the killings in the past. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no lack of wine. As the newcomer, Su Yan was naturally the target of everyone's toasts. Although Su Yan had lost his strength, his alcohol tolerance was still amazing. Facing the honest villagers, Su Yan didn't reject them. It was a happy night and the villagers were very satisfied with him. This allowed the mortal village to have a happy night. Sun Xiaobai looked at the peaceful scene and couldn't help but smile. However, there was a hint of melancholy in this smile. Da He looked at Su Yan and then at Sun Xiaobai. He smiled bitterly and said, "Village chief, are you still holding on to hope?" Hope. Chapter 379. Su Yan stayed in the mortal village. Unknowingly, more than a year had passed. During this time, Su Yan had become a member of the mortal village. Su Yan had never given up on finding a way to restore his strength. However, in this 1 year or so, Li Qie had become a little more powerful. In the mortal village, Su Yan felt a warmth that he had never felt before. This was the warmth of a family. Every villager had also become Su Yan's family. During this year, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil had undoubtedly increased the success rate of the mortal village's hunting. During this year, Su Yan's performance had also allowed Su Yan to obtain a lofty status among the mortals. This status was only second to Sun Xiaobai and Da He, who were the two leaders of the mortal village. On the 15th of the first lunar month, this was a festive day in the mortal village. On this night, all the villagers would gather together to drink and celebrate. Come, drink, drink. Su Yan had completely integrated into life. On this beautiful night, on this important day in the mortal village, he was the first to raise the large cup in his hand and toast to all the villagers. Drink. During this year, everyone knew that Su Yan had an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. The moment Su Yan raised his cup, many villagers immediately toasted to Su Yan. When Da He saw this scene, he also raised his wine cup and toasted to Sun Xiaobai. Village chief, it seems that your decision to let Su Yan stay a year ago was correct. Yes. Sun Xiaobai looked at Su Yan and nodded in satisfaction. However, when he thought of something, Sun Xiaobai felt a little melancholic. When Da He saw Sun Xiaobai's expression, he naturally knew what he was thinking. The smile on his face instantly disappeared. Then, he looked at Su Yan and asked Sun Xiaobai softly, "Village chief, do you think we should tell Su Yan about this matter?" No. Sun Xiaobai's expression immediately darkened when he heard Blackie's words. He said sternly, "Blackie, don't forget that apart from finding the person who can awaken Princess Shi, no one else can know about this secret." Usually, there was no difference between Da He and Sun Xiaobai. However, when Sun Xiaobai's expression darkened, Da He unknowingly trembled. It nodded blankly and said, "I'm sorry, village chief. I thought too much." Looking at the trembling Big Black, Sun Xiaobai sighed helplessly and said, "Big Black, I know you are doing this for the sake of our tidal tribe. However, this is a matter of great importance. Moreover, Su Yan isn't the person we are looking for. It's useless even if you tell him." Yes. Da He nodded and said nothing. Seeing this, Sun Xiaobai sighed helplessly and stopped thinking about it. Then, he immersed himself in this banquet that belonged to the mortal village. On this night, all the villagers were dead drunk, including Su Yan, who had always had a high tolerance for alcohol. "I say, village chief. Why did you drink so much?" Even though Su Yan was drunk, he wasn't unconscious yet. He supported Sun Xiaobai, who was almost kneeling on the ground, and said helplessly. In this 1 year, Su Yan had been staying in Sun Xiaobai's house. Now that Sun Xiaobai was drunk, the task of sending Sun Xiaobai back naturally fell on Su Yan's head. In this 1 year, Su Yan still became immortal, a man who worked hard every day for his life. He was no longer a martial artist. Even his personality was different from before. He became naggy as he supported Sun Xiaobai and nagged, "I say, village chief. You're not that big. Why are you so heavy? Alas, I'm so tired. Alas, village chief, stand firm, stand firm." Su Yan complained and didn't support Sun Shobai firmly. Su Yan was startled and hurriedly reached out to hug Sun Shobai's waist. Just as Su Yan was about to hug Sun Shobai's waist, a cold and soft feeling instantly slid over Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body froze. The light that hadn't appeared in a year suddenly bloomed in Su Yan's eyes. That cold and soft feeling. Su Yan was too familiar with it. Spiritual force, yes, it was the feeling of spiritual force. Spiritual force. Can I feel spiritual force? Su Yan suppressed the impulse in his heart and immediately thought of the key problem. The reason why he could feel spiritual force was that he hugged Sun Shobai just now. Su Yan thought and hurriedly looked at Sun Shobai. But when he turned his head, Sun Shobai's figure was nowhere to be seen. Su Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked down and was shocked. The drunk Sun Shobai was lying on the ground. Su Yan suddenly felt a wave of self-blame. Just as he was about to help Sun Shobai up, he saw a faint light emitting from Sun Shobai's waist. Su Yan's eyes were instantly attracted. This is... Su Yan looked at the weak light emitting from Sun Shobai's waist and frowned slightly. At this moment, Su Yan felt a familiar feeling in his body. Su Yan couldn't help but reach out to grab Sun Shobai's waist. Bang! Just as Su Yan grabbed the thing emitting light from Sun Shobai's waist, there was a loud explosion and a surge of power. It shook Su Yan's body. But Su Yan didn't let go of the jade-like stone in his hand. Instead, he held it tightly because he felt the existence of spiritual force from it. How long has it been? Su Yan felt the aura coming from this stone. A bright light slowly gathered in his eyes. There was even a trace of tears in his eyes. More than a year, in this more than a year, although Su Yan had integrated into the life of the mortal village, he had never given up on the pursuit of power in his heart. Su Yan was constantly thinking about how he could once again feel the existence of spiritual energy in his heart. Unfortunately, in this more than a year, Su Yan had tried many methods but they all failed. Even when the villagers weren't paying attention, Su Yan had left the mortal village. He wanted to find a way to recover his spiritual force. Unfortunately, Su Yan returned empty-handed every time. Now that spiritual force had suddenly appeared, although Su Yan didn't know what was going on, Su Yan couldn't let go of his hand. He just held it tightly in his hand. The closer he got, the more he felt the spiritual force coming from the stone. Su Yan greedily absorbed the spiritual force and a ray of light constantly surged from his body. The light radiated in all directions, there was even a trace of coldness that exploded. It swept through the entire mortal village. Although it was the first month of the lunar year, the mortal village was located in a good location. It was like spring all year round, neither cold nor hot. But under this coldness, everyone in the village who was lying on their beds couldn't help but shiver. The drunk man was shivering on the bed. The women who weren't drunk hurriedly covered their husbands with blankets. As for the children, they were curled up in a corner of the bed. Their parents added blankets in time and they didn't wake up. What kind of weather is this? Why is it so cold? The people who weren't drunk complained. But no one went out to check what was going on. Only Sun Shobai, who was next to Su Yan, woke up from the cold. He opened his eyes slightly and was about to curse. When he saw Su Yan exuding a cold light, his whole body suddenly trembled and he woke up from his drunkenness. He looked at the stone in Su Yan's hand. His expression changed drastically. Su Yan, you. Sun Shobai looked at Su Yan with grief and indignation. His eyes emitted a ray of light, and he couldn't wait to tear Su Yan apart at this moment. However, under this ray of light, he couldn't get close at all. He could only stand aside anxiously and shout in grief and indignation, Su Yan, you've killed our Tide tribe. You've killed our Tide tribe. Su Yan was completely immersed in absorbing the spiritual force and couldn't hear Sun Shobai's words at all. At this time, Dahe also rushed over. Dahe didn't have a position in the village. However, its reputation in the village was second only to Sun Shobai. Before Su Yan came, Dahe was even the guardian of the entire mortal village. Because Dahe had fought with some demonic beasts countless times and saved the entire mortal village. He suddenly felt cold. The villagers only thought that it was a change in the weather. However, Dahe soon realized that something was wrong and rushed to Sunshobai's house. When he saw Su Yan, who was floating in the air and exuding a cold aura, and the stone in Su Yan's hand, he suddenly felt a jolt. He woke up from his drunken stupor. The wine he drank at night instantly sobered up. He ran to Sunshobai's side and asked, "Village chief, what's going on? You've led the wolf into the house." As soon as Sunshobai saw Dahe, he beat his chest and scolded in grief and indignation, "Dahe, I really didn't expect that Su Yan had lurked for more than a year just to wait for this moment. The Tide tribe is finished. It's over. Princess Shi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Dahe looked at Sunshobai and frowned. He frowned slightly and looked at Su Yan. He shook his head and said, "No, village chief. Su Yan is not that kind of person. He's not that kind of person." When Sunshobai heard Dahe still explaining for Su Yan, he was furious. "Dahe, don't you think this kid has been lurking for so long to get the Tide Spirit Stone?" "No, no." Dahe didn't care about Sunshobai's anger. He shook his head and said, "Village chief, Su Yan is a good-for-nothing. You and I both know this. How can a good-for-nothing absorb the spiritual power in the Tide Spirit Stone?" When Sunshobai heard Dahe's words, he was stunned. He looked at Su Yan and was also surprised. His mind instantly became clear. This Su Yan is a good-for-nothing. This is something that I personally investigated. It can't be wrong. Then how can Su Yan absorb the spiritual power in the Tide Spirit Stone? Could it be? Chapter 380. Sunshobai and Big Black looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. Amidst the shock, there was even more excitement. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? The two of them didn't dare to imagine how long they had been waiting for this day. They hated themselves even more. The fated person of the tidal tribe was right in front of them, but they didn't realize it. Of course, amidst the hatred, they couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. They had waited for this moment for too long. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan, who was floating in mid-air, suddenly emitted a bright light. This light shot up into the sky and lit up the night sky like it was daytime. Seeing this scene, Sunshobai and Big Black's eyes couldn't help but shrink. When their gazes landed on Su Yan's expression was ferocious as he let out a low roar of pain. When the two of them saw Su Yan's pained expression, they were stunned. Looking at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. "Elder, what's going on?" Big Black frowned and asked Sunshobai. At this moment, Sunshobai also frowned and stared at Su Yan. He kept shaking his head and said, "No, how can this happen? Impossible. What's the problem? Could it be that Su Yan isn't the fated person of the tidal tribe? If not, he's just a trash. How can he awaken the spiritual energy in the tidal spirit stone? What's going on?" Sunshobai was the village chief of the mortal village, but his real identity was the elder of the tidal tribe. Regarding the matters of the tidal tribe, there was no one else in the world except him. However, facing such a strange phenomenon, he still couldn't explain it. At this moment, Su Yan once again let out a deep roar. Big Black panicked and was at a loss. He looked at Sunshobai and asked anxiously, "Elder, what should we do now? What do we do? What do we do?" In his panic, Sunshobai calmed down very quickly. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as he bellowed, "Big Black, set up the formation and isolate this place from the mortals' village." "Yes." Hearing Sunshobai's words, Dahe immediately took out a few things from its body and quickly spread them out. It was quite miraculous. Sunshobai and Dahe were only mortals at the moment, but when Dahe placed several items on the table, a burst of red light suddenly shot up into the sky, and a thick membrane suddenly appeared. What is going on? Although Su Yan was in great pain from the constant influx of spiritual power, he still maintained his rationality. Looking at Sun Xiaobai and Dahai's actions, he frowned. He had no idea what was going on. In particular, when Sun Xiaobai and Dahai mentioned the tidal tribe, Su Yan was even more surprised. The tidal tribe, Su Yan had yet to reach the ranks of the truly powerful in the 5 counties. However, Su Yan's experience was rather abundant. From the Su family to the sword-hidden tomb, and from the sword-hidden tomb to the monster palace. Su Yan was the most dazzling star wherever he went. When had he not received the best care? And it was precisely because of this care that Su Yan had gained a lot of experience. Although he did not know as much as those powerful figures, he could be considered to have a lot of experience. However, at this moment, no matter how hard Su Yan racked his brains, he could not figure out what was going on with the tidal tribe. The tidal tribe seemed to be something that did not exist at all. What made Su Yan even more surprised was that the mortal's village that he had stayed in for more than a year actually had such a magical thing. When Su Yan first saw Sun Xiaobai, Su Yan knew that Sun Xiaobai and Dahai were definitely not simple people. However, at that time, Su Yan only thought that the two of them used to be martial artists like him. It was only because they became trash for some reason that they ended up here and established the mortal's village. Su Yan only thought so. Therefore, all this time, Su Yan did not ask about the matter between Sun Xiaobai and Dahai. Now that he heard about Sun Xiaobai and Dahai's actions, Su Yan was really shocked. He could not imagine that the mortal's village that he had stayed here for more than a year actually hid such a big secret. Just as Su Yan was thinking about these things, a huge pain suddenly came from all over his body. Even with Su Yan's calmness, he could not help but growl. This huge pain was no longer as comfortable as when Su Yan felt the spiritual power just now. Instead, it felt like thousands of ants were biting him. The stone in his hand was burning like a raging fire in Su Yan's palm. Su Yan growled in pain again. He felt the source of this pain and realized that it was the stone in his hand. Su Yan wanted to throw it away. However, he felt the fluctuation of spiritual power on the stone. Su Yan immediately narrowed his eyes. No, I haven't felt the fluctuation of spiritual power for a long time. I can't give up, absolutely not. Even though Su Yan clearly knew that the source of the pain was the stone in his hand, he still couldn't help it. Su Yan still had no intention of giving up. This was because Su Yan knew very well that he might be his last hope. Over the past year, Su Yan had tried countless methods, but he could not feel the existence of spiritual power. Now that he could finally feel the existence of spiritual power, how could Su Yan give up? Although the pain in his body was getting stronger and stronger, although his body was about to fall apart, Su Yan still persisted bitterly. However, the expression on his face was getting more and more ferocious and ugly. Elder, what's going on? Dahai set up the formation and asked Sun Xiaobai anxiously. What's going on? I don't know either. I don't know either. Sun Xiaobai looked at this strange appearance and shook his head. In his memory, if it was a fated person of the Tide clan, it didn't matter if this person was a mortal or a martial artist. He could awaken the soul stored in the Tide crystal. He could make the princess of the Tide clan reappear and make the Tide clan truly awaken. But now, the princess of the Tide clan did not appear. Only the spiritual power contained in the Tide crystal was constantly dissipating. If they waited until the spiritual power in the Tide crystal completely dissipated, then the doomsday of the Tide clan would truly descend. Sun Xiaobai could not understand the phenomenon in front of him, but he was very clear about this matter. Moreover, he could feel that the spiritual power in the Tide crystal was constantly dissipating. The speed at which it dissipated was extremely fast. If this were to continue, in less than an hour, the Tide clan would. Su Yan, oh, Su Yan. Are you the fated person of our Tide clan? Or are you the destroyer of our Tide clan? Sun Xiaobai looked at Su Yan, who was immersed in pain, and cried out in pity. Su Yan, do you really want me to force out my final secret skill? In this 1 year, Su Yan had become a family member of the entire mortal village. In Sun Xiaobai's heart, he had also established a deep relationship with Su Yan. Right now, he truly did not know how to choose. When Dahe heard Sun Shobai's words, his entire body froze. He hurriedly stopped him. Elder, you mustn't. If we were to use that secret skill, not only would you be destroyed, even Su Yen would die because of it. We can't care so much. Sun Shobai shook his head. Dahe, you and I are both the final guardians of the Tide clan. Our mission is to exist for the sake of the Tide clan. We can't let the Tide clan die in our hands. As Sun Shobai spoke, he suddenly took out a pill from his bosom. Dahe was shocked by Sun Shobai's actions. He hurriedly stopped Sun Shobai. Elder, you mustn't. You mustn't use that final secret skill. Otherwise, both you and Su Yen will definitely die today. Sun Shobai shook off Dahe's hand. Dahe, if we're not going to use the secret skill, what do you think we should do now? Dahe was stunned by Sun Shobai's words. He did not know how to reply. This was because the situation in front of them had already exceeded their imagination. However, the moment they looked at Su Yen, their eyes instantly dimmed. He and Sun Shobai were both guardians of the Tide clan. He naturally knew what Sun Shobai's secret skill represented. This secret skill represented 1,000 miles of ice. This was the final despair of the Tide clan. At the same time, he could understand the power represented in this final despair. Sun Shobai swallowed the pill, leaped forward, and shouted to Dahe, Dahe, lead the people of the mortal village away. They're innocent. Elder, I won't. Dahe growled. Dahe, go. This is an order. Sun Shobai shouted angrily. A majestic aura exuded from his brows. At the same time, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power on his body. Su Yen could not help but be stunned. During this 1 year, Yi Zichen had already made a decision. Su Yen knew very well that Sun Shobai was the same as him. He did not have any spiritual power. But now, spiritual power suddenly appeared from Sun Shobai's body. What was going on? Yes. Dahe did not suspect what was going on with the spiritual power on Sun Shobai's body. He resisted the tears that were about to fall from his eyes and followed Sun Shobai out of the formation. This action had long attracted the attention of all the villagers in the mortal village. All the villagers gathered together and looked at the strange phenomenon in front of them with puzzlement. Seeing Dahe come out of the formation, the villagers immediately became excited and surrounded Dahe. Everyone, follow me and leave. Dahe did not wait for the villagers to ask and shouted. That solemn expression that had never appeared on his face caused everyone to be involuntarily startled. Dahe did not care about what the villagers were thinking. He shouted again, go. If you don't want to die, follow me quickly. Everyone had lived here for such a long time. Everyone had some understanding of Dahe's character. Seeing his panicked expression, they knew that something serious must have happened. Although they were all mortals. This was the world of warriors after all. They had more or less heard about warriors. Looking at the strange situation in front of them, the first thing they thought was that warriors had come. Warriors. Chapter 381. All the adults seemed to have understood something, so they didn't ask any more questions. Instead, they protected their children and followed Dahe to leave this place. However, as the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Those children were not afraid of this at all. When they saw this situation, some clever children immediately thought of something. They turned around and ran to Dahe, tugging at him and saying, Uncle Dahe, why don't we see the village chief and brother Su Yen? Someone took the lead. Soon, someone followed. They didn't think too much about these things just now. As soon as they heard about this matter, everyone checked one after another. Indeed, they didn't see Sun Shobai and Su Yen. All of a sudden, they all asked Dahe, Dahe, why don't we see the village chief and Su Yen? Dahe didn't know how to answer the villagers' question for a moment. Dahe might have been a strong master of a generation in the past and looked down on all living beings. However, after staying in the mortal village for such a long time, it truly felt the simplicity of human nature and the warmth of the human world. Now, it could completely understand the affection that everyone had for Su Yan and Sun Xiaobai. It really didn't have the courage to tell them that the village chief and Su Yan would disappear from this place after today. Let's go, they'll catch up with us soon, Dahe lied because of this. However, before it finished speaking, it heard someone pointing at Dahe and shouting, "Uncle Dahe, you're lying." This person was none other than Fat Tiger, who was the first to discover Su Yan when Su Yan came here on the first day. In the past year or so, Fat Tiger often felt complacent about being the first to discover Su Yan and indirectly saving Su Yan. He also bragged a lot about this matter. At the same time, it was also because of his bragging that Su Yan paid more attention to him. Over the past year or so, Fat Tiger and Su Yan had become much closer to each other. Perhaps at that time, Fat Tiger didn't know. But the moment she really thought of Su Yan, her emotions immediately showed. She pointed at Dahe and shouted, "Uncle Dahe, you're lying, aren't you? Is brother Su Yan inside?" As Fat Tiger spoke, he pointed righteously at the indistinct formation. Dahe's lie was exposed by a child on the spot, and he couldn't help blushing. However, he soon came to his senses and shouted sternly, "You're just a child. What do you know? Hurry up and leave with me," Dahe said, and was about to catch Fat Tiger. But who would have thought that Fat Tiger would leap and directly avoid Dahe's hand? "No, I don't want to leave. I want to save the village chief. I want to save big brother Su Yan." Fat Tiger roared and quickly grabbed at Fat Tiger. It was so fast that even Dahe and no one could react in time. Fat Tiger said and rushed into the boundary. "Fat Tiger, stop right there." Dahe panicked when he saw Fat Tiger running into the boundary. Unfortunately, Fat Tiger didn't pay attention to him at all and ran directly into the boundary. He was so fast that even Dahe, an adult, couldn't catch up with him. Dahe was furious when he saw this. This boundary was set up by him. Even he couldn't go in now, let alone a child like Fat Tiger. And he knew very well. If a mortal wanted to break into this boundary, what would the result be? There was only one result, death. Fat Tiger. Dahe screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to stop Fat Tiger from going forward. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, Fat Tiger rushed directly into the boundary as if he was possessed. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Dahe even closed his eyes and didn't dare to see what would happen next. Bang! Bang! At this moment, a few more loud explosions rang out. Suddenly, Fat Tiger's scream was heard. At this time, the whole ground seemed to tremble. Dahe opened his eyes to see the scene in front of him and was stunned. What the hell is going on? Dahe didn't know how to explain what he saw in front of him. Not only was Fat Tiger not crushed by the boundary, but he was also sucked into it. The boundless power of the barrier continued to pour into Fat Tiger's body. What the hell was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Not only them, but Dahe was also stunned. He didn't know how to explain the situation in front of him. Looking at the power pouring into Fat Tiger's body, Dahe suddenly turned his eyes and said in surprise, "Could it be that Fat Tiger is the fated one of the Tide clan?" Dahe was the guardian of the Tide clan. He knew all too well what would happen when the fated one of the Tide clan appeared. Originally, Fat Tiger was only a mortal. If he wanted to approach the boundary, he would have to pay the price with his life. However, Fat Tiger didn't do that. Instead, he absorbed the spiritual power of the boundary. This boundary was set up by Dahe. He knew all too well what the hell was going on. This boundary was a secret technique left behind by the Tide clan. The energy contained in the crystal stones would spread out at the crucial moment and then burst out of the boundary. Although that was the case. But it was still the spiritual power of the Tide clan. In order to break this boundary, one had to possess strength that surpassed the boundary and the power of the Tide clan. Fat Tiger was only a mortal. He was able to break through such a powerful attack and absorb the power of the boundary. Then, there was only one explanation left. He, Fat Tiger, was the fated one of the Tide clan. When Dahe saw this scene, he didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. This was because the moment he left the barrier, he had already seen Sun Shobai swallow the last pill. It was a medicinal pill. Although Dahe didn't possess it, he knew what this medicinal pill meant. This was the final secret technique left behind by the Tide clan. It was a godly technique created by the previous clan leader of the Tide clan. It could allow a person who had been crippled to erupt with his strongest strength for a moment. And the price to pay was his life. Therefore, it could be said that it was the final despair of the Tide clan. In order to preserve the last trace of the Tide clan's bloodline, the final despair. Bang! Suddenly, at this moment, Sun Shobai, who was inside the boundary, felt a change. At this moment, he was slowly recovering his strength. When he saw Fat Tiger's figure above the boundary, he was stunned. The fated one that I've been searching for so long. I didn't expect him to exist in the mortal village. Ridiculous, ridiculous. When Sun Shobai saw Fat Tiger, who was constantly absorbing the spiritual power above the boundary, he let out a sad smile. He never thought that the person he was looking for would actually be in his mortal village. Facing this moment, he should have rejoiced. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Because he was about to use his final secret technique. Under this secret technique, not only would he die, but Su Yan would also die. Even this fated one would also die. Could this really be the end of the Tide clan? Sun Shobai roared at the sky. Bang! A powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted from his body. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have suddenly become cold. Everyone, quickly leave. Dahe saw this scene and hurriedly shouted to the crowd. Unfortunately, those people were already stunned and didn't dare to move. Whoosh! A wave of coldness swept through the area and instantly froze everyone in the area. Although Su Yan was still immersed in pain, when he saw the villagers gradually being frozen, a burst of anger suddenly surged in his chest. No, Su Yan muttered in his heart. With a loud bang, the spiritual power surging in his body suddenly exploded, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light condensed, it quickly turned into spiritual power and rushed into Su Yan's body. Spiritual power. Su Yan clenched his fist and soon felt the spiritual power that he hadn't felt for a long time. Have I recovered? Su Yan only squinted his eyes, and his mind quickly turned. There was no joy in it. Now, he was thinking about how to save all the villagers. He saw very clearly that the culprit of all this was Sun Shobai. Su Yan didn't know why Sun Shobai did this. However, there was only one thought in Su Yan's mind now, and that was that he had to stop all this. Su Yan immediately patted his storage bag, wanting to take out the spiritual sword. But when he patted his storage bag, Su Yan missed. Because there was no spiritual sword at all. What the hell is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that I haven't recovered? At this time, Sun Shobai also saw the tidal crystal in Su Yan's hand that was about to lose its light, and his eyes sank. Too late, it's all too late. At this moment, under the power of the boundary, Fat Tiger suddenly let out a low roar. Bang! A powerful force exploded on his body. That force invaded. Suddenly, another loud explosion rang out, and a soul surged up. The tidal tribe, the tidal goddess, a pitiful voice reverberated in the air. Princess Shi, Princess Shi. Seeing this scene, Sun Shobai's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light, and he excitedly shouted, "The heavens didn't destroy my tidal tribe, the heavens didn't destroy my tidal tribe." Bang! At this moment, with a loud bang, countless snowflakes drifted down. Wherever the snowflakes landed, they instantly condensed and everything was frozen together. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sun Shobai immediately shouted in fright, looking at Su Yan and shouting, "Su Yan, quickly kill me." What? Su Yan was wondering why he still couldn't take out anything from his storage bag, but when he heard Sun Shobai's words, he was stunned. When he saw the soul floating in the air, he couldn't help but frown. What the hell is this? Su Yan was puzzled. Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Sun Shobai shouted again, Su Yan, I beg you, quickly kill me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chapter 382. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Following the laughter, several figures arrived one after another. Who would have thought that the Tide clan really existed? There were a total of 3 people. The leader looked at the soul of the Tide princess in the center, and a bright light surged in his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound exploded from Sun Qiubai's body. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out, instantly freezing everything in the surroundings. When the 3 people saw this scene, they were shocked. They hurriedly operated their cultivation techniques and retreated, looking at the powerful energy fluctuation on Sun Qiubai's body. They were astonished. Tide Secretary, 1,000 Miles of Ice, you are the Tide clan's guardian elder. Who are you? How do you know me? Although Sun Qiubai couldn't stop the 1,000 Miles of Ice from being born, he could still speak. Seeing that these people who suddenly appeared recognized him, he was also astonished. Under the astonishment, there were also a few more questions. No one knew the Tide clan better than him. Moreover, he believed that there were definitely no more than 10 people in this world who knew about the Tide clan. However, these people, they didn't look old, but they knew about the Tide clan. How could Sun Qiubai not be astonished? It wasn't only Sun Qiubai. Su Yan was also astonished when he saw these people. Murong Fu, why are you here? Su Yan asked in astonishment. That's right, the person who appeared was the Monster Palace's palace master, Murong Fu. He was also the person Su Yan had always wanted to defeat. He didn't believe that Murong Fu would suddenly appear here. Su Yan, haha, I didn't expect you to be here too. Murong Fu didn't pay attention to Su Yan just now. At this moment, when he saw Su Yan, a burst of bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. He laughed and said, "It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. I originally came here to look for you, brat. Who would have thought that I would encounter the tidal tribe awakening here?" Haha. Su Yan didn't know much about the tidal tribe, but when he saw Murong Fu's smile, Su Yan knew that Murong Fu definitely didn't have good intentions. Moreover, Su Yan was so nervous when he saw Sun Qiubai just now. Clearly, Su Qiubai's identity was definitely not as simple as being from the mortal village. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about how to save the villagers. Su Yan originally thought that he had recovered his strength. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Although he could feel the existence of spiritual energy, he couldn't circulate it. Facing that power of ice that was closing in on him, Su Yan couldn't resist at all. All he could do was watch on helplessly. Village chief, just what in the world is going on? You have to think of something. Su Yan looked at Sun Qiubai and shouted out anxiously. When Sun Qiubai heard Su Yan's words, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too late. It's all too late. What? Too late? Su Yan asked with furrowed brows. Su Yan, this 1,000 miles of ice has already gone berserk. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Sun Qiubai said dejectedly as he looked at those villagers who were being frozen one by one. His eyes were filled with sorrow. No matter what sort of person Sun Qiubai was in the past, he was still the village chief of the mortal village. He had been with these villagers for such a long time. How could he not have feelings for them? However, he knew too well how horrifying the 1,000 miles of ice was. With his current strength, there was no way he could stop it. Village chief, is there really no way at all? Su Yan asked anxiously. He looked at Sun Qiubai with a hint of anger in his eyes. After all, he was the one who had unleashed this 1,000 miles of ice. To be able to unleash such a powerful attack, was there really no way to stop it? There's no way. There's no way at all. Actually, how could Sun Qiubai not want to stop it? But he couldn't think of anything. He could only watch on helplessly as the villagers were being frozen one by one. His eyes were filled with sorrow. However, when he looked at the soul of that beautiful woman floating in midair, his lips curled into a heartened smile. Even though I can't save the villagers, at least I've awakened Princess Xi of my tidal tribe. Is there really no way at all? Su Yan couldn't care less about the tidal tribe. The only thing on his mind right now was how to save these villagers. Is there really no way at all? Su Yan roared furiously. Haha. Su Yan, why? Do you really want to save these people? Just as Su Yan was roaring, Murong Fu looked at Su Yan and laughed. What? When Su Yan heard Murong Fu's words, he was stunned. He looked at Murong Fu with a hint of anger in his eyes. Murong Fu, do you really have a way? Of course I have a way. But do you think I'll tell you? Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with a cold smile. He didn't know why, but when he saw Su Yan's anxious look, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Murong Fu, you. Seeing Murong Fu like this, Su Yan felt stifled in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. His strength hadn't fully recovered yet. It was impossible for him to be Murong Fu's opponent. The moment Murong Fu appeared, Su Yan knew that Murong Fu's strength had reached the quasi-square circle realm. The peak of the spiritual sea realm. Even when Su Yan was at his peak, he might not be a match for Murong Fu. Moreover, there were two spiritual sea realm rank 8 spiritual sea realm experts standing beside Murong Fu. Su Yan didn't know what had happened in the outside world during this 1 year or so. He also didn't know why Murong Fu, the palace master of the monster palace, would come here. Ha ha ha. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan's angry face and laughed loudly. He did not pay any attention to him. Although he really wanted to kill Su Yan. When he was in the monster palace, as long as he thought that Su Yan wasn't dead, even in his dreams, Murong Fu would feel angry. But now, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Su Yan. Because when he arrived, he clearly saw Su Yan's strength. Su Yan was now just a trash. He didn't pose a threat to him at all. So he wasn't in a hurry at all. What he cared more about now was how to obtain the Tide clan's soul power to awaken. Looking at the soul floating in the air, Murong Fu's eyes turned bright as he thought about the Tide clan's soul power. Murong Fu couldn't help but greedily lick his lips. Especially when he saw the soul power become denser and denser, his whole heart surged. He had obtained information about the tidal tribe by chance. At that time, Murong Fu had always thought that the Tide clan was a legend and didn't exist at all. How could he have thought that the Tide clan really existed? Moreover, he would encounter the moment of the Tide clan's soul awakening. He knew this all too well. As long as he successfully devoured the Tide clan's soul, he would be able to inherit the Tide clan's power and become the new Tide clan master. He would be able to enjoy the inheritance of the ancient Tide clan. Then, he would obtain unprecedented power. He would conquer the 5 prefectures and even the 9 provinces. Thinking about it, Murong Fu felt a burst of excitement. In the midst of this excitement, Murong Fu suddenly activated his cultivation method and flew toward the soul in the sky. Seeing Murong Fu's action, Sun Shobai couldn't help but sneer. Ignorant child, do you think that with your strength, you can devour the Tide clan's awakened successor? You can't even block my ice-sealing power. Is that so? Hearing Sun Shobai's words, Murong Fu's lips curled up. Suddenly, he took out an item from his storage bag. Seeing the item in Murong Fu's hand, Sun Shobai was shocked. You? Who are you? How can you have the sacred item of our Tide clan? Oh, so this is the sacred item of the Tide clan. No wonder the book said that this item could defend against any attack of the Tide clan. When I first got it, I saw that it was useless and wanted to throw it away. Fortunately, I thought that keeping this legendary item would be a memento. Who would have thought that I was right to keep it? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Murong Fu suddenly laughed. He then looked at Sun Shobai and shouted, since you know that this is the sacred item of the Tide clan, you must know what I'm going to do next. No. No. Hearing Murong Fu's words, Sun Shobai shouted angrily, you can't do this. You can't. But it was a pity that no matter how Sun Shobai shouted, Murong Fu ignored him completely. Holding the sacred item in his hand, he leaped towards the soul in the middle. The power of that soul was so strong that even Su Yan could feel a sense of oppression from it even though he was so far away. However, Murong Fu did not have the slightest bit of fear. In fact, he did not even feel any resistance as he flew towards the soul in the middle of the sky. Looking at that beautiful body that was slowly emerging and that seductive face, Murong Fu shook his head. Tsk. To think that the successor of the Tide clan would be such a beautiful woman. If not for the sake of power, I would really not bear to devour you. What a pity. What a pity. Murong Fu shook his head. Channeling his skills, he reached out and grabbed at the soul. No. Looking at this scene, Sun Xiaobai shouted out in anger. He wanted to stop this. However, his strength was slowly slipping away. Furthermore, with his icebound 1,000 miles, he could not move his body at all. There was no way he could stop Murong Fu's actions. Could it be that the heavens really want to destroy my Tide clan? Sun Xiaobai's heart was filled with pity. At this moment, he looked at Su Yan, who seemed to be struggling with something. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a sharp glint as he looked at Murong Fu. Hurriedly, he shouted out to Su Yan, "Su Yan, come over here." Chapter 383. Village Chief, what's the matter? Su Yan walked to Sun Xiaobai's side and asked. His face was obviously a little angry. After all, in Su Yan's heart, this whole thing was caused by Sun Xiaobai. Sun Xiaobai didn't care about Su Yan's expression. Instead, he was a little gratified by Su Yan's expression. After all, this could mean that Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. Originally, there was still some hesitation in his heart, but at this moment, he made his decision. Su Yan, there's not much time left. From now on, you don't have to do anything. Just circulate your cultivation technique. Sun Xiaobai said as he glanced at Murong Fu in the air. Without waiting for Su Yan's response, he lightly shouted. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful force surged up and directly poured into Su Yan's body. Feeling the influx of this force, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He looked at Sun Xiaobai with a face of shock and said, "Village Chief, what are you doing?" Su Yan, quickly circulate your cultivation technique. Sun Xiaobai shouted in a low voice. His face was frighteningly serious, and an aura emitted from between his eyebrows. It actually made Su Yan feel a familiar feeling. Not only that, under this situation, Su Yan originally refused. This was because he knew too well what Sun Xiaobai was doing now. Sun Xiaobai was now using his life to instill spirit energy into him. Although Su Yan was quite dissatisfied with Sun Xiaobai's actions in this matter. However, in this year, after all, Su Yan and he had been together day and night, the two had already established a friendship. Su Yan didn't want to see Sun Xiaobai die for him. But at this moment, when Sun Xiaobai's voice sounded, Su Yan actually felt that he had no power to resist. Even the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body was slowly circulating. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glass sword scripture, the familiar spirit energy slowly poured into Su Yan's body. Spirit realm, fate soul realm, saint bloodline realm. Celestial phase stage, Su Yan could feel the spiritual energy in his body recovering rapidly. First level of the spiritual ocean realm. Second level of the spiritual ocean realm, his strength was constantly recovering, which made Su Yan excited, but at the same time, he was somewhat amazed. Of course, he was mostly moved. When he looked at Sun Xiaobai, he saw that his complexion was becoming paler and paler, and his originally stalwart body was also slowly becoming hunched. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Village Chief. Su Yan originally wanted to stop Sun Xiaobai from transmitting more energy to him. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a memory appeared in his mind. That was in ancient times. It was a world of heroes. Countless experts stood proudly in the sky. Every single one of those experts could shake the world with a flip of their hand. Su Yan could feel the strength of this power. This was an existence that surpassed the dragon realm. This was an expert that only existed in legends. Su Yan was shocked when he felt this power. He even felt a sense of oppression on his body. Memory, it was just a memory, but it was already so shocking. This was the power of these people. At this moment, the image in Su Yan's mind changed, and a figure immediately appeared in front of him. Sun Xiaobai, that's right, it was Sun Xiaobai. In this memory, Sun Xiaobai was dressed in white, and his arrogant face was filled with majesty. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Although the Sun Xiaobai in this memory didn't have any fluctuations of spiritual energy, Su Yan could feel a strong sense of oppression. This power was similar to the one he felt just now. It was an existence that surpassed legends. This caused Su Yan to be even more astonished. He had always known that Sun Xiaobai's identity was definitely not as simple as the village chief of the mortal village. However, he never expected Sun Xiaobai to be so powerful in the past. This was an expert that stood at the pinnacle. Under this shock, Su Yan couldn't help but be puzzled. If he was such a powerful king, what kind of power could turn him into a piece of trash? At this moment, the memory in Su Yan's mind changed again. A majestic image appeared in front of his eyes. Countless experts were confronting each other. The Tidal Tribe, the Shura Shrine, and many other sections. The last memory that flashed by made Su Yan's eyes change. That was because he saw a familiar figure that stood at the pinnacle of the crowd. The Buddha Swordmaster. That's right, it was the Buddha Swordmaster. Not only that, but he also saw the figure of Sword Sage behind the Buddha Swordmaster. This, Su Yan was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that this memory was real. Su Yan, I'll leave the Tidal Tribe to you in the future. Just as Su Yan was still immersed in the memory, he suddenly heard a weak voice from Sun Xiaobai. Then, another memory flashed by in Su Yan's mind. It was related to the Tidal Tribe. Previously, Su Yan couldn't understand what was going on with the Tidal Tribe. But at this moment, he understood everything. He finally understood Sun Xiaobai's identity. Sun Xiaobai was the guardian elder of the Tidal Tribe. He had been protecting the Tidal Tribe for thousands of years. For thousands of years, all for the sake of protecting his tribe. Who else in this world could do the same? When Su Yan looked at Sun Xiaobai, his eyes were filled with respect. At the same time, he also understood why Sun Xiaobai couldn't stop the 1,000 miles of ice from happening. He was protecting with his life. And the power that Lin Fan had just obtained was the last bit of power left behind by the Tidal Tribe. Looking at Sun Xiaobai's gradually aging body, Su Yan supported him. Village chief, don't worry. I'll definitely protect the Tidal Tribe well. When Sun Xiaobai heard Su Yan's words, he smiled bitterly. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. There was even a trace of guilt. Looking at Sun Xiaobai's state, Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he held on to him tightly. Just as Su Yan was supporting Sun Xiaobai, Lin Fan suddenly sensed something. Sun Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly felt a surge of aura. After which, he turned to Su Yan and laughed. I understand now. Huh, so that's how it is. So, everything is within my expectations. Sun Xiaobai laughed. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he fell into Su Yan's arms. He closed his eyes peacefully and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Village chief. Seeing Sun Xiaobai fall, Su Yan's heart ached. He didn't think too much about what Sun Xiaobai meant. Looking at the smile on Sun Xiaobai's face, he said slowly, Village chief, don't worry. With me, Su Yan, around, I'll definitely protect the Tidal Tribe. After saying that, Su Yan's arms surged with flames, burning Sun Xiaobai's body. Looking at Sun Xiaobai's body being burned, Su Yan's body trembled. Ah, with a furious roar, there was a loud bang, and a powerful force surged out. Revolving his cultivation method, countless spiritual energy revolved around Su Yan's body like a gust of wind. Rank 6 Spiritual C, Su Yan's eyes turned. He felt that he had recovered to his peak state. However, Su Yan didn't stop revolving his cultivation method. Because he felt that the power in his body was still surging. Rank 7, Su Yan roared. Bang! A powerful force soared into the sky. In an instant, countless spiritual energy surged up. The surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly under this powerful force. This is, in mid-air, Murong Fu, who was trying to devour the awakened soul of the tidal tribe, also trembled. Murong Fu, while he was still in shock, a figure floated over. It was Su Yan. Su Yan's face was grave and stern. Looking at Murong Fu, there wasn't a trace of distracting thoughts in his eyes. Instead, he emitted a cold aura. Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan's body and his recovered strength, Murong Fu was shocked. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yan smiled coldly. Murong Fu, you want to devour the soul of the tidal tribe? Do you think you're worthy? Humph. Su Yan sneered. Suddenly, he waved his hand. The ghost howl sword that had been missing for more than a year suddenly erupted with a sharp wind blade, chopping towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and let go of the awakened soul of the tidal tribe in his hand. Only then was he able to avoid Su Yan's attack. The moment Murong Fu let go of his hand, the floating soul suddenly surged with a burst of bright light, and the surrounding power constantly surged into her body. At the moment when the spirit energy surged, a wave of power faintly fluctuated. Murong Fu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He hurriedly raised the Tide Tribe's sacred artifact and flew away. Murong Fu, do you think that I will give you this chance? Su Yan laughed coldly. Now that he knew the whole story, he knew that Murong Fu was going to kill him. He naturally knew how important it was for the tidal tribe to awaken their souls. How could he allow Murong Fu to devour the awakened souls of the Tide Tribe members? When Murong Fu saw Su Yan come up, he hurriedly shouted to the 2 8th-tier Spirit Sea Realm cultivators he brought, "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and go." When the 2 8th-tier Spirit Sea Realm cultivators heard Murong Fu's words, they hurriedly circulated their cultivation methods and floated up, blocking in front of Su Yan. When Murong Fu saw the two of them come up, he immediately sneered and said, "Su Yan, I can't help but admire your luck. You were actually able to recover after becoming a cripple. But so what? Even if you recover, you will only be a 7th-tier Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Do you think you have the chance to stop me today? Is that so?" Su Yan looked at the 2 8th-rank Spiritual Sea Realm warriors blocking in front of him, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. When a ray of red light surged, Su Yan's body moved like a ghost. The ghost howl sword in his hand instantly attacked the 2 8th-tier Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Chapter 384. Su Yan leaped up, and his speed was as fast as a ghost. In a flash, he was already behind the 2 Spiritual Sea Realm cultivators. Murong Fu, do you think I have the right to stop you now?" Su Yan arrived behind the two, but didn't attack the 2 Spiritual Sea Realm cultivators. Instead, he spoke to Murong Fu. "What, this is impossible." Murong Fu was completely stunned by Su Yan's speed. He was a quasi-scope realm cultivator, and his strength was 2 levels higher than Su Yan's. However, even he didn't see Su Yan's movement clearly. That speed could only be described as abnormal. The other Spiritual Sea Realm cultivators were even more stunned. Just now, Murong Fu wanted the two of them to attack together, so they were somewhat dissatisfied. After all, they were also Spiritual Sea Realm cultivators. To deal with a mere Spiritual Sea Realm cultivator, was there a need for the two of them to attack together? But now, seeing Su Yan appear behind them, they didn't know what words to use to express their feelings. "Impossible, impossible, Su Yan, how can you be so fast? How is this possible?" Murong Fu roared angrily. Looking at the 2 Spiritual Sea Realm cultivators who were still stunned, he roared, "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and attack." When the 2 Spiritual Sea Realm powerhouses of the 8th stage heard Murong Fu's roar, they came to their senses. At this moment, they didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly operated their cultivation methods and attacked Su Yan with all their strength. The power of two spiritual sea realm cultivators attacking together couldn't be underestimated. The moment the two of them attacked together, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared, and a whistling sound burst out. Seeing this, Fu couldn't help but sneer. Two 8th-stage spiritual sea realm warriors attacking at the same time. Even I don't dare to take it head-on. I'd like to see how you, Su Yan, can handle it. Of course, Fu was still a little worried when he thought of Su Yan's ghost-like speed. However, when he saw that Su Yan didn't move, he was shocked. The smile on Fu's face became even more radiant. Su Yan, let's see how you're going to block their attacks now. Although Fu didn't know why Su Yan was so fast, Fu believed that no matter how fast Su Yan was, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. However, before Fu could finish laughing, a voice suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes shone with a bright light. Suddenly, a red light leaped up. At that moment, Su Yan's body moved. Pang! A loud explosion sounded. The attacks of two 8th-stage spiritual sea realm warriors suddenly burst out. A powerful wave of spiritual energy swept out, covering the entire horizon with a powerful spiritual energy fog. Is he dead? When Fu and the two 8th-stage spiritual sea realm warriors saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown. What do you think? Before the three of them had time to investigate, they heard Su Yan's mocking voice in the air. What? When Fu and the other two saw Su Yan's figure, they were completely stunned. They roared crazily, how is this possible? Su Yan, you're only a 7th-stage spiritual sea realm warrior. How can you have such a powerful speed? Su Yan sneered and didn't answer Fu. Not to mention that the blood dragon pupil was his secret. Even if the blood dragon pupil wasn't his secret, Su Yan definitely wouldn't tell Fu. He wanted Fu to die with hatred in his heart while he was still in shock. Blood dragon pupil. In the 1 year that Su Yan was a cripple, the blood dragon pupil became Su Yan's trump card. In the first battle, Su Yan used the blood dragon pupil's powerful special effect to defeat a Fate Soul Realm warrior. And in this 1 year, in countless battles with demonic beasts, he used the blood dragon pupil to turn misfortune into fortune. In the past, Su Yan knew how powerful the blood dragon pupil was. But because Su Yan pursued strength blindly, he neglected the cultivation of the blood dragon pupil. In this 1 year of being a cripple, it gave Su Yan this opportunity. It could be said that in this 1 year, Su Yan wasn't studying the blood dragon pupil at all times. Although Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy in this 1 year, the moment he recovered his spiritual energy, the benefits of studying the blood dragon pupil over the past year all came flooding back. The greatest effect of the blood dragon pupil was to slow down the enemy. And this effect would become stronger as one's strength increased. For example, Su Yan's current strength was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. If it were a Saint Bloodline Realm warrior or a Celestial Realm warrior, Su Yan's speed would be immovable in Su Yan's eyes when he used the blood dragon pupil. As for the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, there was still Fu, who was at the perfect Spirit Sea Realm. Although they couldn't have such a powerful effect. But even so, if their speed didn't exceed the limit, they would still be slow in Su Yan's eyes. Yes, that's right, but in Su Yan's eyes, their speed had become slow. And because of this, they felt that Su Yan's speed had become faster. It was faster than they could have imagined. Faster than an existence at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Su Yan liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of intimidating his enemies. After dodging several times, Su Yan calculated that it was about time for the Tide clan's soul to awaken. The blood dragon pupil in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Looking at the two 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors, a cold smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and slashed horizontally. With a loud bang, a powerful force surged out. And it was extremely fast. The two 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors didn't even have time to react. Bang! With a loud bang, it directly exploded on their bodies. Just as they were about to block it, they saw a cold light shoot out. Their pupils suddenly widened, and they felt their bodies tremble. Then, they fell to the ground. 2 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors facing a 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm were actually unable to fight back. Murong Fu was completely dumbfounded. Murong Fu more or less didn't believe in Su Yan's explosive speed. But seeing this scene, he couldn't help but believe in Su Yan's ferocious speed. He was shocked. He couldn't imagine how a 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm warrior like Su Yan could explode with such a powerful speed. Murong Fu, it's your turn now. Under Murong Fu's astonishment, Su Yan withdrew the Ghost Howl sword. He didn't even look at the 2 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors. His body floated down, and he hovered in front of Murong Fu. Looking at Su Yan's cold and arrogant appearance, Murong Fu felt a burst of anger in his heart. Su Yan, Murong Fu, have truly underestimated you. I have truly underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can defeat me with that speed of yours? Murong Fu snorted coldly as he released the soul of the Tidal Wave tribe. Su Yan, don't you also want the soul of the Tide clan? Murong Fu released the soul of the Tide clan, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Do you think I will give you this chance? No, Su Yan. Let me tell you, if I, Murong Fu, can't get it, you, Su Yan, can't either. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan, and the smile on his face grew wider. Then, a powerful energy surged from his body. Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what Murong Fu wanted to do. But when he saw where Murong Fu's eyes were looking, he suddenly came back to his senses and said, "Not good." He hurriedly activated his blood dragon pupil and leaped toward Murong Fu. Unfortunately, Murong Fu's speed was also extremely fast. The 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm and the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm were two completely different concepts. His speed wasn't something that the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm could compare to. Murong Fu's figure flashed, and he was already beside Fat Tiger, the fated person of the Tide clan. He opened his hand, and a powerful energy surged, attacking Fat Tiger. Su Yan, didn't you want to obtain the Tidal tribe's soul energy? Ha ha ha, if I, Murong Fu, can't get it, you can also forget about it. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan and laughed savagely. He slapped at Fat Tiger. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing this to obtain the Tidal tribe's soul energy like what Murong Fu thought. He wanted to protect the Tidal tribe's soul energy. Moreover, he had just obtained a precious memory of the Tide clan. Su Yan was very clear that the awakening of the Tide clan's soul was entirely due to Fat Tiger, the fated person. Now, the soul had yet to fully awaken. If Fat Tiger, the fated person, were to die, most likely, the awakening of the Tide clan's soul would fail because of this. Looking at Murong Fu's hand that was about to slap at Fat Tiger, Su Yan immediately let out a roar, and continuously circulated the blood dragon pupil to slow down Murong Fu's speed. Unfortunately, Murong Fu was still at the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm. The blood dragon pupil's ability to restrain his speed was greatly reduced in Su Yan's eyes. In addition, Murong Fu was too close to Fat Tiger. Su Yan simply didn't have the chance to stop him. Murong Fu, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan let out another roar. In his rage, just when Su Yan thought that he couldn't stop Murong Fu, within the crazily revolving blood dragon pupil, a crisp sound pierced through the sky. Suddenly, 2 red lights leaped out and directly exploded on Murong Fu's body. What is this? Murong Fu was startled and hurriedly retreated, avoiding the sudden appearance of the red lights. Su Yan was also startled when he saw the 2 red lights. However, he didn't think too much about it. His figure took a step forward and blocked in front of Fat Tiger. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan and immediately roared, "What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Su Yan, what are you hiding on your body? Why is it like this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's angry appearance and faintly smiled. "Murong Fu, let me tell you, Su Yan, one is not something you can stop. You." Chapter 385. Asterisk bang, asterisk just then, a loud explosion sounded, and the soul floating in the void suddenly emitted a powerful light. As the light shrouded the area, a powerful spirit force trembled. Is it going to awaken? Su Yan looked over, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Murong Fu also frowned when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the records of the Tide clan, he always thought that the Tide clan was just a legend and not a real existence. However, it was only today that Murong Fu learned that the Tide tribe truly existed. He rejoiced that he was able to witness the moment of the Tide clan's soul awakening. He knew too well what it would mean if he could devour the power of the Tide clan's soul awakening. It would mean that he would obtain all the memories and inheritance of the Tide clan. He would become the last descendant of the Tidal tribe, an ancient tribe. He would obtain all the wealth left behind by the Tide clan. The wealth and wisdom left behind by the ancient Tide clan would bring him many benefits. Murong Fu really didn't dare to imagine. But now, all of this was destroyed by Su Yan in front of him. Hatred. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with eyes full of killing intent. He really wanted to kill Su Yan at this moment, but he knew very well that with his current strength, it would take some time for him to kill Su Yan. Moreover, he didn't know what would happen when the Tide clan's soul awakens. Would it be a threat to him? He didn't dare to deal with Su Yan. With a leap, he retreated, leaving behind an angry voice. Su Yan, don't be complacent. You should know that I, Murong Fu, can snatch the monster palace from you. I can also snatch everything from you. Su Yan, just you wait. Just you wait. Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. His smile was very happy as he looked at his departing figure and replied, Murong Fu, in 1 month, Su Yan, swear that in 1 month, I will definitely return to the Monster Palace and take back the Monster Palace. Bang, just as they were talking, the loud sound exploded once again. Su Yan didn't dare to stay any longer. He had also received the memories of the tidal race. Naturally, he knew how strong the tidal race would be when their souls awakened. As for Murong Fu, Su Yan did not chase after him. It wasn't that Su Yan was still afraid of him. It was just that Su Yan wasn't in the mood to care about this. Right now, he was more concerned about how to save the lives of the villagers in the mortal village. Apart from this, Su Yan also had another thought in mind, and that was the Monster Palace. He would take it back openly in the Monster Palace. This was the promise that Su Yan had made the moment he left the Monster Palace. As long as he returned to the Monster Palace, he would be the real palace master of the Monster Palace. He wouldn't be like back then, when he could only borrow the prestige left behind by the Princess of Chu and hide behind it, but he couldn't truly control the Monster Palace. Of course, all of this would happen when Su Yan returned to the Monster Palace. Right now, Su Yan was more concerned about the tidal race's soul awakening and how to save these innocent villagers. There was also the fated person of the tidal race, Fat Tiger. Su Yan really didn't expect that Fat Tiger, an ordinary villager who was born in the mortal village, would actually be the fated person of the tidal race, this ancient race. Fated person, looking at Fat Tiger, Su Yan actually felt somewhat envious. Now that he had inherited the memories of the tidal race from Sun Shobai, he knew very well what it meant to be the fated person of the tidal race. The moment the tidal race's soul awakened, this fated person would receive the final blessing of the tidal race's soul. And Fat Tiger would forever be free from the mortal existence of trash. He would become the protector of the tidal race. Of course, envy was envy. After all, the heavens wouldn't give all the good luck to a single person. Su Yan was only envious for a moment, but he quickly recovered and paid attention to the soul in the air. That soul was constantly absorbing the surrounding power. This power was different from ordinary power. It emitted a mysterious charm. Moreover, the moment the power condensed, it instantly transformed into countless runes that unceasingly poured into the soul. From the memories of the tidal race, Su Yan quickly understood that these were soul runes. They were a powerful seal left behind by the tidal race, waiting for the fated person of the tidal race to unseal it. By the time all these runes had fused with the last trace of the soul, the last princess of the tidal race would awaken. This caused Su Yan to be once again astonished by the strength of the tidal race. To think that they would be able to seal such a powerful power for thousands of years. Su Yan really wanted to understand. With such a powerful race, and the powerful images that appeared in the memories of the tidal race, which one of them wasn't the strongest existence in the world? And these powerful existences, just what was it that caused them to fall? Or even be destroyed? The Buddha sword sect, the Shura shrine, and now the tidal race. How did these powerful forces fall into such a state? Su Yan tried his best to search through the memories of the tidal race. However, it was a pity that within these memories, other than the historical records of the tidal race, there were no memories of the tidal race, the Buddha sword sect, and the other sects falling. This caused Su Yan to be even more bewildered. At the same time, Su Yan couldn't help but wonder just what sort of powerful beings existed in this world. Dragon Realm, and those powerful beings that surpassed the Dragon Realm. Did they really exist? Su Yan couldn't believe it. If these powerful beings existed, then any one of them would be able to destroy this world. Tidal Goddess, awaken. Just as Su Yan was thinking about this, Fat Tiger, who was originally restrained, suddenly stood up. His entire body emitted a ray of light as he raised his hand and roared. The originally ethereal figure in the sky. Miraculously, it slowly emerged and started to grow flesh. It was as if he was drawing a picture. Stroke by stroke, the outline was drawn. From that perfect body to that alluring face. The moment the last stroke appeared, the slightly squinted eyes on that beautiful face suddenly opened. A ray of clear light gushed out from them, causing one to not dare to look directly at it. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman existed in this world. Even though Su Yan had met so many beautiful women, he couldn't help but be stunned. With her beauty, Su Yan believed that even if Lin Hualu, Lu Lan, and Chu Linger stood together, they definitely wouldn't be able to suppress her. Too beautiful, who? At this moment, the young lady let out a low cry. Following which, her graceful body slowly descended. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, making her look as gorgeous as a goddess descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Fat Tiger slowly regained consciousness. He was stunned on the spot. Actually, Fat Tiger couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he was a child and was born in the mortal village. How could he not be surprised by such a huge change? Bang! Su Yan wanted to go up and say something to Fat Tiger. After all, Su Yan and Fat Tiger had stayed in the mortal village for more than a year. However, just as Su Yan took a step forward, he heard a soft sound. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the tidal goddess, who had an imposing aura, had actually fallen to the ground. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. He looked at Fat Tiger. Seeing that he was only stunned and was fine, he walked up to the goddess. "Who are you?" Just as he walked up to the tidal goddess, her face suddenly turned gloomy. Her eyes emitted a cold intent as she looked at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the tidal tribe's memories, it wasn't all the memories. There were many things about the tidal tribe that Su Yan didn't understand. For example, what was it like for the tidal goddess to awaken? What exactly was her strength? How was she supposed to adapt to this world? Looking at the cold intent in the tidal goddess' eyes, Su Yan didn't know how to explain himself. A fated person. The tidal goddess didn't wait for Su Yan to think of a way to explain himself. The instant she looked at Fat Tiger, a resplendent light appeared in her eyes. Her figure flashed, and she directly hugged the stunned Fat Tiger. Then, she leaped and flew into the distance. "Hey!" Su Yan wanted to call out to her. Unfortunately, the tidal goddess didn't care at all. Seeing her tightly hugging Fat Tiger, Su Yan felt a wave of envy. How good would it be if I was the one hugging him? After saying that, Su Yan scolded himself. Su Yan, you have so many beauties by your side, and you don't even know how to deal with them. You actually dare to be tempted by others? Su Yan shook his head helplessly. Then, looking at the surging power of the tidal goddess, he knew that she had at least the power of a perimeter state. Perimeter state, she was even stronger than Su Yan's current strength. Su Yan also dispelled the worries in his heart. After all, in the 5 counties, a perimeter state expert could do whatever they wanted. Su Yan naturally wasn't worried about the tidal goddess' safety. It was just that without a greeting, Su Yan felt somewhat lonely. No matter what, Su Yan had saved their tidal tribe. If Su Yan hadn't chased away Murong Fu, the tidal tribe would have already become history. Their tidal tribe wouldn't have been able to see the light of day again. Heis. Su Yan sighed helplessly as he shook off the loneliness in his heart. Looking at those mortals who were frozen, he frowned slightly. However, he still stepped forward resolutely to defrost them. Su Yan didn't know if these mortals would still be alive after defrosting them. But at the very least, he had to save them. Fortunately, these villagers were frozen instantly. Now that Su Yan had obtained the defrosting method from the memories of the tidal goddess, they were all safe. Even Big Black was lucky enough to survive. The moment Big Black woke up and saw Su Yan, he asked him about the tidal tribe. Su Yan knew that Big Black was the protector of the tidal tribe just like Sun Shobai. As for what had happened earlier, he didn't hide anything and told Lin Fan the truth. When Big Black heard this, he first cried out loud. Then, he laughed out loud. Chapter 386. 1 year. Su Yan had stayed in the mortal village for more than a year. During this time, Su Yan had thought countless times about how he could find an opportunity to recover his strength. He just didn't expect that the mortal village would be his opportunity. Now that he was about to leave the mortal village, Su Yan felt a little reluctant. Every villager who lived here was so simple and honest. This was like the kindness that existed on the bloody battlefield. Thinking about leaving, Su Yan actually felt a little reluctant in his heart. Of course, despite his reluctance, Su Yan knew very well that he had to leave because there were too many things waiting for him to complete. After working together with Big Black to appease the villagers, Su Yan left quietly. He left the place where he had lived for more than a year. To Su Yan, the mortal village was more like a paradise. Leaving the mortal village meant that he would have to return to the world of slaughter. The world of slaughter. Stepping on the sword dragon, Su Yan thought about the world that he had been separated from for a long time. Suddenly, a bright light surged in his eyes. I, Su Yan, am back. I'm back. He had returned to this world. Everything that had happened a year ago replayed in Su Yan's mind. Lin Hualo's graceful figure. And that little fellow, the fire Qilin. During this year, Su Yan had been suppressing the urge to look for them. After all, Su Yan knew very well that it was impossible for him to find them with his blood dragon pupil. With this, Su Yan regained his strength. The first thing he had to do was naturally to find that little fellow, the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin wasn't his pet beast. The two of them hadn't established a psychological connection, so it wasn't that easy to find it. Especially when he thought about how the fire Qilin had become a cripple just like him. Su Yan was worried. And Lin Hualu. She had disappeared from the Shura shrine. Now that the Shura shrine has been destroyed, where did she go? Thinking about their whereabouts, Su Yan felt a burst of annoyance. After all, he didn't know where to start looking. Forget it, forget it. Let's go find Dong Qinghao and the others first. Su Yan did not forget the 1-month promise he made with Murong Fu. He said that after a month, he would definitely go to the Monster Palace to take back the position of Palace Master. In fact, with Su Yan's current strength, there was no need for him to fear Murong Fu. However, the reason why Su Yan wanted to set a 1-month agreement was to give himself more time to prepare. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he was not stupid. Murong Fu had been in charge of the Monster Palace for so long. It was difficult to guarantee that he had his own forces in the Monster Palace. If he were to rely on himself, he would definitely not be a match for a sect. Therefore, if he wanted to take back the Monster Palace, he had to find Dong Qinghao and the others. Thinking about how he had not seen his brothers for so long, and now that he was about to see them, the haze in Su Yan's heart lessened a little. Su Yan was not in a hurry. He immediately went to find them. First, it was still early in the month. Second, Su Yan was still somewhat worried about the fire qilin. He wanted to look for it in the vicinity. Maybe he would still be able to find the fire qilin. In fact, in the past year or so, although Su Yan had become a cripple, he had not given up on the idea of looking for the fire qilin. Many times, Su Yan sneaked out of the mortal village when no one was paying attention to look for the fire qilin. Many times, he lost his life because of it. The surrounding area had long been searched by Su Yan. Now, he was just unwilling to give up and wanted to try his luck. After searching for 3 days, he did not find the fire qilin. Instead, he encountered many monsters. Fortunately, they were all ordinary monsters and did not pose a threat. "Sigh, little guy, where are you going?" Although Su Yan did not have a telepathic connection with the fire qilin, Su Yan could feel that the fire qilin was still alive. It was a strange feeling. Therefore, Su Yan was not too worried. After all, as long as the fire qilin was still alive, he would have a chance to find it. Forget it. The most important thing now is to find Dong Qinghao and the others. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. He did not stay here. Instead, he turned around and flew toward the hidden sword tomb. Sky Yuan sect, do you really want to go against the hidden sword tomb? At the foot of the hidden sword tomb, a few disciples were confronting each other. Both sides were ready to fight at any moment. The few people who were wearing clothes different from the disciples of the hidden sword tomb looked at the disciples of the hidden sword tomb and sneered, "Xiao Linglong, it's not that the Sky Yuan sect wants to go against the hidden sword tomb. It's the hidden sword tomb that doesn't know what's good for you." Not knowing what's good for you. When Xiao Linglong heard this, she sneered, "Guanming, the Sky Yuan sect has betrayed the 5 counties. How dare you say that? Betrayal." When the young man called Guanming heard this, he sneered, "Xiao Linglong, it's not like you don't know what's going on in the 5 counties. What betrayal? Does the 5 counties only belong to the hidden sword tomb and the heaven and earth organization? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Since the Sky Yuan sect is so stubborn, don't blame the hidden sword tomb for being ruthless." Xiao Linglong snorted coldly. Her enchanting figure leaped forward and instantly released a powerful force. The spiritual sword in her hand was aimed directly at Guanming's throat. Standing behind them were several disciples. When they saw Xiao Linglong attacking, they also drew their swords. The two sides immediately started fighting. What's going on? Why are there battles everywhere? Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the hidden sword tomb. However, along the way, Su Yan saw battles of different scales happening in several places. Although he didn't know the people from these sects, Su Yan faintly felt that something must have happened. "Xiao Linglong, you're indeed strong, but you're still not my match." Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to enter the hidden sword tomb, he suddenly heard a low shout from below. He couldn't help but look down. Seeing that familiar figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although it had been a long time since they last met, Xiao Linglong came from Heaven Twin City with Su Yan and joined the hidden sword tomb together. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget her. Thinking about it, they had some fate. After all, when they were in the hidden sword tomb, Xiao Linglong had always been on his side. Now that he saw an old friend, Su Yan felt a little happy. However, the moment he saw the spiritual energy surging in front of her, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly leaped down. Looking at Guanming's fierce attack, Xiao Linglong hurriedly retreated. However, Guanming's speed was too fast and there was no way for her to dodge. Xiao Linglong was so scared that her face turned pale. Thinking that she was going to die here, she felt even more unwilling. Bang! At this moment, a powerful force suddenly exploded on her body. Guanming let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying backward. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Xiao Linglong was even more stunned. She immediately opened her eyes and looked at the white-robed figure in front of her. Her face was filled with excitement. It's him. He's not dead. He's not dead. Are you okay? Su Yan looked back at Xiao Linglong and asked. I'm fine. Under Su Yan's sharp eyes, Xiao Linglong somehow blushed. Especially when she thought about how she almost died in Guan Ming's hands, she was a little angry. Why? Why do I still need to rely on him to save me after working so hard for so long? Su Yan. Guan Ming and the others quickly recognized Su Yan. Their faces were filled with shock. You're not dead. Why? Why are you here? Dead. He didn't expect that after he left for more than a year, everyone thought that he was dead. The corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched as he sneered. He did not want to argue with Guan Ming. He was more concerned about what had happened in the 5 regions during the 1 year that he had been away. Get lost. Su Yan waved his hand and shouted at Guan Ming. What? Guan Ming was a rank 3 spiritual Sea Realm expert in the Sky Yuan sect. How could Su Yan tell him to get lost? Guan Ming's heart was filled with anger. Su Yan, although everyone is afraid of you, I, Guan Ming, am not. Humph, you disappeared for a year? Then let me see if you've become stronger in the past year. Guan Ming shouted and rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful. Xiao Linglong was also in the rank 3 spiritual Sea Realm, but she was no match for Guan Ming. She knew that Guan Ming practiced some kind of cultivation technique that allowed him to move so fast. Seeing Guan Ming attacking Su Yan, she couldn't help but worry. However, in the next second, she realized that her worry was unnecessary. Guan Ming was very fast. Even Su Yan was a bit surprised that a mere 3rd-tier spiritual Sea Realm warrior could explode with such speed. But to compete with Su Yan in terms of speed, Guan Ming was courting death. Not to mention that Su Yan was much stronger than him. The moment Guan Ming rushed over, Su Yan's body did not move at all. He waved his hand, and suddenly a strong spiritual energy surged up from the ground. Bang! Guan Ming was directly blown away by the explosion. Guan Ming screamed and looked at Su Yan in horror. You. Su Yan completely ignored him. His expression was still cold as he said, get lost. Looking at the red light in Su Yan's eyes, Guan Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only now did he realize how powerful Su Yan was. He didn't dare to continue shouting and hurriedly called his followers to escape. Su Yan ignored them and turned to Xiao Linglong, asking, Junior Sister Xiao, what happened? Why are you fighting with the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb? After not seeing each other for so long, Xiao Linglong was worried that Su Yan had forgotten her. Chapter 387. Fortunately, after cultivating in the sword burial tomb for such a long time, Xiao Linglong was no longer the young and inexperienced girl who had just left Heaven Twin City. Looking at Su Yan, she quickly suppressed the bitterness in her heart. When she saw Su Yan's worried expression and thought about what had happened in the past year, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, she didn't hide anything from Su Yan. She recounted everything that had happened to Su Yan in the mortal village in the past year. Senior brother Su Yan, this is a huge matter in the 5 counties. It can be said that everyone knows about it. How can you not know about it? Xiao Linglong asked Su Yan doubtfully after she finished speaking. After all the sects in the 5 counties were involved in this matter. With the Heaven and Earth organization taking the lead, they formed an alliance with the Sword Burial Tomb and other major sections. On the other hand, the Black Demon Cave took the lead and formed an alliance with one of the 5 counties to occupy the other side. It was also the combination of the 2 alliances that led to the outbreak of war in the 5 counties. This was also the reason why Su Yan could see battles everywhere along the way. This was a battle between the 2 alliances. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the past year that I was gone. After hearing Xiao Linglong's words, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, Su Yan didn't hide Xiao Linglong's question even though he didn't have much interaction with her. After all, Xiao Linglong had left Heaven Twin City with Su Yan. In addition, Xiao Linglong was a disciple of the Sword Burial Tomb. there was still some trust between them. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan didn't feel that this matter was a secret. Therefore, he told Xiao Linglong about how he entered the mortal village. Of course, he hid the matter of the tidal tribe. After all, the matter of the tidal tribe was of great importance. The fewer people involved in this matter, the better. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't trust Xiao Linglong, but the implications of this matter were too great. Su Yan didn't know what would happen if this matter got out. Su Yan had only briefly described what had happened in the mortal village. But when Xiao Linglong heard it, she was horrified. Trash had broken his spiritual sea. And now that he had regained his strength, what exactly had Su Yan experienced? Xiao Linglong looked at Su Yan in astonishment. However, she was a smart woman. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Just like the secret in his heart. Xiao Linglong thought about the secret in her heart. When she looked at Su Yan, her face couldn't help but blush. However, when she thought about Su Yan's actions and Su Yan's feelings for Lin Hualu, she felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Su Yan didn't notice Xiao Linglong's expression. Right now, he was only thinking about the alliance between the two great sections. The continent of the 5 counties had been peaceful for the past year. For such a huge war to suddenly erupt, there must be many problems. Junior sister Qiao, do you know what the two great alliances are fighting over in this war? Su Yan frowned and asked Xiao Linglong, puzzled. I think I heard something about some treasure. I'm not too sure about the specifics. After all, my identity. Xiao Linglong couldn't help but blush with shame as she said this. Although she was an expert in the spiritual sea realm, she was still a spiritual sea realm expert. Although she was a spiritual sea expert, there were many experts between the two great sections. Her level 3 spiritual sea realm cultivation was nothing. When Su Yan saw Xiao Linglong's expression, he was slightly stunned. He immediately understood and didn't say much. Instead, he asked her to follow Xiao Linglong back to the sword catacomb. Xiao Linglong wasn't qualified enough to know the details. However, Su Yan believed that the sect master of the sword catacomb, Sky Sword Sage, would definitely know. After all, he was the sect master of a sect and was a spiritual sea expert. They walked all the way to the sword catacomb. In the past, when he walked into the sword catacomb, he would definitely see disciples cultivating or busy with other matters. However, at this moment, when he walked up the sword catacomb, it was slightly desolate. He didn't see anyone even after hundreds of steps. Even if he occasionally saw someone, they were just passing by in a hurry. Such a great sect actually seemed a little desolate. This made Su Yan feel sad. When Xiao Linglong saw Su Yan's expression, she smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother Su, almost everyone in the sword catacomb has gone to the Heaven and Earth organization. The only ones guarding the sword catacomb are me and senior brother Ouyang Cheng. Only the two of you? When Su Yan heard Xiao Linglong's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a faint bad feeling. This also made him a little disappointed. After all, when he left the mortal village, he wanted to come back to find Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others before heading to the monster palace. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Not only were they not there, but even spiritual master Heavenly Sword wasn't there. This made Su Yan's plan to find spiritual master Heavenly Sword to ask him clearly fall through. However, since he was already here, Su Yan also wanted to return to the sect to take a look. After all, the sword catacomb had always been Su Yan's home. In addition, Xiao Linglong said that Ouyang Cheng was also in the sword catacomb. Thinking about the friendship between him and Ouyang Cheng in the past, he had not seen him for a long time. Now that he thought about it, he missed him a little. Junior sister Qiao, where is senior brother Ouyang Cheng? Bring me to him. Su Yan turned around and said to Xiao Linglong. Senior brother Su, now that all the experts in the sect have gone to support the Heaven and Earth organization, senior brother Ouyang is overseeing the entire sect. You can go directly to the inner hall to look for him. I still have things to do here, so I won't accompany you. When Xiao Linglong heard that Su Yan was going to look for Ouyang Cheng, she smiled. That's fine too. Su Yan was no stranger to the Sword Catacomb. He knew that there were battles happening all over the 5 counties, so Xiao Linglong must have a lot of things to do. Therefore, he didn't make things difficult for her and simply gave her a few words of advice. Then, he walked towards the inner hall. Although almost all the disciples of the Sword Catacomb had gone to support the Heaven and Earth organization, it was still a big sect. After all, it was still a big sect, so it still had the necessary protection. Previously, because Su Yan was led by Xiao Linglong, no one stopped him. Now that he was separated from Xiao Linglong, just as Su Yan approached the inner hall, a few unfamiliar faces immediately stopped Su Yan. Who are you? Stop right there. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After all, the Sword Catacomb was Su Yan's home. Why would he be stopped on his way home? Looking at the unfamiliar faces, Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you know me? Who are you? Why should we know you?" The few people refuted Su Yan's words without holding back. Their arrogant looks showed that they didn't take Su Yan seriously at all. In fact, they even looked at him with disdain. They waved their hands and shouted, "Tell us, who are you? Why did you barge into the Sword Catacomb? Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Don't. Su Yan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't do it. My name is Su Yan, and I'm also a disciple of the Sword Catacomb. Please report my arrival." Su Yan. The few people didn't hear Su Yan's words. When they heard Su Yan say his name, they immediately spread out and surrounded Su Yan in the middle. "Tell us, who are you? How dare you imitate my senior brother Su Yan's name? Tell us who you are, or don't blame us for being rude." Su Yan didn't expect this at all. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brothers, I'm Su Yan. Who else could I be?" You said you're Su Yan, and I said I'm his father?" A disciple snorted coldly. Obviously, he had doubts about Su Yan's identity. When Su Yan heard these sarcastic words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart and was about to explode. A man in purple walked out quickly and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" However, before he could finish his words, when the young man in purple saw Su Yan, he was completely stunned. The muscles on his face twitched. He quickly walked forward and punched Su Yan. "Su Yan, you're not dead." Senior brother Ouyang Cheng, of course I'm not dead." Seeing his old friend, the anger in Su Yan's heart dissipated. He laughed heartily and gave Ouyang Cheng a huge hug. With this hug, the disciples who had blocked Su Yan from entering were all stunned. Especially the person who said Su Yan was his father. He was so scared that his legs went soft. He looked at Su Yan and directly knelt on the ground. You're really senior brother Su Yan." "Of course. How could this be fake?" Before Su Yan could reply, Ouyang Cheng glared at him unhappily. When he saw the expression on this person's face, his face darkened. "Did you guys do something to senior brother Su Yan?" I. That person knelt on the ground with a trembling face. He didn't know how to answer. This made Ouyang Cheng even more certain that something must have happened. When he was about to get angry, he was stopped by Su Yan. "Senior brother Ouyang, forget it. It's nothing. It's just a quarrel. Why aren't you guys back off yet?" Su Yan said as he waved his hand at the disciples. When they heard Su Yan's words, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They kowtowed and thanked him a few times before hurriedly leaving. When Ouyang Cheng saw Su Yan's reaction, he smiled bitterly. "Su Yan, there's something you don't know. Because of the war, the Sword Catacomb has a shortage of people and lowered the qualifications to recruit disciples. Now in the entire sect, many disciples are using the Sword Catacomb's reputation to do whatever they want. Some are even arrogant. If we don't use some harsh methods, they won't know fear." Su Yan didn't think too much about it. When he heard Ouyang Cheng's words, he couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't ask about it. Instead, he asked Ouyang Qing directly, "Senior brother Ouyang, do you know what happened here?" Chapter 388. Su Yan had already felt Ouyang Qing's spiritual energy fluctuation when he hugged him. Su Yan could feel that Ouyang Qing was in the 8th level of the spirit sea realm. He was 1 level stronger than himself. A person in the 8th level of the spirit sea realm could definitely be called a powerhouse. However, even such a powerhouse was not qualified to know the entire process of this matter. What exactly were the two alliances fighting over? Ouyang Qing looked at Su Yan's furrowed brows and guessed what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "Su Yan, you don't know. The alliance this time has involved all the forces in the 5 counties. There are so many powerhouses in such a big alliance. How can we compare to them now?" "Yes." Su Yan nodded slightly and did not say much. He followed Ouyang Qing into the inner hall. He looked around and said, "Senior brother Ouyang, are you the only one in charge of the entire sword collection tomb?" "Yes." Ouyang Qing poured a cup of tea for Su Yan. "The elders and disciples of the sword collection tomb have all gone to the Heaven and Earth organization. I am the only one in charge of the entire sword collection tomb." "You are the only one." Su Yan heard Ouyang Qing's affirmative answer and frowned again. Ouyang Qing saw Su Yan's expression and could not help but smile. "Su Yan, do you not believe in my strength?" Su Yan heard Ouyang Qing's words and was startled. He waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Ouyang, it's not that I don't believe in your strength, but you said that everyone has gone to the Heaven and Earth organization. It's hard to guarantee that no one will attack the sword collection tomb. If that's the case, I'm afraid that at that time." Su Yan did not finish his sentence, but Su Yan believed that Ouyang Qing would understand what he meant. Ouyang Qing did understand, but he was not as worried as Su Yan. Instead, he smiled and said, "Su Yan, you don't have to worry about this, although I don't know what happened. But what I can be sure of is that the reason why the 2 major powers have formed an alliance is to fight for one thing, and that thing is not in our hidden sword tomb. So even if someone comes to attack the sword collection tomb, there won't be a Radius State powerhouse. If it's not a Radius State powerhouse, I believe I have the ability to resist." As he spoke, a majestic aura surged between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt gratified. "It seems that the strength of the entire hidden sword tomb has increased a lot during the time I left." Seeing Ouyang Qing's confidence, Su Yan's worry lessened slightly. However, when he looked around, Su Yan felt that something was amiss. But since Ouyang Qing said so, Su Yan couldn't say anything more. Su Yan wanted to say goodbye to Ouyang Qing and go to the Heaven and Earth organization to find out what happened. However, Ouyang Qing insisted on letting Su Yan stay the night. Su Yan thought about it. This had happened a year ago, and it was useless to be anxious. And it was indeed late at night. Su Yan did not refuse and stayed behind as well. Su Yan wanted to have a good night's rest before going to the Heaven and Earth organization. However, with so many questions in his heart, how could Su Yan rest at ease? Moreover, Su Yan felt that it was inappropriate to leave Ouyang Qing alone in the entire hidden sword tomb. After all, the hidden sword tomb was a large sect. The resources contained within the sect were enough to move one's heart. Of course, Su Yan was even more puzzled about what had happened. Su Yan, who could not sleep, decided not to rest. He got up and wandered around the sword collection tomb. Unknowingly, he came to the immortal sword peak where Lin Hualu used to cultivate. Because of Lin Hualu's disappearance, the immortal sword peak had a new owner. However, with Su Yan's current identity, it was still possible for him to come and go freely in the sword collection tomb without being discovered. He looked at the cultivation ground that his disciples used to fight for. He was thinking about the current situation. Su Yan immediately felt a wave of worry in his heart. Furthermore, the owner of the immortal sword peak, Lin Huatu, was no longer here. Now that he was here, he was reminded of her when he saw her. Su Yan did not want to stay here any longer and wanted to leave. However, just as he took a step, Su Yan faintly heard a sound not far away. This is. Su Yan furrowed his brows slightly and quietly moved forward. Ouyang Cheng, are you really not going to accept us? You should know that as long as you accept us, you can get your beloved Xiao Linglong. Not only that, I can also make you the real owner of the sword collection tomb. When Su Yan heard this, his eyes suddenly opened. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. He looked down and saw an old man in black standing in front of Ouyang Cheng. He was even more surprised. Through the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan quickly confirmed the strength of this person. He was in the square circle realm. Looking at him standing together with Ouyang Cheng, Su Yan seemed to understand everything at once. He finally knew why he felt that something was wrong today. It turned out that Ouyang Cheng had colluded with someone to take the position of the sword collection tomb's sect master. This. Su Yan thought, and anger surged in his heart. He really didn't expect that Ouyang Cheng, who had always taken care of him in the sect, would betray the sect. Hearing their words, Su Yan knew that there was something fishy going on. He suppressed the anger in his heart and held his breath. He took another step forward, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Ninth Underworld King, I'm willing to do anything you want me to do. However, if you want me to betray the sect and kill Su Yan, I will definitely not do it. Ouyang Cheng looked at the old man in front of him and said righteously. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that he misunderstood Ouyang Cheng? At this moment, Su Yan was glad that he didn't rush in rashly. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Ouyang Cheng, you should know very well who gave you the strength of a rank 8 realm. When the person called Ninth Underworld King by Ouyang Cheng heard Ouyang Cheng's words, his calm expression immediately turned sinister. Ouyang Cheng, let me tell you today. You must kill that Su Yan. Otherwise, how can I give you your current position? I can take everything away from you. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Cheng suddenly laughed when he heard Ninth Underworld King's words. He looked at the sinister Ninth Underworld King and said, Ninth Underworld King, Ouyang Cheng, will also tell you clearly today. If you want me to kill Su Yan and betray the hidden sword tomb, Ouyang Cheng will not do it even if I die. Ouyang Cheng's words were powerful and resounding. There was a faint aura of authority that surged. You. Ninth Underworld King was furious. Ouyang Cheng, I didn't expect you to go back on your words when it's time to use you. I went back on my words. Ouyang Cheng suddenly laughed. Ninth Underworld King, I remember clearly that you came to me a year ago and said that you would help me cultivate. I never gave you a promise. You, good Ouyang Cheng. Ninth Underworld King was furious when he heard Ouyang Cheng's words. He looked at Ouyang Cheng and said, Ouyang Cheng, I'll give you one last chance. Do you agree or not? If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't agree. Ouyang Cheng was fearless in the face of Ninth Underworld King's threat. He spoke word by word, showing his determination. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Nine Underworld King coldly shouted. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy surged from his body, and his body suddenly attacked Ouyang Cheng. His speed was as fast as lightning. Ouyang Cheng was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. As he circulated his cultivation method, his spiritual energy surged. He quickly retreated and jumped away, instantly dodging Ninth Underworld King. At the same time, a long sword appeared in Ouyang Cheng's hand. Ninth Underworld King, if your original body was here, I wouldn't be able to stop you if you wanted to kill me. But don't forget, you're just a clone. You're just a clone of the sphere boundary. A clone of the sphere boundary. Ninth Underworld King suddenly laughed when he heard Ouyang Cheng's words. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. Ouyang Cheng, you're just a rank 8 spirit sea realm cultivator. You actually dare to look down on my clone of the sphere boundary. You're courting death. As the Nine Nether Kings spoke, he let out an angry roar. His tightly clenched fist suddenly shook and his body flew up like a ghost. In an instant, he condensed a powerful spirit force and directly blasted it toward Ouyang Cheng. Break for me. When Ouyang Qing saw this, his eyes narrowed. He quickly raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. Suddenly, a powerful sword chi surged out. It was an imposing aura. It directly collided with Ninth Underworld King's attack. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. A powerful spiritual energy swept out in an instant. The two of them took a step back at the same time. Ouyang Qing, I underestimated you. But do you think it's useful? Ninth Underworld King looked at Ouyang Qing and sneered. At the same time, he slowly gathered a powerful force in his hands. Even though Su Yan was hiding outside, he could still feel the explosive power of this powerful force. Not to mention Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing couldn't help but frown when he saw such a powerful attack. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand and snorted, Ninth Underworld King, let me tell you. Even if I die today, I won't agree to your request. Then you can go to hell. Ninth Underworld King roared. Bang! There was a loud explosion. A powerful force surged out and blasted toward Ouyang Qing. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Mysterious Heavenly Break. Facing this, Ouyang Qing did not back down. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as a powerful force slowly condensed at the tip of his sword. With a shout, Ouyang Qing roared. With a roar, the long sword in his hand instantly slashed out. All of a sudden, a powerful force gushed out, directly colliding with the Nine Underworlds King. Chapter 389. Su Yan didn't think of asking Ouyang Qing for help. Looking at the long spear that was like a giant dragon flying towards him, he frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the ghost howl sword. His pupils shrank and a bright red light surged in his eyes. Facing such a powerful attack, he didn't back down. Instead, he took a step forward. Suddenly, the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out. Then, his hands didn't slow down at all. The ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance, and in an instant, a whistling sound burst out. As the ghost howl sword spun, countless spiritual energy burst out and condensed into sword blades. What kind of 10,000 elephant divine skill is this? It's so powerful. Ouyang Qing could not help but be startled when he sensed the energy that had gathered on Su Yan's ghost howl sword. A look of horror involuntarily surfaced on his face. He was a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, and Su Yan was only a rank 7 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Ouyang Qing's strength was higher than Su Yan's, but when he felt this power, Ouyang Qing actually felt inferior. Originally, he was worried that Su Yan wouldn't be able to defeat the Ninth Underworld King, but at this moment, he vaguely saw a glimmer of hope and couldn't help but smile. In contrast to Ouyang Qing's expression, Su Yan's face was solemn. The Perimeter Realm and the Spirit Sea Realm were basically two different realms. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to block the Ninth Underworld King's attack. If he relied on the torrential storm of Rose Blossom's divine skill, it wouldn't be enough. Ouyang Qing was standing a little further away, so he might not be able to feel it. The Ninth Underworld King's attack was already close to Su Yan. Su Yan could feel how powerful this attack was. Just the torrential storm of Rose Blossom's divine skill was definitely not enough. Definitely not enough, looks like this is the only way. Su Yan's eyes turned and the ghost howl sword in his hand swept out. Bang! Suddenly, the sword blade condensed on the ghost howl sword burst out and collided with the power of the mysterious heavenly break. Su Yan, I can't help but admire your strength, but... The Nine Nether King looked at Su Yan's explosive power, and the corner of his mouth suddenly floated into a smile. But do you think you can contend against my sky profound break with just this power? Huh, let me tell you, it's not enough. As the Ninth Underworld King laughed loudly, bang. The moment the long spear was pushed forward, a powerful light suddenly surged, and the already powerful force instantly exploded. What, this is... When Ouyang Qing saw Su Yan unleash the torrential pear blossom storm, his heart was filled with joy. He thought that Su Yan could resist the Nine Underworlds King's mysterious sky break, but who would have thought that the mysterious sky break would become so strong? Level 3, no, this this mysterious sky breaker might have already surpassed level 4. Every kind of 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into different levels. The more powerful the 10,000 elephant divine skill was, the harder it was to cultivate, but as long as it was successfully cultivated, the power it brought could be said to be unparalleled. For more than a year, Ouyang Cheng had been receiving benefits from the 9 Underworlds King. He had also cultivated the mysterious sky break with the 9 Underworlds King. The 9 Underworlds King had never told him the true meaning of the mysterious sky break. However, Ouyang Cheng knew exactly how powerful the 4th stage mysterious sky break was. The mysterious sky break was only a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. But if it was cultivated to level 4, its power would not be inferior to an earth rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Earth rank, Ouyang Cheng did not dare to imagine. Moreover, he also knew how difficult it was to cultivate the mysterious sky break. 1 year, he had spent an entire year, and only cultivated it to level 2. But the 9 Underworlds King had cultivated it to level 4. This time, Ouyang Cheng truly realized how powerful the 9 Underworlds King was. Su Yan, be careful. Ouyang Duan shouted worriedly when he saw this powerful force exploding. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The mysterious sky break had already collided with the torrential storm of rose flowers. If Su Yan wanted to avoid it, it was simply impossible. After all, this was a level 4 profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang, it was all too late. When the two 10,000 elephant divine skills collided, a loud bang was heard. This loud bang was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens. Under the powerful impact, a powerful heat wave exploded. Countless brilliance swept out, and everything around was destroyed at this moment. Even Ouyang Cheng, who was standing far away, was stunned. At this moment, under this powerful aftershock, his body couldn't help but be startled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When he came back to his senses, he saw the room in front of him that had been razed to the ground. A sorrowful expression immediately appeared on his face. Then, his eyes turned, and a murderous intent surged in the 9 Underworlds King's eyes. 9 Underworlds King, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Ouyang Cheng roared angrily. He gripped the long sword in his hand and leaped forward. Seeing Ouyang Cheng's attack, the 9 Underworlds King could not help but sneer, you overestimate yourself. Ouyang Cheng, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll send you on your way now. The 9 Underworlds King's eyes turned, and his body suddenly floated up. Looking at Ouyang Cheng's attack, he did not show any fear. Using his nimble body, he moved slightly and stepped back quickly, dodging Ouyang Cheng's attack. At the same time, his feet moved, and his body flashed. He appeared on Ouyang Cheng's left side, and the spiritual energy in his body surged rapidly. He grabbed Ouyang Cheng's shoulder with one hand. Ouyang Cheng was shocked. He did not expect the 9 Underworlds King to be so fast after using the 10,000 elephant divine skill. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Although the 9 Underworlds King only used one hand, the powerful energy in his body made his hand grip Ouyang Cheng's shoulder like an iron clamp. Ouyang Cheng, I've already told you. If I can give you everything, I can also take everything from you. Now that Su Yan is dead, if you listen to me, I can still spare your life. The 9 Underworlds King looked at Ouyang Cheng with a sinister smile. Impossible. Ouyang Cheng roared when he heard the 9 Underworlds King's words. 9 Underworlds King, even if I, Ouyang Cheng, die here today, I will never submit to you. Humph, if that's the case, Ouyang Cheng, don't blame me for being impolite. The 9 Underworlds King's face darkened when he heard Ouyang Cheng's words. Then, spiritual energy surged from his hand that was gripping Ouyang Cheng's shoulder. Ouyang Cheng suddenly felt a huge pain. Bang! Then, the 9 Underworlds King waved his hand, and Ouyang Cheng was thrown out heavily. Senior brother Ouyang. At this moment, Xiao Linglong and a few other disciples of the sword burial mound rushed over. When she saw Ouyang Cheng being thrown out, Xiao Linglong was shocked. She activated her cultivation technique and hurriedly flew over to Ouyang Cheng's side. When Ouyang Cheng saw Qiao Linglong, he was shocked. He hurriedly pushed her away and said, "Junior sister Qiao, let's go and inform the sect master. Tell him to kill the 9 underworlds king and avenge me and Su Yan." "What?" Qiao Linglong rushed over when she heard the commotion. She didn't even know what was going on. When she heard Ouyang Cheng's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Junior sister Qiao, there's no time to explain. Let's go, let's go," Ouyang Cheng said anxiously. He was already injured, and when he panicked, his blood rushed to his heart. "Puchi." He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother Ouyang." When Qiao Linglong saw how heavily injured Ouyang Cheng was, how could she leave? She hurriedly supported him. Seeing that Ouyang Cheng was still pushing her away, Qiao Linglong shook her head and said, "No, senior brother Ouyang. How can I, Qiao Linglong, leave you here?" "Ha ha ha, I'm so touched." When the 9 underworlds king heard Qiao Linglong's words, he sneered and looked at Ouyang Cheng. "Ouyang Cheng, seeing how much you care about her, if I'm not wrong, this girl must be your beloved Qiao Linglong. What do you want?" When Ouyang Cheng saw the 9 underworlds king walking over, he panicked. He suppressed his injuries and stood in front of Qiao Linglong. "9 underworlds king, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome." When the 9 underworlds king heard Ouyang Cheng's words, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I say, why are there so many arrogant people in the sword burial mound? Just now, Su Yan was one, and you too, senior brother Su." When Qiao Linglong heard the 9 underworlds king mention Su Yan's name, she immediately went forward and shouted, "Who are you? What did you do to senior brother Su Yan?" "What did I do? Of course, I killed him." The 9 underworlds king smiled at Qiao Linglong's anger. He didn't care about her at all. "What?" When Qiao Linglong heard the 9 underworlds king's words, she was stunned. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and shook her head. "No, impossible." When Ouyang Cheng saw Qiao Linglong's reaction, he felt heartache and sadness. His heartache made Qiao Linglong sad. What made him sad was that Qiao Linglong was sad because of Su Yan. "Senior brother Ouyang, what he said isn't true." "It isn't true, right?" Qiao Linglong looked at Ouyang Cheng and mumbled to herself, "Senior brother Ouyang, tell me, what he said isn't true, right?" When Ouyang Cheng saw Qiao Linglong's reaction, he didn't know how to answer. When Qiao Linglong saw Ouyang Cheng's reaction, she immediately understood. While she was sad, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. She looked at the 9 underworlds king and shouted, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." As she spoke, Qiao Linglong leaped up and took out her sword to attack the 9 underworlds king. "Junior sister Qiao." Ouyang Cheng wanted to stop Qiao Linglong, but it was too late. When the 9 underworlds king waved his hand, a surge of energy suddenly surged. Bang! Qiao Linglong didn't even have time to dodge and was sent flying. "Senior sister Qiao." When the other disciples saw this scene, they also didn't know what was going on. When they saw Qiao Linglong being sent flying, they all came to their senses and ran towards her. When they saw that Qiao Linglong was injured, they all looked at the 9 underworlds king with killing intent. Chapter 390. Ha ha ha, I agree. When Ouyang Cheng heard the 9 Serenities king's words, he laughed ferociously. 9 Serenities king, let me tell you, even if I die, I will not submit to you. Give up, give up. In fact, with the 9 Serenities king's strength, if he wanted to kill Ouyang Cheng would already be dead. The reason why he could not bear to kill Ouyang Cheng was because of Ouyang Cheng's cultivation experience. He couldn't bear to waste a year's worth of time just to nurture a single person. However, he did not expect Ouyang Cheng to still be so stubborn at this stage. Good, good, good. The 9 Serenities king said good a few times, and a surge of anger surged. Then, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Ouyang Cheng, since you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. Let me tell you, not only you, but the hidden sword tomb will also be destroyed today." As he spoke, the 9 Serenities King circulated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy pressure came out. Ouyang Cheng and the rest were stunned. Xiao Linglong frowned when she saw such a powerful force. She wanted to resist, but under the powerful spiritual energy pressure, she could not resist at all. Right now, the two of them were the strongest people standing here. If the two of them could not resist, what about the other disciples? The other disciples were completely paralyzed under the 9 Serenities King's spiritual energy pressure. They could not resist at all. "Ah, 9 Serenities King, I will die with you." Ouyang Cheng roared when he saw this scene and rushed towards the 9 Serenities King. He did not use any moves, but he wanted to stop the 9 Serenities King so that Xiao Linglong and the rest could have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Ouyang Cheng was too heavily injured. Just as he rushed over, he was caught by the 9 Serenities King. "Ouyang Cheng, why are you in such a hurry to die?" The 9 Serenities King grabbed Ouyang Cheng and sneered. "Let me tell you, it is not that easy. Weren't you reluctant to betray the hidden sword tomb? Are you still reluctant to part with your beloved woman? Now, I will let you watch these people die in front of you." As the 9 Serenities King spoke, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He looked at Xiao Linglong and waved the spear in his hand, directly attacking Xiao Linglong. "No!" Ouyang Cheng let out a mournful cry. Hearing his shout, the 9 Underworld's king stopped the spear in his hand. He looked at Xiao Linglong, who was pale with fright, and laughed out loud. "Ouyang Cheng, what's wrong? Are you reluctant? If you can't bear to, then listen to me obediently," the 9 Serenities King said reluctantly. "No way." Ouyang Cheng did not budge in the slightest in the face of the 9 Serenities King's request. He refused without hesitation. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The 9 Underworld King snorted and waved his spear towards Xiao Linglong's throat. Xiao Linglong looked at the 9 Serenities King's spear and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the 9 Serenities King's speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, Xiao Linglong could feel that the surging energy was actually suppressing her. She was unable to move at all. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not willing to die for no reason. Especially the words that the 9th Serenity King said to Ouyang Cheng, she was still confused and didn't know what they meant. She was truly unwilling to die like this. However, facing the powerful attack of the 9 Serenities King, what could she do even if she was unwilling? Looking at the powerful attack of the 9 Serenities King, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Today was the second time she was about to step into the gates of hell. Thinking about the second time, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but think of Su Yan's figure. She really hoped that Su Yan would appear again at this moment. However, when she thought of Su Yan's death, she felt sorrow in her heart. Grief immediately welled up in his heart. The unwillingness in his heart completely disappeared. He quietly waited for death to descend. Ouyang Cheng was furious. However, he was restrained by the 9 Serenities King and couldn't even make a sound. He could only watch as the 9 Serenities King's spear pierced towards Xiao Linglong's throat. He was in despair and tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Ouyang Cheng shouted in his heart. While shouting, Ouyang Cheng really hoped for a miracle. Miracle. Thinking of a miracle, Ouyang Cheng didn't know why, but Su Yan's figure also appeared in his mind. Because everyone in the Sword Catacomb, they all knew that Su Yan was a miracle creator. However, Su Yan had already fallen. This miracle was gone. Ouyang Cheng fell into despair. Bang! At this moment, a crimson light suddenly flew out. The 9 Serenities King was shocked. Fortunately, he was quick and pushed Ouyang Cheng away. He leaped back and dodged the attack of the crimson light. When Xiao Linglong and Ouyang Cheng saw the 9 Serenities King's sudden retreat, they couldn't help but be stunned. The 9 Serenities King was the most surprised. When he thought of the crimson light that flew over, he frowned. At this moment, Xiao Linglong suddenly thought of something when she thought of the crimson light. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she was excited. Su Yan. It's senior brother Su Yan. Yes, it's definitely Su Yan. Impossible. When Xiao Linglong finished her words, the 9 Serenities King suddenly shouted, that Su Yan has already died under my mysterious sky break. Is that so? Just when the 9 Serenities King finished his words, a calm voice slowly came from the place where the 9 Serenities King and Su Yan were fighting. At the same time, a white figure slowly flew out from the deep pit. On that cold face, a pair of sharp eyes stared at the 9 Serenities King with a trace of disdain. Su Yan, senior brother Su Yan. When Xiao Linglong saw this handsome face, she immediately shouted out excitedly. Su Yan. Ouyang Cheng was also excited. The other disciples also seemed to have seen a trace of hope at this moment. Only the 9 Serenities King kept shaking his head and said, "No, how is this possible? Su Yan, how can you not die? You're only at the 7th rank spiritual sea realm, how can you withstand my mysterious sky break?" "I can't withstand it, but I can dodge it." Su Yan looked at the furious 9 Serenities King and coldly said. "What? Dodge?" When the 9 Serenities King heard Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished. He couldn't believe that Su Yan, who was only at the 7th rank spiritual sea realm, could dodge his mysterious sky break. He kept shaking his head and said, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. 9 Serenities King, don't think too highly of yourself. You. 9 Serenities King is only an ant." Su Yan looked at the 9 Serenities King and pointed at him with disdain. The aura of an expert was faintly emitted from his brows. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. The 9 Serenities King was even more furious. He was a king of the 9 provinces, but he was actually looked down upon by a mere 7th rank spiritual sea realm. "Su Yan, I don't care what method you use. Today, you will definitely die." Under the fury of the 9 Serenities King, he no longer cared about how Su Yan dodged his attack. With a furious roar, he suddenly waved his long spear and rushed towards Su Yan like an angry cheetah. When Su Yan saw the 9 Serenities King rushing over, he didn't dare to be negligent. Others didn't know how he dodged the 9 Serenities King's attack. Su Yan himself was very clear that the reason why he could dodge the 9 Serenities King's mysterious sky break was because of his efforts in the mortal village for the past year. In the mortal village, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy and had completely turned into a trash existence. However, because of the fire Qilin's reminder, Su Yan didn't become dispirited because of this. Instead, he became spirited and had always been searching for ways to increase his strength. And it was precisely because of this that Su Yan had never forgotten his pursuit of strength. This just happened to let Su Yan understand things that Su Yan didn't understand when he was cultivating in the past. In the past, Su Yan blindly pursued strength and leveled up. This caused him to neglect a lot of things. And in the mortal village for the past year, Su Yan couldn't cultivate. Therefore, he thought of many things related to the 10,000 elephant divine skill and the blood dragon pupil, as well as the various skills that he possessed. Other than cultivating the blood dragon pupil, the blood dragon pupil had become a huge safeguard. Su Yan also understood the mystery of the torrential storm of rose blossoms. The torrential storm of rose blossoms was an attack that used one's spiritual energy to condense sword chi. The more sword chi was condensed, the more spiritual energy would be consumed. And at the first moment, Su Yan felt the strength of the 9 Serenities King's mysterious sky break. He didn't think that he would be able to use the torrential storm of rose blossoms to block the 9 Serenities King's mysterious sky break. Therefore, the torrential storm of rose blossoms was only a pretense. The purpose was to reduce the speed of the mysterious sky break. At the same time, Su Yan used the blood dragon pupil's effect and the profound ice-cold shield to completely dodge the 9 Serenities King's mysterious sky break. Of course, if the 9 Serenities King came up to check on Su Yan's life at that time, then Su Yan definitely wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, the mysterious sky breaks attack was too strong. Even if Su Yan dodged the attack head-on, he was still heavily injured. In addition, he used the torrential storm of rose blossoms, the blood dragon pupil, and the profound ice-cold shield at the same time. This caused the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body to be depleted. And the 9 Serenities King's arrogance gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath and gave Su Yan a chance to recover. This was also why Su Yan waited so long before he could stand up again. Of course, the 9 Serenities King wouldn't have thought of all this. And it was also because of this reason that Su Yan was very clear that he was only an arrow at the end of its flight. If he wanted to fight against the 9 Serenities King, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, who knew who would live and who would die in this battle? Facing the 9 Serenities King's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Using the blood dragon pupil, his figure quickly swept back and dodged the 9 Serenities King's attack. Chapter 391. When Su Yan saw the anger on the 9 Nether King's face, he immediately smiled and said, "9 Nether King, you are indeed very strong. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy in your body is almost exhausted." When the 9 Nether King heard Su Yan's words, he immediately frowned. Anger surged out of him as he coldly shouted, "Su Yan, even if that's the case, I, the 9 Nether King, will only need to spend a little more effort to kill you." As he spoke, a ferocious spiritual energy came from the top of the 9 Nether King's head. He raised the spear in his hand and swung it out, directly chopping towards Su Yan's head. The speed was so fast that it instantly created a loud sound in the air. When Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw this scene, they instantly recovered from the scene of Su Yan's appearance. Looking at the powerful attack of the 9 Nether King, they suddenly reminded, "Su Yan, be careful." When Su Yan heard the two's reminder, the corner of his mouth slightly rose into a smile. With a turn of his blood dragon pupil, he instantly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand to block the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, the ghost howl sword and the 9 Nether King's spear collided. Sparks flew everywhere, and a loud and clear sound erupted. At the same time, Su Yan's body staggered back a few steps before he stabilized himself. Compared to Su Yan, the 9 Nether King was much calmer. He only took a small step back before his body steadily stood up. When the 9 Nether King saw Su Yan's situation, he couldn't help but sneer, "Su Yan, you said that my spiritual energy is exhausted. I think that you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. If that's all you're capable of right now, I'm afraid that you're still not my opponent." Su Yan shook his somewhat numb hand and coldly stared at the 9 Nether King. The corner of his mouth slightly rose as he said, "Is that so?" At this moment, Su Yan closed his eyes and a surge of spiritual energy surged. Looking at this scene, the 9 Nether King couldn't help but frown. Looking at Su Yan, a hint of uneasiness gradually emerged in his heart. Especially when he suddenly noticed the slight fluctuation of spiritual energy on Su Yan's body, as well as the faint majestic aura that surged from his forehead. An uneasy expression immediately appeared on the 9th Underworld King's face. Gripping his spear tightly with both hands, he felt uneasy. He no longer cared that his strength was always superior to Su Yan's. He quickly stepped forward and thrust his spear towards Su Yan's throat. The moment the 9 Underworld's king launched his attack, Su Yan's figure remained motionless. When Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw this scene, they could not help feeling worried. Pretending to be mysterious, "Go and die." After the 9th Underworld King stabbed his spear, he saw that Su Yan still had no reaction. He took another step forward, and the spear in his hand was still locked onto Su Yan's throat. A ferocious expression immediately appeared on the 9th Underworld King's face. The spear in his hand quickly attacked, ruthlessly stabbing towards Su Yan's neck. "Su Yan, be careful." Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw the 9th Underworld King's explosive attack and hurriedly shouted in fear. "Be careful, it's too late." Hearing the two's warning, the 9th Underworld King looked at Su Yan and could not help but sneer. "Is that so?" At this moment, Su Yan's lips curled into a frivolous smile. Bang! As he spoke, his entire body suddenly exploded. Roar! At the same time, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged, and a dragon's roar soared into the sky. Su Yan's body instantly turned into a huge dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, and a powerful force blasted out. Bang! The ninth underworld king was stunned, but it was too late. Bang! The long spear in his hand was directly shaken away by Su Yan's tail flick and sent flying. His entire body was pushed back dozens of steps by this powerful force. He staggered in a sorry state before stabilizing his body. He looked at Su Yan, who had turned into a huge dragon, and said in astonishment, "No, you, how could you have mastered the long-lost transmogrification divine art? How is this possible?" "Nothing is impossible." A gloomy voice came from Su Yan's huge body. Then, Su Yan swung his body and swept towards the ninth underworld king. Bang! The ninth underworld king, who had already exhausted his spiritual energy, did not have the slightest strength to resist Su Yan's huge dragon body. Ouyang Cheng, Xiao Linglong, and the disciples of the sword burial mound were all shocked as he was sent flying. Just as the ninth underworld king was about to stand up, Su Yan's huge dragon body had already closed in. Bang! That huge dragon claw directly slapped down on the ninth underworld king's head. No, the ninth underworld king looked at the huge dragon claw that was like a dark cloud enveloping him. He roared unwillingly, "How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm the king of a generation. How can I lose to a mere 7th level spirit sea realm?" Under the ninth underworld king's unwillingly roar, Su Yan's huge dragon claw fell. Bang! A loud sound resonated between heaven and earth. The dust on the ground also spread out, and the entire ground trembled. Su Yan felt this powerful force, and an excited smile surged in his heart. He was very clear that even if he transformed into a dragon in the past, it was impossible for him to have such a powerful force. Now that he had transformed into a dragon, he had at least the power of a circle realm cultivator. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting a circle realm cultivator in the future. However, what made Su Yan a little vexed was that every time he wanted to use the transformation technique, he had to wait until his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Moreover, at the moment when his spiritual energy was exhausted, the transformation time would be very short. Just like just now, if it wasn't for the ninth underworld king's carelessness, he would have already died in the hands of the ninth underworld king. Su Yan had actually studied this point a long time ago. Unfortunately, he had never found the reason. This made Su Yan feel quite helpless. Slowly, Su Yan returned to his original body. At that moment, Su Yan's body went soft and he directly fell to the ground. Su Yan. Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong called out at the same time. However, Xiao Linglong was faster. She went up and hugged Su Yan, so that Su Yan wouldn't fall to the ground. "Senior brother Su Yan, are you okay?" Xiao Linglong looked at Su Yan and hugged him. Feeling the warmth from his body, she couldn't help but blush as she asked softly. "I'm fine." Su Yan shook his head and slowly stood up. He didn't pay attention to Xiao Linglong's expression. He only looked at the place where the ninth underworld king was and couldn't help but frown when he didn't see the ninth underworld king's body. Thinking about the relationship between Ouyang Cheng and the ninth underworld king, he turned around and asked, "Senior brother Ouyang, what's going on?" Su Yan didn't notice the change in Xiao Linglong's expression, but Ouyang Cheng saw it clearly. Looking at the blushing Xiao Linglong, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. When he heard Su Yan's words, he reacted. "Oh, this is just a clone of the ninth underworld king." Ouyang Cheng was a little lonely in his heart, so his answer was a little weak. However, when everyone heard his words, their bodies trembled. "Clone? Senior brother Ouyang, you said this is just a clone of the ninth underworld king?" Su Yan frowned and asked the ninth underworld king. As Ouyang Cheng was still worried about Xiao Linglong, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan's answer. Su Yan called out a few times, but he didn't come back to his senses. Only when Xiao Linglong asked did Ouyang Cheng come back to his senses. He squeezed out a smile and told Su Yan everything that had happened in the past year, including the Ninth Underworld King's matter. After hearing Ouyang Cheng's words, Su Yan fell into deep thought. The Ninth Underworld King, the ruler of the 9 provinces continent. Just a clone had the strength of a circumference realm cultivator. Just how strong was his real body? Su Yan couldn't believe how strong the Ninth Underworld King's real body was. Of course, Su Yan was even more surprised about the Ninth Underworld King's scheme in coming to the 5 provinces continent. He originally wanted to ask Ouyang Cheng. However, when he saw Ouyang Cheng's listless appearance, Su Yan didn't know how to ask. When he saw Ouyang Cheng looking at Xiao Linglong affectionately, he seemed to have understood something. It seems like senior brother Ouyang has feelings for junior sister Qiao. Can I be the matchmaker? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He made some decisions, but he didn't think about Xiao Linglong's thoughts. After making a decision, Su Yan also thought about how it was getting late. In addition, everyone was heavily injured, so he didn't stay any longer and returned to his room to rest. After returning to his room, although Su Yan was worried about the Ninth Underworld King and the alliance this time, after going through such an intense battle, Su Yan had a lot of rest. He didn't have the extra time to think about too many things. He was thinking about how to matchmake Xiao Linglong and Ouyang Cheng. Then, he started to circulate his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. It was because of Su Yan's physique. Even though his spiritual energy was depleted, he quickly recovered after a night. The next day, when the sun had just risen, Su Yan wanted to look for Ouyang Cheng. He wanted to bring up the matter of matchmaking between him and Xiao Linglong. However, when he opened the door, he saw a letter placed in front of his door. Looking at the signature, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Junior brother Su, I'm leaving. I can see junior sister Xiao Linglong's feelings for you, but I can't forget it. You are my brother, so I can't handle this relationship. Therefore, I can only leave. I hope you can treat junior sister Qiao well. What? After reading it, Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly chased out, wanting to find Ouyang Cheng. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Ouyang Cheng even after searching the entire sword burial mound. Instead, he met Xiao Linglong. Senior brother Su Yan, where are you going? Xiao Linglong asked when she saw Su Yan's anxious look. Su Yan looked at Xiao Linglong and thought about Ouyang Cheng's words. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Sigh. He sighed helplessly and said, nothing. After speaking, Su Yan waved his hand and left. Chapter 392. Su Yan searched the entire hidden sword tomb, but he couldn't find Ouyang Cheng. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find Ouyang Cheng. He had no idea where Ouyang Cheng had gone. Sigh, senior brother Ouyang, why do you have to do this? Su Yan thought about Ouyang Cheng's thoughts and felt helpless. Forget it. I'll go to the Heaven and Earth organization first. I'll explain it to senior brother Ouyang later. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He thought about what was happening in the 5 counties and put away his messy thoughts. He flew toward the Heaven and Earth organization. Along the way, Su Yan encountered many battles. It was a battle between 2 major alliances. Although the scale of the battle was not large, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Su Yan wanted to help, but he thought that he still had not figured out what was going on. Plus, there were too many battles. Even if Su Yan wanted to help, he couldn't do it alone. Along the way, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and traveled at full speed. Although the hidden sword tomb was some distance away from the Heaven and Earth organization, with Su Yan's current strength, he arrived in front of the Heaven and Earth organization's sect in half a day. The Heaven and Earth organization was still the same Heaven and Earth organization he was familiar with. It sat on top of a mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, and had a majestic appearance. It had been more than a year since Su Yan came to the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth organization hadn't changed much. However, Su Yan could see that the Heaven and Earth organization's security was stricter than before. There were more than 10 disciples standing on top of the gate, and Su Yan could see that they were all in the spiritual sea realm. Even the Heaven and Earth organization couldn't afford such a large number of guards. Stop right there. Before Su Yan could get close, someone noticed him and stepped forward to stop him. Su Yan had already foreseen this scene. He smiled slightly and respectfully said, "This one is Su Yan. I have come to the Heaven and Earth organization to discuss something with Sect Master Yun. I hope that senior brothers will inform him." Su Yan. When the several guards heard Su Yan's words, they suddenly became cautious. The surrounding cultivators also followed and surrounded him. They even took out their weapons and looked at Su Yan with a dignified expression. Su Yan looked at this situation and smiled bitterly in his heart. Why doesn't everyone believe in themselves? Tell me, who are you? Why are you pretending to be Su Yan? A tall and burly man with the strength of the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm shouted angrily at Su Yan. He was clearly the leader of this group of guards. Su Yan looked at his angry appearance and found it hard to explain. After all, he didn't have anything to prove his identity. "Senior brothers, I'm really Su Yan. Why don't you believe me?" Su Yan frowned. He only hoped that an acquaintance would come. "It'd be strange if we believed you." The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator snorted and shouted, "Take him down. It's another person pretending to be Su Yan." Pretending. When Su Yan heard this, he frowned slightly. "Senior brother, you're saying that someone is pretending to be me, Su Yan. Humph, don't you know what you're doing?" The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator said without any trace of politeness. He didn't give Su Yan a chance and waved his hand, asking the other cultivators to surround him. If it weren't for the words just now, Su Yan might have really surrendered. After all, if he was captured, as long as he went to the Heaven and Earth organization, there would be people who would recognize him. However, there were doubts in Su Yan's heart. How could he obediently allow himself to be captured? When he saw the crowd surrounding him, he frowned. At the same time, a vicious aura appeared between his brows as he watched the few people surrounding him. His figure leaped, avoiding the crowd's encirclement. Since they couldn't capture Su Yan, the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator immediately became cautious and shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Let's go together." Su Yan looked at the crowd rushing forward. It could be said that he couldn't defend himself even if he had 100 mouths. Just as he was about to say something, a figure appeared. Right at this moment, a figure appeared. He walked forward and shouted, "I am Su Yan. Senior brothers, please inform me." "What?" Hearing this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The guards were also startled. The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator quickly reacted and sneered, "Humph, in the past, there was only one person pretending to be me. I didn't think that there would be 2 people today. Come, fellow brothers, take these 2 down for me." "Wait." Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly jumped up and shouted sternly. He looked at the young man who was wearing the same white clothes as him and his eyes darkened. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the person was startled at first, then he laughed, "I'm Su Yan. Who else could I be? I want to ask you, who are you?" "I'm Su Yan." Su Yan said coldly. A vicious aura faintly surged in his eyes. He never thought that there would be someone pretending to be him. "Huh, if you're Su Yan, then who am I?" That person suddenly laughed, then he looked at the guards and shouted, "Are you guys blind? Did your sect not tell you who I am? I, Su Yan, was once an elder of your Heaven and Earth organization. Don't you guys remember?" Hearing this, the guards were startled. One of them approached the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator and said, "Senior brother, I seem to have heard that Su Yan was once an elder of our Heaven and Earth organization. Do you think this person is really Su Yan? You should know that Su Yan is a member of our alliance. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the attendants. If we offend him, I'm afraid we won't have a good time." Hearing this, the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator frowned. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Nonsense, it's all nonsense. Hearing this, Su Yan was furious. Of course, he didn't blame the guards. Instead, he looked at the person who impersonated him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You dare to impersonate me? Then let me see how capable you are to impersonate me. Su Yan looked at the person and shouted angrily. Suddenly, he slapped his storage bag and took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, he jumped up and attacked the person who impersonated him. Yo, impersonating me and daring to attack me. I want to see how capable you are. The person said as he sneered. Okay, then let's see who has the ability today. Su Yan shouted angrily. He didn't think that someone would impersonate him. He was furious and shouted. The ghost howl sword immediately flew out. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The person wasn't slow either. With a flip of his hand, he waved the sword in his hand. Pang! Suddenly, Su Yan's attack was blocked. A strong wave of spiritual energy came. 9th rank spiritual sea realm. Su Yan felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on his face. Interesting. I didn't think that you would be stronger than me. You have the ability to impersonate me. Unfortunately, you look down on me, Su Yan. Su Yan shouted angrily and suddenly waved his sword again. Is that so? The person smiled and said, unfortunately, you are too weak. I, Su Yan, don't want to fight with an ant like you. I'll leave first. As the person spoke, he turned around and left. Su Yan was stunned. Seeing that he was leaving, he shouted, You want to leave? Not so easy. After Su Yan finished speaking, he chased after him. He didn't care what kind of conspiracy was behind this. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. When the guards saw the two leave, they couldn't help but frown. One of the guards asked the 5th rank spiritual sea realm expert, What should we do now? Report to the elders. The 5th rank spiritual sea realm expert clearly had the demeanor of a general. With just a glance, he immediately made up his mind. Then, he had the others continue to guard while he walked towards the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization's conference hall was currently filled with people. Sitting in the middle was the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yunhee. Below her, the people sitting in 2 rows were all above the Fengyuan realm. There were dozens of people. With so many experts, even the Heaven and Earth Organization, the number 1 sect, couldn't compare. Yunhee sat in the middle with a domineering aura. Hearing the clamor below, Yunhee opened her mouth after a long time. Alright, you all don't need to fight. Su Yan's spiritual sea has already been destroyed. He's still a piece of trash. The Black Fiend Alliance won't be able to get Su Yan even if they want to. I don't believe that they want to use him. As Yunhee spoke, she felt a little helpless about Su Yan becoming a piece of trash. However, his words were still filled with a dignified aura, causing the originally noisy hall to calm down in an instant. However, at this moment, someone stood up and said, Alliance leader Yun, do you think a miracle will happen? After all, that Su Yan can always bring us surprises. A miracle. Hearing this old man's words, Yunhee couldn't help but smile bitterly. I also hope that a miracle will happen. However, Su Yan's spiritual sea has already been destroyed. Even my Heaven and Earth Organization's cloud mist technique can't repair it. What kind of miracle can happen? Yunhee thought and shook her head helplessly. Then, she looked at that person and said, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, I know that Su Yan was once a disciple of your sword catacomb. It's not unreasonable for you to wish your disciple well. However, it's a fact that Su Yan has become a piece of trash. It's a fact. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword had obviously been worried about Su Yan for the past year. His face had changed a lot. When he heard Yunhee's words, he didn't care that Yunhee was the alliance leader at all. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Then, he didn't care about Yunhee anymore. He stood up and was about to walk out. At this moment, the guard from before walked in and reporting to sect leader Yun. Two people just appeared and wanted to enter my heaven and earth organization. They were both impersonating Su Yen. To Su Yen. Chapter 393. To Su Yen. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword originally wanted to leave, but when he heard the guard's report, he was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up with excitement. Su Yen, it's definitely Su Yen who has returned. For the past few days, there was only one person impersonating Su Yen. Now that there are two Su Yen, one of them is definitely the real Su Yen. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword said excitedly, ignoring Yunhee's words. He pulled the rank 5 Spiritual Ocean Realm Guard and said, "Let's go. Bring me to see them." How could the rank 5 Spiritual Ocean Realm Guard expect the sect master of a sect to be so friendly to him? In his astonishment, he forgot that the one in charge here was still Yunhee, so he followed Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword and left the inner hall. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. After Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword left, Yunhee did not get angry. However, an old man sitting on a chair beside her took the initiative and said angrily, "Alliance Master, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword is just messing around. He has no respect for discipline." Yunhee looked at that person. He was the sect master of the Sound of Thunder sect. His strength was similar to Spiritual Master Heaven's Swords, being at rank 2 Boundary Realm. He could be considered as one of the stronger ones among the group. After all, there were so many Boundary Realm experts present. Most of them were at rank 1 Spiritual Ocean Realm. Those at rank 2 Boundary Realm could be considered as experts of a generation. After reaching Boundary Realm, every level was extremely difficult. Every stage after that was extremely difficult. Otherwise, Yunhee would not be the only one in the Dragon Realm among so many people in the 5 counties. If it wasn't for Yunhee's appearance, the Dragon Realm was merely an existence in legends. Of course, if it was in the past, Yunhee wouldn't care about this. With him, a Dragon Realm expert, everyone was just an ant. However, the current situation, it wasn't something that a Dragon Realm expert like him could solve. Alliance. He had to firmly hold on to this alliance. It was also because of the alliance that he was in a difficult position. After all, this was an alliance with many experts and sects. They had some conflicts in the past. If they wanted to get along well, he, the alliance master, had to mediate. He could understand Reverend Heaven's Sword's feelings. After all, the feelings he had for Su Yen were comparable to that of Reverend Heaven's Sword. Therefore, he could completely understand Reverend Heaven's Sword's excitement. Looking at the sect master of the Sound of Thunder sect, Lei Wanjun, Yunhee smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sect Master Thunder, that's enough. Reverend Heaven's Sword also cares about Su Yen. For now, the most important thing is for us to go and see the truth. Humph. When Lei Wanjun heard Yunhee's words, he was clearly displeased. Then he walked out of the hall and said, "If you want to look for Su Yen, then go. I don't believe that a mere Su Yen can distort our battle. Someone is with me." After saying that, Lei Wanjun shouted towards the hall. Immediately after, a few experts stood up and left the hall with Lei Wanjun. Sect Master, look. When Yin Tian saw this, he could not help but frown. It's fine. Yunhee waved her hand and said, "The alliance this time was instigated by our Heaven and Earth organization. They are all sect masters, so it's no wonder that they have some temper." Yunhee was not the slightest bit angry at the attitude of the crowd. Instead, she spoke gently. Without waiting for Yun Tian to speak, she looked at him and said, "Yun Tian, now that there are two Su Yen, perhaps that person can really give us some hope. You go with the crowd and see the truth." Yes. Yun Tian's feelings for Su Yen were not inferior to Reverend Heaven's Swords. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an elder of the Heavenly Cloud sect, perhaps he would have already been unable to restrain himself like Reverend Heaven's Sword. Hearing Yun Tian's words, he immediately cupped his hands and left together with the few Circumference Realm experts that remained in the large hall. Of course, these Radius Realm experts who went with them were not really concerned about Su Yen. Instead, they wanted to see what kind of person Su Yen was. They also wanted to see how many miracles Su Yan could bring them. Miracles, to them, spiritual sea realm experts did not even have the qualifications to participate in the meeting. What miracles could they bring about? Therefore, they went with the mentality of watching a joke. This time, Su Yan had chased after the person who had impersonated him for several hundred miles. Although Su Yan's speed was extremely fast, and he used the blood dragon eyes to catch up with the person impersonating him several times, this person was after all a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 9th step. He simply didn't want to fight with Su Yan, and after catching up, he would run away again. Unknowingly, he chased for hundreds of miles. Faintly, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. Why is this person avoiding me? Could there be some conspiracy? Just as that person was thinking, the person impersonating Su Yan suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to still be alive and have even recovered your strength. You, Su Yan, are truly a miracle." Su Yan did not pay attention to the impostor's words and looked at his surroundings. Just now, Su Yan had been chasing after the impostor and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Now that he took a look, Su Yan could not help but frown. The place he was in now was similar to hell in the Shura. The environment was dark and the air was filled with the aura of death. Moreover, there were many strange rocks around, and all of them were stained with blood. The whole environment was filled with a terrifying aura of death. Su Yan looked at this gloomy environment and could not help but frown slightly. Then, he looked at the impostor and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. "Why did you lead me here?" "Huh, now you know that I led you here?" The impostor's mouth twitched slightly and a cold smile appeared on his face. Although Su Yan knew that he had fallen into some kind of trap, he quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and asked with a smile, "Why are you not pretending to be Su Yan now?" "Pretending." The impostor's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "Su Yan, if not to lure you here, why would I pretend to be an ant like you?" "Just an ant?" When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Immediately, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. As he took a step forward, the ghost howl sword in his hand instantly swept out horizontally. The ghost howl sword, as soon as it appeared, it immediately let out a ghost howl. It was very suitable for the current environment. The impostor saw Su Yan's fierce attack and did not show the slightest fear. He did not even take a step back and stood in the distance. Only the smile on his face became more and more sinister. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw this. At this moment, bang, on the ground where Su Yan was standing, there was suddenly a loud explosion. A white bone-like arm stretched out from the ground and directly grabbed at Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil turned and his body quickly jumped up to avoid the white bone-like arm that suddenly appeared. Looking at the white bone-like arm that kept coming out from the ground, Su Yan finally understood why the impostor was not afraid of his attack at all. It turned out that he was already prepared. Looking at the white bone-like arm that kept coming out, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, as long as he did not go down, the impostor would not be able to catch him. It was a pity that Su Yan was wrong. At this moment, the white bone-like arm suddenly crawled up and a white bone-like corpse appeared. It leaped up and directly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan was startled as he swept his sword horizontally. Bang! Suddenly, the white bone-like corpse was shattered and fell to the ground. Su Yan was relieved. However, the moment the white bone-like corpse fell to the ground, it directly sank back into the ground. This strange scene made Su Yan's scalp tingle. Dong dong dong, as the ground trembled, white bones constantly flew out and attacked Su Yan. Su Yan constantly blocked. The impostor looked at the busy Su Yan and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Su Yan, how is it? My white bones forest is not bad, right?" "Humph," Su Yan coldly snorted and ignored him. Instead, he carefully dealt with the white bones. Although these white bones were not very strong, they were still powerful enough to be caught by him. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Unfortunately, the white bones kept coming out. This made Su Yan frown. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be dragged to death by these skeletons before that person even makes a move. No, I have to think of a way. Su Yan frowned. That's right. After all, this white bones forest was too strange. Su Yan originally thought that it was an illusion. However, after testing it, it was not. Formation, this must be a formation. Su Yan quickly came to a conclusion. He looked at the person who was still smiling coldly and thought to himself, since it is a formation, there must be an eye of the formation. If there is an eye of the formation, I just need to break it. But where is the formation core? While Su Yan was dealing with the white bones, he was also constantly observing his surroundings. Looking at the strange arrangement of stones, Su Yan's eyes lit up. The blood dragon pupil spun and his body suddenly surged out. Bang! 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 He directly broke through 3 white bones and stabbed his sword into a stone. The strength of the sword was so great that it whistled through the air. Bang! At the same time, the rock from before broke apart and exploded into a pile of rubble. The white bones attack also stopped. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Did it break? Before Su Yan could turn around, he heard the impostor laugh. Su Yan, what, do you think this is the formation core? Childish, childish, ha ha ha. After this loud laugh, all of a sudden, Su Yan felt a chilly sensation coming from behind him. F***CK. Chapter 394. This huge skeleton was as tall as several people, and its entire body was as huge as a small mountain. In its empty and lifeless eyes, there was a demonic light. The moment it saw Su Yan, it actually showed an excited expression. That's right. It was an excited expression. This made Su Yan frown. Looking at the awe-inspiring aura emitted from its body, he did not dare to slow down. He hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and swung it horizontally. Bang! It was a pity that the ghost howl sword, which had always been sharp, and Su Yan's strength, could be said to be extremely powerful. However, when the sword was swung, not only did he fail to leave any marks on the huge skeleton, but a sound similar to that of metal clashing could be heard instead. This made Su Yan very surprised. Ha ha ha. At this time, the person pretending to be Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Su Yan, do you think you can break this attack with your mere 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm? Ha ha ha. Hearing this disgusting laughter, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with anger. At the same time, his body leaped up, and a gust of spiritual energy was instantly transmitted into the ghost howl sword. Humph, I don't believe I can't break this damn thing. Su Yan snorted angrily, and at the same time, he suddenly swung his sword horizontally. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. The sword swept out like a gust of wind, making a whistling sound. Clang! However, when it collided with the white skeleton, there was still a crisp sound of metal clanging. Instead, because Su Yan used too much strength, his arm could not help but shake, and there was a tingling sensation. At this time, the annoying laughter was heard again. At the same time, the skeleton held a white bone arm in its hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. Its speed was even faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan was shocked. His blood dragon pupil instantly shrank, and the great solar-colored glazed sword sutra in his body was pushed to its limits. His figure leaped away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad, not bad. You are quite fast. No wonder there are so many stories about you in the 5 counties. Hearing Su Yan's words, the man laughed again. Su Yan ignored him. Listening to his laughter, he suppressed the irritation in his heart. His mind was spinning rapidly. No, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion if this continues. I have to find a way to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body started to operate slowly. This time, they no longer attacked the white bones. This was because ordinary attacks were completely useless. Unless they all used the 10,000 elephants' divine skill. However, with Su Yan's current strength, it was already his limit to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill once. If he used it to deal with the white bones now, if he waited until the white bones were broken, he would probably die when facing a level 9 spiritual sea realm warrior. Therefore, he couldn't use the 10,000 elephants divine skill now. There was only one way left, and that was to hide. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to avoid the white bones' attacks and avoid them. Seeing Su Yan like this, the man couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, do you think it's useful to keep hiding like this? Do you think you can preserve your strength if you keep hiding? It's useless. Let me tell you. Su Yan naturally knew that it was useless. If he wanted to get out of here, he had to find a way to break the formation. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. However, Su Yan had never seen the formation core in this strange formation before. Furthermore, other than the eerie aura floating in the surroundings, there were only the blood-stained rocks. However, Su Yan had tested those rocks just now. Not only did they not destroy the formation, but they also didn't. Instead, he had lured this big guy out. Su Yan didn't know if he would be able to summon a similar big fellow if he were to do it again. This huge white bone corpse was troublesome enough. If another one appeared, Su Yan didn't dare to imagine what would happen. However, Su Yan knew that if he kept dodging like this, there was no way to get out. Let's try again. The formation can be broken. I don't believe it. After dodging again and again, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Seeing the white bones swinging towards him, Su Yan leaned his body slightly and suddenly attacked like a ghost. The ghost howl sword in his hand also attacked. It directly pierced one of the rocks. Bang! With a loud explosion, the rock was instantly shattered into pieces. Roar, however, at this moment, a roar exploded. The ground suddenly trembled, and another huge white bone corpse surged up from the ground. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to be like this. The huge white bone corpse that appeared was obviously stronger than the one that appeared now. It held a white bone that had been sharpened into a sword in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. It was so fast that when it flew through the air, there was a sudden burst of whistling sounds. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in its hand to block. Clang, a crisp sound of metal exploded. Not only did this white bone corpse become stronger, but its body was also indestructible like the other white bone corpse. This made Su Yan frown even more. Looking at those rocks, Su Yan really didn't dare to try again. If he appeared at this moment, Su Yan was sure that he would definitely die today. He could only keep dodging the attacks of the two white bone corpses. Because he had no power to fight back. In addition, the two corpses cooperated perfectly. Although Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he was also battered and exhausted. Soon, the clothes on his body were torn apart. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan like this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yan, it's useless. Let me tell you, it's useless. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything right now. I would obediently surrender and accept the baptism of death. So as not to waste energy. Hearing this person's words, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He coldly shouted, You want me to surrender? Dream on. Su Yan shouted sternly. Looking at the two white bone corpses that had been threatening him, Su Yan immediately rotated his blood dragon pupil. Then, he activated his cultivation method and quickly retreated dozens of meters. At the same time, Su Yan immediately waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. The cultivation method in his body quickly followed. Countless spiritual energy poured into the ghost howl sword. It's useless. Even if you use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it's useless. When the person saw the ghost howl sword trembling in Su Yan's hand, he immediately knew that Su Yan was going to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. He couldn't help but smile. Su Yan completely ignored him and continuously waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Countless spiritual energy vibrated and sword blades appeared. Looking at the white bone corpses that were swarming up, Su Yan's eyes turned and shouted, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Bang! Suddenly, the ghost howl sword slashed down horizontally. Countless sword blades erupted like a rain of swords. Bang! Bang! Countless sword blades condensed from spiritual energy exploded on the white bone corpses, creating a series of loud noises. However, the white bone corpses only slowed down a little. They didn't suffer any damage. The person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I told you. It's useless. It's useless. Su Yan completely ignored him. Looking at the two white bone corpses, he snorted coldly. The blood dragon pupils suddenly rotated and several flying swords flew out. Whoosh! They directly exploded on the two white bone corpses. With a bang, they attacked the white bone corpses. Not only that, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil rotated and two red lights flew out. Wave after wave of attacks continuously surged forward. Not only that, but Su Yan still did not stop. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and with a turn of his body, he directly flew away. With both hands, he held the ghost howl sword and flew up like a spinning top. Break for me! Su Yan roared and the ghost howl sword collided with the white bone corpses. Bang! Finally, with a loud bang, the two white bones fell to the ground with a loud crack. What? When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. His whole body trembled. Impossible. Su Yan, how could you break my white bone king? Su Yan looked at the white bone corpses on the ground and panted heavily. When he saw the shocked expression on the person's face, he couldn't help but smile proudly. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan's expression, he was startled and then smiled. Huh, Su Yan, did you really break my white bone formation just like that? Under this person's laughter. Bang! Suddenly, a loud boom rang out, and the ground trembled. An eerie roar erupted, and two massive skeletons emerged from the ground once again. What? Su Yan was shocked. The two white bones almost exhausted all of Su Yan's spirit energy. He didn't expect them to come again. Su Yan, I'd like to see what else you can do now. The person pretending to be Su Yan laughed proudly when he saw the two white bones reappear. Su Yan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. At this moment, the two white bones instantly flew towards Su Yan. Their speed was even faster than the two white bones just now. Su Yan's heart was pounding. He wanted to dodge, but as he circulated his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt something grabbing onto his foot. Lowering his head, Su Yan couldn't help but be enraged. He didn't know when white bone had appeared. They were firmly grabbing Su Yan's foot. It seems that I can only use the last illusion. Su Yan's face darkened. Then, a horn suddenly appeared on the top of his head. Awoo. Chapter 395. What? When the person who was impersonating Su Yan saw the enormous dragon body that Su Yan had transformed into, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. Soon after, a dark and cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Yan, you have really given me too many surprises. Too many surprises. I find that I'm really liking you more and more. But do you think it's useful? The smile on the person impersonating Su Yan's face became wider and wider. At the same time, it became colder and colder. With a wave of his hand, two more skeletons appeared. Roar! When the two skeletons appeared, they immediately grabbed at Su Yan's dragon head. Under a huge pain, Su Yan let out a miserable dragon roar. At the same time, his dragon body shook. Bang! He directly shook off the four skeletons. Unfortunately, the skeletons' bodies were too tough. Although they were shaken off, they didn't hinder him at all. After retreating a few steps, they surrounded him again. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. If this continues, when my illusion divine art ends, I'll definitely die. I have to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan thought in his heart. Roar. Once again, he let out a dragon roar. When he saw a skeleton charging at him, he swung his dragon tail and directly hit it. Bang! With a loud sound, the skeleton was shaken off. However, at this moment, the other 3 skeletons rushed over. They didn't use their weapons. Instead, they directly grabbed at Su Yan. Roar! That grab was extremely powerful, and Su Yan suddenly let out a dragon's roar. When the person impersonating Su Yan saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. This is called White Bones capturing dragon. Su Yan, so what if you have the illusion divine art? You still have to be obediently tied up. Roar! Su Yan let out a mournful dragon roar. He kept exerting his strength on the dragon body, trying to get rid of these white bones. It's useless, it's useless. Seeing Su Yan's actions, the person impersonating Su Yan laughed non-stop. I have to break this array, I have to. Su Yan's arrogance was aroused at this time. His huge dragon head kept looking around, observing the layout of the array. Upon hearing the laughter of the imposter, Su Yan's dragon pupils abruptly contracted. This person has been standing here without moving since the beginning, could it be? Su Yan thought, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. Roar! Following that, it let out a loud dragon roar, and its entire body began to twitch violently. Huh, Su Yan, I already told you that it's useless. Don't make such a pointless struggle. The person impersonating Su Yan laughed loudly when he saw Su Yan struggling. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Su Yan let out a low roar in his heart. Roar! Raising his dragon head, the dragon roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Following that, a powerful force surged up. Bang! The white bones binding Su Yan's dragon body were directly broken by Su Yan. What? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan was shocked. Following that, he saw Su Yan's huge dragon body flying over. His face was filled with shock, and he waved his hands, wanting to summon something. Unfortunately, Su Yan's dragon body was too fast. Bang! In an instant, he was knocked away. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, and the indestructible white bones were directly blown to pieces. How is this possible, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan shook his head and said, How is this possible, Su Yan? How can you break my array, how is this possible? Roar! Su Yan did not pay attention to his words at all. Instead, he let out a low roar and directly flew towards him. Although he broke the array, Su Yan was very clear that he still had to face a stage 9 spirit sea realm expert. And now that he was in the dragon form of the illusion divine art, it was his last chance. Therefore, Su Yan did not stop at all, and directly crashed into him. Bang! The person impersonating Su Yan was directly knocked away without the slightest resistance. He kept muttering to himself, How is this possible, Su Yan? How can you break my white bone array? At the same time, with a bang, he was directly blown to pieces. This caused Su Yan to be stunned. Although Su Yan, who had transformed into a dragon, had the strength of the sphere realm, this strength was only temporary. Moreover, this person was in the stage 9 spirit sea realm, and could completely deal with him. After his illusion divine art retreated, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. But now, while Su Yan was stunned, he slowly withdrew his dragon form and returned to his human form. Looking at the body of the person who had impersonated him, there was a tinge of surprise in his eyes. Poochie! At this moment, Su Yan felt a shock in his chest, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he still could not figure out what was going on, he did not think much about it. He got up and said, This place is emitting a gloomy aura, it's better for me to leave first. At the same time, Su Yan was secretly glad that he was lucky. After all, if he had not found the location of the array core, Su Yan would have already stepped into the gates of hell. Clap clap. Clap clap. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, there was a sudden clap from the side. Not bad, you are indeed the person that I, Master Puppet, have chosen." Following which, a person appeared in front of Su Yan. That person had a crooked body and an extremely ugly face. There was a sinister smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he looked at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on this person's body and became cautious. He could not help but tighten his grip on the ghost howl sword in his hand. "Do you think it will work?" When the person who called himself Grandpa Puppet saw Su Yan's actions, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan. The moment he stretched out his hand, a powerful force surged forth. Rank 3 Radius State. When Su Yan reached out his hand, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a look of horror bloomed in his eyes. With Su Yan's current strength, it was possible for him to defeat a circle boundary expert. However, if he were to face a second circle boundary expert, he would not have the slightest chance. Not to mention that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. When Master Puppet reached out to grab Su Yan's shoulder, Su Yan could not move at all. He could not even make a sound. The strange aura coming from the old man suppressed the power in Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest strength to resist. He could only watch as he was grabbed by him and slowly walked forward with him. The old man was not in a hurry. He grabbed Su Yan and walked slowly. After walking for a short distance, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It was blood red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. The ground was littered with white bones. This place was even more terrifying and gloomy than the place Su Yan was at. The moment he walked in, he could see corpses hanging on the blood-red walls. Some were dried up, and some were even dripping blood. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this person? Why did he bring me here? Su Yan had been traveling for such a long time and had never felt fear. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel shocked. Especially when he did not see a single person along the way. Su Yan was even more terrified. Su Yan. When he took a few steps forward, he finally heard a voice. When the person saw Su Yan, his eyes suddenly turned and a look of surprise surged in his eyes. This person was none other than Hey Mogul from the Black Demon Cave. Who would have thought that Su Yan was actually still alive? Hey Mogul said and looked at Master Puppet with a smile. "Master Puppet, it seems like your plan did not fail this time." "Yes." Master Puppet nodded and said with a smile, "Su Yan, this brat, not only has he mastered the illusion art, but he also has a purple spirit sea. If he can cultivate it into a puppet, it will definitely be the most perfect work of mine." Puppet. When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. This old man wants to refine me into a puppet. Ha ha ha, congratulations Master Puppet, congratulations Master Puppet. Hey Mogul was probably afraid that Master Puppet would refine him into a puppet. When he heard Master Puppet's words, he immediately flattered him. Master Puppet was obviously not interested in Hey Mogul's flattery. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and said, "Hey Mogul, even so, Su Yan is still considered a top figure in the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that he has been captured and brought here, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't come and cause trouble. I will need 49 days to refine this puppet. So, I can't let anyone disturb me here." Master Puppet said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Hey Mogul saw his expression and hurriedly said, "That won't happen. Master Puppet, you should study your work properly. Apart from Yunhee, those people won't be able to help at all. Moreover, once Yunhee makes a move, I'm sure that person from Taixing's sect will also make a move. And, you go and do this. After you do it well, you will definitely be rewarded in the future." Master Puppet waved his hand and brought Su Yan inside. Hey Mogul repeatedly expressed his gratitude and left. At this point, Su Yan still couldn't make a sound. He could only let Master Puppet torment him. He was brought into a secret room. If the outside was considered terrifying, then compared to this secret room, it paled in comparison. The walls around the secret room were actually made of human flesh. Blood was constantly dripping from them, and there were streams of blood on the ground. Master Puppet pulled Su Yan and walked on top of it. Patter, patter, patter sounds were constantly heard. *arg, Su Yan couldn't help but vomit. Huh, kid, why haven't you gotten used to it yet? It's okay. You will get used to it in 2 days. Master Puppet saw Su Yan vomit and smiled. He even reached out and touched the wall. When he touched some blood, he directly put it into his mouth and ate it. Ah. Chapter 396. *arg, Su Yan looked at the disgusting Master Puppet and vomited again. If not for the fact that Su Yan was being controlled, he would have already screamed out loud. If he were not controlled by Master Puppet, he would definitely shout crazily. He would definitely attack Master Puppet at the first moment. Freak, this was too freakish. Su Yan was a martial artist. He had experienced life and death several times. He had wandered around the gates of hell countless times. It could be said that he had never seen such a scene before. However, in this secret chamber, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He was really going crazy. However, compared to Su Yan, Master Puppet had a calm expression. Instead, he was enjoying this world filled with blood. A faint smile appeared on his ugly face. Su Yan, I believe that you will become Master Puppet's greatest creation. Master Puppet tossed Su Yan to the side and walked to the side, washing his hands in a basin of blood. Looking at his hands covered in blood, Master Puppet smiled faintly. He slowly walked to Su Yan and touched Su Yan's body. Looking at the frightened Su Yan, he smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. You are the perfect body that I found after searching for so long. I will not let you suffer. As Master Puppet slowly touched Su Yan's face, Su Yan could not help but feel disgusted and angry. I swear. I swear. If I can still live, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan roared in grief and indignation in his heart. As Master Puppet was covered in blood, his eyes became heavier and heavier. Slowly, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Perhaps to the current Su Yan, losing consciousness was not a bad thing. Reverend Heaven's Sword and the rest quickly chased after Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were still one step too slow. When they reached Whitebone Forest, Su Yan had already been taken away. Seeing that Reverend Heaven's Sword was still searching, someone advised Reverend Heaven's Sword, stop searching. Perhaps that person is impersonating Su Yan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Taoist Heaven's Sword looked at the battle scars above the Whitebone Forest and shook his head. I can feel Su Yan's aura. He definitely came here before. Then, have you seen Su Yan now? When a circumference realm expert heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, a disdainful smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reverend Heaven's Sword, don't forget that Su Yan is only a human and not a god. Plus, he's only in the spiritual sea realm. Now, he's even more useless. What did you say? When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard this person's words, anger immediately surged up on his face. Am I wrong? That Su Yan's spiritual sea is broken, and he's just a piece of trash now. Do you really think he can still bring you a miracle? That circumference realm expert was also in the second stage of the spiritual sea realm. He looked at Reverend Heaven's Sword without fear. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? At that time, after Su Yan was taken away, Reverend Heaven's Sword had always placed his hopes on Yunhe. And when he came to the Heaven and Earth organization, he was told that Su Yan had become a piece of trash. Not only had he become a piece of trash, but he had also left. During this year, although Reverend Heaven's Sword had been busy with the matters of the Alliance, he had been thinking about Su Yan all the time, thinking about Su Yan's return. Now that he finally had news of Su Yan, how could Reverend Heaven's Sword not be angry? A year ago, during that calamity, Su Yan had become a famous person in the world. This allowed Su Yan to become a famous person in the 5 counties continent. Many experts saw Su Yan's shocking performance and saw his strong willpower. However, there were also many people who had not seen Su Yan. They had only heard rumors about Su Yan. When they heard the rumors about Su Yan, most of them had an attitude of disbelief. During the alliance, many people mentioned Su Yan's name, which made many experts feel a little unhappy about Su Yan. They even felt that Su Yan was a disgrace to them. After all, many people were saying that Su Yan was stronger than circumference realm experts. This was a disgrace to a circumference realm expert. Therefore, even during the alliance, everyone was unhappy with Su Yan. In addition, in recent days, many people had pretended to be Su Yan, which made some people feel even more resentful. Now, Reverend Heaven's Sword had brought people here to look for Su Yan. This made many people even more unhappy. This circumference realm expert was one of them. When he heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, he did not hold back. Reverend Heaven's Sword, do you really think that my Skyblaze sect is afraid of your hidden sword tomb? You can try if you dare to make a move. Reverend Heaven's Sword and Reverend Skyblaze looked at each other. For a moment, swords were drawn, and a fight could break out at any moment. When Yin Tian saw this, he hurriedly stopped them. Alright, stop arguing. We're allies now. Don't talk. When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard Yun Tian's words, he bellowed, Yun Tian, if it weren't for your spirit communication skill a year ago, would Su Yan have become a cripple? If it weren't for your spirit communication skill, I'm afraid that Su Yan would have become a circumference realm expert by now. Yun Tian had wanted to mediate the fight. How could he have known that Reverend Heaven's Sword would say something like this? For a moment, he did not know how to reply. After all, he had been blaming himself for the past year. No matter what, the reason why Su Yan had become a cripple was because Yun Tian had misused his spirit communication skill, causing Su Yan to become a cripple. Reverend Heaven's Sword, what do you mean by that? When Yin Tian did not say anything, a circumference realm expert from the Heaven and Earth organization could not take it anymore. He pointed at Reverend Heaven's Sword and said, Reverend Heaven's Sword, are you trying to start an internal conflict? So what if it's an internal conflict? When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. Although my sword catacomb cannot be compared to big sects like yours, Reverend Heaven's Sword, I'm not afraid of you. Alright. Reverend Heaven's Sword, since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. This alliance was initiated by the Heaven and Earth organization, and Yun He was the leader of the alliance. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun too naturally had a sense of superiority over other experts. When he heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, anger immediately surged on his face. Then, the spiritual energy in his body surged. Alright, stop messing around. When Yin Tian saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, don't forget that we are now in an alliance. Don't forget that the Black Fiend Alliance is now under our control, yet you guys still have the time to fight here. Look here again. Yin Tian said agitatedly. He angrily pointed at the surroundings and said, look at your current location. Although Yin Tian's position in the alliance was the same as everyone else's, he was still a spirit realm expert. However, Yin Tian was a stage 4 spiritual sea realm warrior after all, and his strength was above everyone else. Now that everyone saw that he was angry, they all quieted down. Especially when they saw the surrounding area. This was already the territory of the Black Fiend Alliance. The circumference realm experts could not help but frown. When Yin Tian saw that everyone had calmed down, he still felt unsatisfied. He continued, tell me, why did we form an alliance this time? Isn't it to prevent the invasion of those people from the 9 provinces continent? Right now, the Black Fiend Alliance's power has yet to be suppressed, and we're already having an internal conflict? Yin Tian said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Reverend Heaven's Sword. Reverend Heaven's Sword, I know that you're worried. But have you thought about the feelings of others? Reverend Heaven's Sword was just worried about Su Yan. He was so angry that he became muddled. When he heard Yin Tian's words, he came to his senses and sighed helplessly. When Yin Tian saw this, the anger on his face lessened. He looked around and said, since we're here today, let's look around. Perhaps there might really be news of Su Yen. If it wasn't for the matter of Su Yen, we would have come here too. All right. When the circumference realm experts heard Yun Tian's words, they did not have any objections. An internal strife was suppressed under Yun Tian's might. Under Yun Tian's lead, they continued forward. However, no one saw the cold smile on Reverend Fire God's face. Everyone, be careful. If the information is correct, there should be a base of the Black Fiend Alliance here. Yun Tian walked to the front and said to the crowd. Ha ha ha. You guys are pretty fast, aren't you? At this moment, a laughter rang out. The one who appeared was the Black Fiend Ghost. When the experts saw the Black Fiend Ghost, they frowned. Black Fiend Ghost, you escaped the previous time. Do you think you'll be so lucky this time? On the other hand, Yun Tian was straightforward. He leaped into the air and looked at the Black Fiend Demon with a cold smile. Escape? Ha ha ha. When the Black Fiend Ghost heard Yun Tian's words, he laughed out loud. Yun Tian, oh, Yun Tian. I don't want to argue with you. All right, then your life shall end here today. Yun Tian roared. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Black Fiend Ghost. Asterisk bang, asterisk however, before the Black Fiend Ghost could make his move, a figure leaped out and slammed his palm against Yun Tian. Yun Tian's body trembled as he retreated a few steps back. This is... Yun Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he frowned. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, his frown deepened. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The person did not answer Yun Tian's question. In fact, he did not even care about Yun Tian. His eyes were lifeless like a corpse. Ha ha ha. How can we let you know the strength of the Black Fiend Alliance? The Black Fiend beside him laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his hand and a few more figures leaped out. There were a total of 6 circumference realm experts. They were on par with Yun Tian and the others.